Welcome to another day of CCT. We've got 3 more matches to bring you as the Swiss stage is starting to come to a little bit of an end now. Trying to find our teams, of course, to pop into playoffs. My name is Trav. Alongside me is Zerfa today, and I'm looking forward to this first match because these are two teams that are in a bit of a weird position, but are also in a position where they have some new players, some stand-ins, which makes the game interesting.
Yeah, interesting would definitely be the optimal word for this situation. It's not too often that, you've just kind of got, two cores and that's it. And then there's that kind of figuring out process for both of these sides. There's a lot of role changes, a lot of different scenarios that are going to be going on within the team that we can only imagine is quite difficult to deal with, especially in a game that will guarantee you make it into the playoffs. Dynamo Eclot and Monty is the game that we're talking about, of course. That's going to be our opener of the day. Partisan taking on Amcal in our second game, and last but not least, Cybershoke taking on Zero Tenacity. So some really banger games today.
Yeah, honestly, some pretty good matchups. I'm pretty excited for all of those. I think they all actually have some ability to have some crazy moments. I think Partisan are on some decent form at the moment. Of course, they made a deep run in CCT in Series 2, I believe, of Season 3 this year. And Cybershoke is at Z10. I mean, that is one that you never really know which way is going to go, because either one of those teams can just show up on their day, and they can also disappear when it comes to their individual form. So let's focus up on Eclot versus Monty. Let's look at Eclot's team first. They have changed a lot of things on this Eclot roster, and I'm not really sure how I feel about it, honestly. I can assure you that Kriaz does not look like Norvi. That's at least one thing I can confirm to you. But yeah, I don't really understand the path they've gone here. I mean, I think there was some talk in the media recently about experimenting with new in-game leaders. They removed the Alive. But I honestly thought that having Mikey on the team was like a solid set player that they weren't going to remove for quite a while. And, we know how good he can be. Very solid, reliable player. And, well, he's not on the team anymore now all of a sudden. So they're playing with Kriaz technically today as a stand-in for Aaron. And they're playing with Spardau as well. Spardows. I mean, I'm not sure how to pronounce the name. I'll probably stick with, like, Spardau, because it sounds like that kind of name. With the AUS, with the silent S. But, yeah, I mean, he's a bit more of an unknown name to me. Everyone else, of course, I'm very familiar with. But the current path for the team feels a bit weird.
Yeah, I'm in the exact same boat. With this team. Like, there was so many different kind of roster situations, as you were saying. The Elive and Mikey were being removed. Then they put MBQ in the IGL role. Then they brought back Mangus. Then they removed Mangus. Yeah, it's all over the place for Eclot, and I don't understand. I really don't. It's one that I've been trying to wrap my head around ever since I kind of seen the news. And it doesn't really make sense to me, especially that Mikey removal that you were talking about. The only thing I can imagine is that we don't know what was actually going on internally in the team. Maybe they felt like this is a better option, even though Mikey's an incredible player. They have some better options elsewhere, but I can only imagine that Kriaz coming in now, he's going to be kind of filling that IGL role. We can't really kind of say for certain. I would assume that's what they're trying out right now. But Eclot have been really up and down. They still have an incredible core, like Dior Forzi and MBQ can really pop off. Spardo has been really impressive as well since he kind of stepped in. Somebody that's a little bit unknown to probably a lot of people, was playing advanced just last season, or this season I suppose, with Amanek, Lunatic, Esperanto and Aid Kit. So an absolute collage of players from all across Europe. But yeah, like they've been getting some okay results, kind of struggling against the better opposition. Managed to beat Amcal and Z10, which are some pretty okay results, and we're close enough against Gun 5, so maybe this Eclot roster is going to be a step in the right direction.
We'll see. I mean, I think the one thing that's important to mention about them as well is, of course, they are just going back to the Kriaz idea, right? Because they wasn't on the team for a year, from the end of 2023 to the end of 2024. They made an RMR with him as well, deserves to be mentioned. And, of course, took Falcons when they were using Simple as a stand-in to, like, a deep overtime. So in that perfect world, Shanghai Major, RMR, they didn't embarrass themselves. Like, considering they were a massive underdog, they pretty much did okay. Beat Gamer Legion and stuff like that, and beat Sangal, I believe. So, yeah, I think we'll have to see how they perform today. Now they go back to the Kriaz thought process. let's have a look at their opponents, though, Monty. They're in a very weird position right now, Monty, as well. I mean, honestly, they had a chance to play with, Haji for a little bit after they obviously had to move on from Demka, finally, going to Passion UA. Great move, I think, for Passion UA, that one, but remove such a solid piece from your team and a long-standing member of the team as well. And now Gizmi, of course, as the in-game leader, is having to deal with 2 new players to sort of direct it all over again, right? I mean, you've got Bemis, who I think it deserves this sort of opportunity. I hope he kind of gets signed to this team full-time, honestly. But Jocko, right now, is possibly in the biggest slump of his career, unfortunately. He's got like a 0.8 rating or something crazy in the last 3 months. He's not necessarily played like that much. He's played on that Mercenaries project after 3D Max, of course. But, like, I had a chance to cast him the other day. They won their game against Astrum, which was a great win, obviously. But he's just like, it's not even like his mental, I feel like, is gone. He's just plain whiffing. Like, I saw so many duels from him where he just literally missed the first 15 bullets in a spray of the AK or something like that, right? So I really don't know what's going on with him. He was never like a standout star on 3D Max, but yeah, he needs to recover some form and recover it quick.
Yeah, I think probably going back to the point about Gizmi being the IGL is that, yes, he's got 2 new players, but he could definitely be in a worse position because it could be 2 players that you're kind of promoting from an academy team. We're talking about a Bimis and a Joko here who have bundles of experience between the both of them. So I think, for Joko, it is more so that individual form that you're talking about. I wouldn't say it's actually saying that he has to, learn how to play the role or, kind of learn how to actually play at this level. It's not that whatsoever. It's just how to actually find the player that we know that he can be, just a solid performer for the team. And I think Bimis has kind of been a little bit better, but I'm still looking for a little bit more from both of these guys. It's still very, very early doors with the 2 of them, but I really like the look of this Monty roster. Unfortunately, Joko did have to go. I was kind of making the point when they brought Joko and Afro in that if it's to get Afro in the team and if it's to keep Afro in the team, take Joko every day of the week, take Haji every day of the week.
Yeah.
Because Afro has been absolutely incredible every time I've watched him for Monty. His clutch ability, he can just flip around on its head completely out of nothing and basically on his own on that op. So I think he's a cracking player. I think this Monty team, if we give it a couple of weeks, you never know, this Monty team could be the real deal.
Yeah, honestly, I'm quite happy with Afro as well. I mean, like, look, I definitely think he was out of his depth a little bit on Fnatic. He wasn't like the major problem on the team. I mean, that Fnatic right now, I mean, they're making some progress on LAN, but aren't necessarily winning everything. But I think he and Body were definitely like a combination of the issue on the team at the time. It wasn't really going in the right direction, and they needed a bit more firepower. That's kind of what they went for, of course, with the Passion UA duo and Jambo and Blame F and everything. I mean, his roles changed a little bit, but I think Afro, this is the right place for him for now, and I think he's really showing what he's made of on a team like this too. So a bit more out of Ryu, and this team is in an okay position. Gizmi's in-game leading, considering the pieces he has to work with. I think he's actually been, like, the eye test even shows that it's quite decent on a couple of games I've watched, especially on Ancient and Mirage, right? I think those 2 maps that Monty have some good leadership on are quite evident. We have a look at the Veto to see if we get an Ancient or get a Mirage in this game so far. I mean, we have a possibility of that for sure, knowing what these 2 teams like to pick and ban. And it will be an Ancient pick from Eclot. We see Monty go into Train, and that is a map that they actually do like to play, probably just as much as I mentioned with the Ancient and the Mirage. But obviously, Eclot have been pretty smart here and, decided to float it. They could have gone into a different thought process here, Monty, and picked into a Mirage, but of course that's also a map that Eclot play a lot. Not amazingly, but they play it a lot. So maybe that's why Monty decided to go for a Train instead. I am surprised it's not a Mirage pick, I will say. But, I think this is a fun pool either way, especially if we do get to D2.
Yeah, I think Monty are going to be really happy with the way that this Veto is kind of planned out. I think that, in all honesty, their train, it hasn't been amazing as of late for Monty, but the have impressed me a couple of times when they seem to get everything to click. I think they actually do have a pretty solid T side, and they can actually just blow a team out of the water. So maybe they've seen something in the Eclot demos. Maybe they're just saying, all right, they're playing with two stand-ins. We've been, you know, prepping our train. We can maybe, you know, take them into uncharted territory, because, you know, the two players that Eclot have brought in, it is still quite fresh. You don't know how well prepped every single map is. Like, some map is obviously going to be prepped way more than the others. So I'm not sure. Maybe Monty have just seen something that they like. They think they can take an advantage of it. I still think that Eclot pick of Ancient is quite dangerous, because I don't think Monty are too much of a slouch on it either. But I think Dust 2 is a little bit of a shock for me. I would have maybe liked to see a mirage between these two teams, but I think it's kind of a fair stomping ground to end on. And yeah, I think this is setting itself up nicely for a really solid best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised. I didn't check the veto. You know, beforehand, and so often sometimes we do cheekily to try and get like a gauge on what's going to go on.
Yep.
Just went off of like what Monty have liked to play previously, and I am genuinely surprised they haven't gone into a mirage from map 2. I mean, I think, as I say, they do play train, and they play it pretty well, even though they've not got a great record on it. I think they play it okay. So have to see. We've got a quick head-to-head, I believe, to have a look at between these two teams. And it's probably between the two expected players. It's the two AWPers, obviously. Forzy, I really like what he's been doing in the scene lately for Eclot. I mean, Eclot are actually in a pretty good position in the VRS. Like, it's not really they're not that far up, but 80th is like okay to like get invites in every single one of these like play-ins and like CCT group stages. They should be at that tier every single time with that ranking. But of course they did peak a lot higher than that relatively recently, right? I mean, like only a couple of months ago, I think in early February, they're up in like 36th in the VRS. That was when they obviously had Mikey and the Alive. That's what kind of makes me surprised that they've taken this new path elsewhere with their roster, right? Because they, you know, that was their peak, and they moved away from that peak. So, yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see how they're going to do with these changes. First time I'm covering them since they've been able to make those changes. So, we shall see. The game, I believe, is ready to go. Forzy and Afro are about to do battle on the snipers. I think there's a battle of two of the probably most consistent AWPers in Tier 2 at the moment. Ancient is ready. Let's go.
Let's get underway. Eclot starting out on this T side, and it looks like we're going to have a B pistol to start. Monty, 3 players on over here, and there's a couple of Julies on that CT side as well. So this could be a little bit of an interesting execute. Could we get there? 2 players deep in towards Cave, which will mean that Gizmi's going to have to try and play his life a little bit. He's smoked off, going for the spam now, and I think this is just Monty setting up now for the retake.
Playing in the corner of Cave, and yeah, behind that box is where Ryu rears his head. It's too much for Eclot to handle. Until these 4 guns in toward that Cave position, and there is no way out. Afro's happy with that one. He manages to get one of the last couple of kills, and Monty will get, of course, concede the plant, but get a full sweep on the pistol round.
Yeah, really solid reaction there to that execute. Exactly what Monty were probably hoping for. Gizmi able to at least find one there over towards long, even when he smoked off. But spamming on through, perfect. That Cave control is just so valuable in that situation. And if you're Eclot, you know, you have to try and push to take something. Unfortunately, that Cave take did not work out. Ryu ready with the Julies, and 2 pistols, definitely better than 1 in this situation. But Eclot coming back with a bite. Bomb plant will facilitate it, even with all 5 alive. Monty's finances are going to be pretty solid. 4 M4s being brought out, so maybe lacking a couple of pieces of utility here and there. But these long-range duels do come into effect. Monty will definitely have a clear advantage.
They don't allow lots of space, though. It's very hard to get these kills on that headshot angle when you're letting them come up toward Red Room like this. And lots of damage done, Afro, on NBQ and Kriaz. Nade is not going to go deep enough to get either of the 2 kills, though, and Kriaz actually took 2 damage to it. So they've got full control of this mission, but the problem is they haven't really made a decision on where to go after it yet. They could go back and go donut, but they still will have to deal with Bemis. He's not in a bad position at all to deal with this. Unfortunately, Jocko will get caught, though. And that's a really frustrating one. Now Bemis needs probably a couple of kills. I think Gizmy is tracking and tracing this Mac 10. It should be a free kill here to recover it into a 5v3. There we go. And now it's the two really low HP players remaining. It should be a recovery here for Monty. Big shadow advantage spotted. Rhea will change his off angle. And he plays it to absolute perfection.
What a recovery, man. That was going horribly wrong in certain situations there for Monty. You know, Afro not finding a kill, but doing a lot of damage. And once Joko goes down, I'm thinking 100% this one could be just done and dusted if they're not careful. But Monty are able to find the kills in the right places. Gizmy, I mean, collecting that frag over towards B. It might look like just a single kill, but that really was one that changed things because, you know, you're worried about that player that has gotten through the back. You're wondering where Spardau has kind of gotten off to. So as soon as Gizmy deals with him, it's like, okay, now we can focus on the red room. We know they were there, and you can see that, yeah, as you were saying, that shadow advantage is just so powerful if you're sitting in towards CT, and just an easy sweep and clean up there, keeping a couple of rifles up as well for Monty. So it's going to put Eclot now back into a weird situation with their money. A couple of pistols will be about the height of it, I presume. A good old technical pause to kickstart our day, which is always good, but at least it's a short one. At least it's a quick one. we love that. We are not going to dwell on it for too long. We'll save a couple of those tech time conversations for another day, maybe.
Yeah. Well, a rainy day.
Yeah,
a rainy day. And so far, actually, you know, in the UK, it's actually not had many rainy days lately. The weather's been pretty crazily good.
Yeah.
In comes the mid push, as we so often see on Ancient. Bemis will take that shelf control straight away and take the duel straight away, and that's a good start against this slow buy here. Monty with a good recovery on that previous round, and they'll be rewarded with a 3-0. So I think one of the things, as I said to you in the pre-game, I've actually been quite happy with what I've seen from Gizmy's in-game leading, but pretty much on only 2 maps I've watched them on. I've only covered like 3 or 4 matches of his, like this year, I'm pretty sure. Maybe a little bit more than that, I don't know. But especially Ancient and Mirage, like I've been touching on, I think is 2 maps where I've seen some genuinely good stuff. He actually has a pretty good individual level as well. I think there was one game I covered the other week where he had like 3 massive clutches on Ancient to pretty much save the game for his team. So, not all brain power for Gizmy. I'm not being biased. Some maps he does suck, and he knows that. So, yeah, I think I've seen some good things, though, especially when you're having to play with so many different players, right? That's always difficult.
Yeah, it really is. Like, it's something that is just, it's horrible because you're trying to get, you know, you're trying to figure out how everybody plays. You're trying to figure out, not only that, as an IGL, how everybody likes to play and, you know, what works, what doesn't. It can be actually very difficult because you have to keep your individual levels so high as well to play just up against these teams on a regular basis. Now, into this gun round is Eclot. Spotted up towards the ramp. It's going to be an early block to make sure that they don't scale up towards that B bomb site. That nade does trickle down actually to find a kill, and it's an opening over towards mid. So you've lost really all that control, and you feel like you're going to be forced into an acceleration up the ramp here. Molly's going to be good, but you're not going to force anybody out of position just yet. And this crossfire is just going to be so deadly. Surely Joko is eventually going to get one. He'll double up, and now just needs to play his life as his teammates rotate on over. But instead, they then lose that cave control into a 2-on-3. Smokes are going to be only up for a moment, and Spardau needs to get a little bit closer.
I think it might be Forzy. Problem is he is carrying the bomb, so he does need to be careful. That's probably why he's being a little bit more nervy about going for a peek here, but they're going to go in together. Another dink, but not the frag for Gizmy. But it's a good swing from Bemis. Now Forzy's in a whole world of hurt. Tries to take a good timing. Honestly, actually did get a good timing considering he was that low. Caught Bemis looking away for a split second, but nothing doing. Monty will keep their clean sheet intact. They're just a little bit outmaneuvered there, Eclot. And again, as you say, Forzy trying to go for something. Kind of felt like he had to, but comes up with nothing.
Yeah, Molotov over towards long there wasn't enough to kind of get Monty out of that really strong setup. We're double long, one cave, and once Gizby drops that smoke, just still being able to see that crossfire is so powerful, even though it's actually Joko that's the only one able to get a kill out of the situation, but he ends up getting a double, so it's absolutely no problem to hold on to B there. Eclot really kind of struggling to kind of get up onto a bomb site now in recent times. So they're going to test out this bomb site for the very first time. But again, this setup is pretty strong. You've got Ryu in towards Donut. You've got Afro that is actually going to be scaling out towards the big box. And it just seems like Eclot are just going to try and send it on out here. Bima's close by. Gizmi's beginning to rotate over as well. This could go horribly wrong as they spill out. No flashes. So it's just going to be an easy cleanup for Monty. And MBQ, a million miles away, will not get any closer to the round whatsoever. And it is just an absolute stormer of a game so far from Monty.
You mentioned no flashes. That really was the thing that hurt that play, right? I mean, look, sometimes these Tech 9 rounds can look incredibly scary. They can get up in your face and look like they are sometimes unstoppable. You have some games where, you know, Force Spy on Force Spy just keep winning them. But, yeah, the lack of utility and the lack of ways to push Monty away from those angles and make them feel awkward, the main issue there for Eclot. Quick pause coming in. Probably a protocol they have to put in a attack pause when they lose 5 rounds in a row. Who knows? But probably the right time for it, because this is their gun round. They need this gun round. But they have any sort of handle in the game. You never really feel comfortable until you get that first round on the board.
We do have Forzi on an op though, so you know he can maybe be the one to kind of find the opening pick, and that's something that Eclot have kind of struggled with. Just actually, you know, finding that opening. If they're able to do it, I know they had a situation where they did manage to find not just one, but actually a double entry. Weren't able to convert it, but this time Gizmi's going to try and actually get in their face down the ramp. Surely Kriaz has heard this, and he actually scampers away through that smoke, so expecting the pressure here from Gizmi. Kriaz is going to walk back. It's a whiffy spray from Gizmi, and there's the opener that they were after. Eclot can't really react off it just yet. Are still waiting to head out over towards mid, but the Heaven player could be a big problem right now.
Yeah, good flash though, and it can get him back into the round. Well played, playing off of Ryu's contact as well. And Ryu's going to hold the line on Detour. That is very, very well played. Just knowing they were picked down, knowing they've got a couple of players bottom mid to fight, and you go for it. You don't wait whatsoever. The straight push for Bemis. He gets 2. Ryu's holding shelf in the meantime, wary about that possibility. And just the perfect crosshair placement on his second as well. Look how clean they are, because he's 100 HP. He's also now 11-0. What a start.
I'd say he's definitely had worse Tuesdays. He kickstart his day, but yeah, this has been really impressive. I really love that reaction to go and fight towards middle, and that is now again Eclot that have, you know, not only lost another round, but that was the tech pause or the attack pause round that they decided to call. They wanted to, you know, accelerate out in towards mid. Maybe not expecting Kriaz to get that opening kill over towards B, but, you know, the play that they really wanted to go for in that one was countered quite swiftly and quite cleanly as well, which is a big problem. Kriaz is going to at least hang on to this Galil, which is going to be a singular rifle in the next round, I assume, because I don't think Eclot are going to go all guns blazing into the next. I think it should just be another little half pipe, but you're kind of wondering now where the round's going to come from, because, you know, up towards B hasn't worked out, over towards A hasn't really worked out, and now in towards middle as a pack definitely hasn't worked out. So this is already looking a little bit bleak for the Eclot side. They were very much struggling to get a foothold in this one.
Yeah, Kriaz got the opening kill of the round and then didn't do anything since, because he couldn't on low HP. All his teammates fell around him. And because of their own full loss bonus, obviously, like we've been saying, they can afford a little bit more of an investment on the half buy. And because of that, they're actually buying 2 Galils into all the rounds to have a core of 3. And again, utility is okay. They are prioritizing weaponry a little bit. I mean, Spydow's only got that, Kevlar, and even got a helmet. So Monty playing this game pretty cleanly so far. Hardly any considerable errors at all. And Afro's in the right position to stop them from making their way through red. Veto can swing this one with a Tech 9. Here's a flash to push Afro off the angle, though, and a timing shot is off. He's got support from Gizmy, though. And Gizmy should get two. Afro's there in support. Perfectly set up for this possibility were Monty. And, yeah, it was actually, unfortunately, for Eclot, quite obvious in the end as well.
I mean, you're playing without middle there. If you're Monty, you know, you're kind of giving up a lot of that control to the T's, playing from really far back once that kind of smoke comes in towards the red room. So, yeah, I mean, they were always going to be kind of set up for that. They weren't feeling any pressure over towards that B bomb site. So they were always going to have, you know, a couple of eyes in towards the red room. It is just another quick and easy round for Monty. Eclot, I think they need to try something just a little bit quicker, either in towards B, in towards mid. They need to try and test out the protocols somewhere else other than middle. Look at Joko just getting aggressive here. He's going to be able to find one and a double. If he goes back and spams, maybe Kriaz could fall too. But instead he backs up away from that smoke. And actually, Eclot aren't in a terrible situation because Afro is being put under pressure but still manages to hit the shot on Forzy. That was going to be a big problem if he went down over towards A. That would have been the bomb site completely open. Now a re-aggression in towards mid as Monty do not want to rest on their laurels whatsoever. They want to try and get this back into their favor even further as they're already a man up. Kriaz now exploring up towards that B bomb site, but once he falls, it means B is open, but bomb still yet to cross.
Yeah, I got to smoke for it, thank goodness, though. And that Afro's going to try and get the line as he goes through, but no, can't timing the shot. It wouldn't have any opportunity to get that shot, actually. He avoided the bullets, but Gizmy's on that flank as well. The bomb's being planted in the open. It's down, but so is Detour. So now it's down to Kriaz. The must-win clutch, really, for him. He's got a winnable one in front of him, of course. There was a smoke kit on Gizmy, and that could be an awkward situation. And Afro, I mean, honestly, just perfectly peaks that one, Afro. That is crazy. Judges that angle to perfection, and Monty right now can't do anything wrong. Jocko did a great job in that round. Got those 2 kills. We've been very critical of him, of course, coming into this game. When he got his 2, wasn't aware about Kriaz pushing him down, and honestly, fair enough on that one. Kriaz had to make a bit more of a risky gamble to get back into the round. It did help out for a plant. Unfortunately, no more than that.
This is really where you're going to be kind of struggling. You know, we're talking about Eclot that have been, you know, kind of messing around with who's going to be IGLing in this team, who's going to be actually, you know, making the calls. This is such a horrible situation to be in because every call that you've made so far, Monty have countered it pretty much to the T, pretty much perfectly. So I just wonder, is there going to be like a little bit of a switch up in terms of, are they going to try and stray away from mid? Even though they kind of got a little bit of control there, it was only that, as you said, heroic play from Joko to just push through the cave smoke. Without that, they would have actually had a steady start to the round for pretty much the first time. It seems like mid is not going to be on the cards this time. They're going to send 4 players over towards B, so maybe a little bit of a faster one here. Flashes go over. Yeah, a couple of players boosted up. Actually, the AK is going to be boosted up maybe to take a fight early on, but Bardis now beginning just to creep up into position. He's got Kriaz behind him. Gizmy ready and waiting for 2 players to walk across the screen, but can't hit the shot on either of them. Afro now will steady the ship a little bit, but they've lost the bomb site here. A lurk out towards A as MBQ puts a little bit of pressure elsewhere, which means the Bimmers can't rotate, and they'll actually be taken down as well. Eclot looking a whole lot better in this one. Bomb is going to dash over towards that A bomb site, but the plant not even needed. Much better from Eclot, who finally get on the board.
It wasn't like a proper, like, big boy pace change. It's not like they just held W into a B and, you know, tried to make a magic happen and hope for the best. They actually gauged it pretty well and judged it pretty well as well. I mean, Afro's been out-dueling Forzy pretty much the entire game. Forzy's 1-9. Rough game for him, honestly, alongside MBQ. But MBQ did get his first kill of the game. That did help Eclot into this first round. And in the end, Kriaz also held the line pretty well. Once you were looking to try and recover some room. So, finally, something working for the T side. Monty 8-1. But already with an 8-4 at least guaranteed. I'll be a bit disappointed if it's an 8-4 at this point, knowing the starts of the game they've had. And Eclot looking like they're just going to walk in toward A. And right now, other than donut presence, it is open. But look at the rotation. Look at the rotation. Monty are very, very quick on this one.
A lot of players on over, smoke one down, Molly behind default though, and still not really making their way out. They're over towards B, but he hasn't decided to play it just yet. He is just waiting to see if there is going to be an aggression here. And you're still hearing a lot of shots going on here over towards A. So Eclot are still going to commit. Gizmy has managed to creep behind default to maybe find something more after the original kill he found. But again, Monty just have so many bodies here. They're waiting now for Spartas to get closer to maybe catch somebody up. But MBQ just has to stand and fight. And eventually he falls. Sparta not able to do anything on this lurk. As he's in towards CT, might catch a timing, but eventually that penny is going to drop that somebody could have been making their way in through B. Afro is going to walk his way back. There's the first kill. 1 versus 3 on the cards now. As Spardow continuously making steps, but not a lot of time. Only about 18 seconds. The double peak is going to be enough. He gave himself all the chances in the world at that one, but it's simply a numbers game, and the numbers do not lie at the moment, Trav. 9-1.
That was actually a bit closer than I thought it would be, considering Monty read that one so well. I mean, I was obviously keeping an eye on the map as you were, right, about Spardow's flank. Like, he'd made his way all the way through B. He was probably trying to say to his teammates, guys, just stay alive. Please stay alive. I've got a flank going on here. If one teammate did stay alive, maybe that round would have been different, of course, considering he did go into a 1v1 in the end. But Ryu there was the perfect spot for the instant trade, thankfully. But, yeah, Monty read that one very easily. The mass rotation really helped them hold on, especially with multiple players in different positions. And this following round as well is also falling apart. Detour 39 HP, not expecting Ryu to already be there on the rotation. And that one was a speedy one. They actually tried and go for a duel toward B early. Doesn't really work out for them. And, well, 9-1 has turned into 10-1 very quick.
Monty's rotations have been absolutely excellent so far on the CT side. They've been very quick, and you can see that Eclot are being caught out by it nearly every single time. There's not really too much faking going on when they're going up to sites. There's no real smoke and mirrors kind of going on. They're throwing a couple of pieces of util in towards mid, but once they kind of commit into a bomb site, it doesn't seem like there's any going back. Joko white swinging towards cave. 2 players on his screen was always going to be difficult, but he doesn't even get one, doesn't even do any significant damage. So Monty are going to now have to fight a man down, but we have seen the adjustments that they've made in these situations, and it's usually to get a little bit aggressive somewhere on the map. And Gizmy, he's already beginning to walk down, catches a flash right between the eyes, and that is perfect. Eclot were extremely ready for it.
I just need to piece this together. Don't go searching around the map alone. Stay in a duo. Stay in a buddy system. Make sure you have trade potential. Afro. All been spotted out. And yes, Kriaz reacts to it well. I mean, the Beamers will have to give up Red Room and rotate back around. But Eclot are doing the right thing right now. Just wasting down the clock. Not going for anything too silly. Realizing what is going on across the map. As long as they don't leave it too late, they should be fine to at least get 2 on the half.
The B, but Bimus able to line up 2, and that gives you at least a chance if you're Ryu, all right? You're a little bit happy about that because it's not completely out of the question. Still don't. 3 players is a pretty tall order, and you have to really hope for a massive misstep. And there's one of them, Forzy walking just blindly through that smoke, pushing in that situation. Now, Ryu, expecting that Forzy maybe wasn't acting on that alone. Maybe just thinking that Forzy I've been with somebody else. Smoke is going to go into the bomb. 2 players in towards cave. There's the flash. Ryo has to go in to try and clear it. MBQ will not allow him pass. So it's at least the second round for Eclot, but it is absolutely nowhere near enough on your T side of your own map pick. This has been so far a Monty masterclass and are pretty much just a pistol away from closing this map out.
Yeah, it's only a consolation, isn't it, for Eclot? They've been thoroughly outplayed early game. And honestly, like, Eclot's results have not been that, like, awful recently. I mean, they've had a chance to beat Sinners, they beat Z10, they've beaten Amcal. But the tier they were kind of at for a little bit, right, at the beginning of the year, as I said, much higher in the VRS. Like, they've completely plummeted since then, and the changes haven't really, like, paid off, I feel like, for me. The teams they're losing to, like, Sangal, Sashi, 9. I want them to be able to compete against those teams. I did take a map off of Paravision yesterday, which I think is a good performance, to be fair to them. But, yeah, it's... Paravision are also in the process of trying to figure out how they're going to play with Casello, right? So... that's the caveat to that one. It's just a weird situation for them where they feel like they're being just totally outgunned every single time. Eclot did beat Monty pretty comfortably in Galaxy Battle last month, but there was another game in CCT which Monty won 2-1, so it's pretty even between these two in previous matchups. It's just lately I feel like the impetus for Eclot has kind of fallen away a little bit. We'll see if that changes here in the second half on CT.
Big spot. Riaz drops that smoke and means that actually Monty can advance behind it if they want. The problem is you don't know if there's more players. You don't know if Riaz is in there baiting for somebody, so Monty are going to take their time a little bit. And this is still a B stack that you're walking into. Spardow has kind of cleared all of mid. He's cleared all of A. You've got just 4 players, 2 on the side, 2 up towards long, and you're just ready to kind of take these fights. But Monty ready to receive them, kind of. Fast flank could be a problem in a moment for Monty if they don't get up onto this site quickly. Now, Spardow is really important in this situation because he's going to be able to pick off one at least. Afro is about to now just try and attempt this, and it's a beautiful shot to give him a chance at least. Bomb is tapped. He's waiting for the aggression. Spardow surely knows he's off it, but continues to walk anyway. Afro now looking to take the fight, but backs away towards cave. He can sprint over through to this A bomb site. He is quite low though, which is a big problem, and he actually lacks armor as well. Steps not going to be heard as Spardow tries to chase him, doesn't hear him run in towards the red room and route actually in towards this A bomb site. I thought he might have doubled back over towards B, but they never heard each other, which is the problem. Afro trying to cross safely, and he will actually get away somehow. And there's the information that he was after. Just now trying to play the time. Spardow knows that he could have got off the main, could have got off towards Big Box, but he's found him now. And Afro now in a dangerous situation. The reload pulled off for maybe both of them, but Afro cannot get the mag in the gun. And unfortunately, that is not the pistol that Monty were looking for. They were looking just to close this one out cleanly, but Spardow on a big flank and an important clutch means Eclot do survive.
That's a shame for Afro. I feel like he played every single second of that round correctly. Like, as soon as he was in the 1v2, every single move he made, I agreed with. Like repositioning, rotation, timing, pathing, everything was right. Except hitting the damn shot. And unfortunately, that's actually what truly matters at the end of the day. So yeah, I couldn't get it over the line, but of course a plant means that they're going to go for a buy in this following round. Gives me on the AK with no helmet and no util. It's Ryu on the same, but with a helmet. It's going to be a tough round for Eclot to win. It'll be just as difficult as if they lost a pistol, it feels like, with these rifles in play. So, yeah, fair play for Afro. But just didn't hit the shot when it mattered on that lower HP without Kevlar, as you rightly pointed out. And they figured out at least one of the AKs is over toward.
I was getting a little bit worried there for Eclot. We were looking a little bit weak. Was that B bomb site? They decided actually to reinforce the cave. But doesn't clear out the right angle. Gizmi trying to get the second player. Kriaz actually tries to scamper away. Knew he was a dead man either way, so you try and make a leap of faith to just get out of a sticky situation. But Gizmi has already doubled up with that AK, and Bimus there for the trade. Surely is just going to be enough to take the site. Spardau and Forsey begin their walk blank up towards heaven, and it is going to be quite quick. That's a important find in the meantime as well. Still, bomb not planted, and the CTs continue to get closer. Spardau is eventually dealt with. Second player spotted, and Ryu will take down Forsey as well. Monty, they lose the pistol, but they strike back instantly, right to go for that force, because it's absolutely shattered the economy of Dynamo Eclot, and that, you know, kind of faint heartbeat that we saw in the CT pistol now is flatlined.
Yeah, and you had that buy right on the second round. I swear it's won more often than it's lost, right? I mean, you just, when you have those extra rifles, when you have the utility still available, that change that came in a couple of months ago, right? Probably more than that now. Time goes pretty quickly. Where, you know, they gave the teams kind of a little bit less money to work with and less utility to work with after the T bomb plant. Hasn't really seemed to change much. They're still winning this round very, very comfortably. They're not checking for NBQ here. He's been able to spam down Beamer. So now Gizmi's not been able to trade it quick enough. Very whiffy from Gizmi. He needs help from Ryu. He's got him locked in the corner. Should be able to find it, but in comes Forsey. Now it's awkward. And finally, Gizmi will hit his shot. Very, very weird there for Monty. At the end of the day, they can forget all about it because they won it.
And it looks like they're going to win the map off it as well. Eclot, they'll buy what they can. It won't be much. It'll be definitely a tough round to kind of get into, and it's surely going to have pieces of aggression in this one with the SMGs, a lot of close angles with them and the pistol on D-Door. And I wouldn't be too surprised if they call the exact same round, which they will. 4 players over towards B, mid completely open. Let's Spardau maybe get a little bit aggressive in towards A. Monty, it's just about discovering that this is the same situation as they've seen in the last, but that it's a crossfire in towards cave that could be dangerous if Gizmi goes exploring, but he is at least only the Mach 10. That's a beautiful Molotov to flush a couple of players out. And that's a lot of information. 3 players spotted over towards B, and acceleration has to happen in mid.
Yeah, there's no way they don't now off the back of that info. Eclot realise that obviously that's why they're rotating up a couple of players off right now. They're going toward red. It'd be a massive crossfire, but hang on, double take! A double take for Ryu. He looked around for a split second and was like, oh, he is there. And in the end, incredibly, even though he did see everything, he allows MBQ to get 3 kills with the picked up AK as well. Pretty insane. They will be allowed a path into a B as they obviously gauge that rotation off, seeing all that presence around red. But Jocko's going to have to push up close CT with his smoke. Take initiative here because it's a 2v4.
Gives me hearing a couple of steps in towards cave. Joko hasn't heard anything in towards CT. He's holding the line perfectly, though. He has to do all the heavy lifting in this round. And, well, looking like a strong man. 2 headshots. Making it look easy so far. Make that 3. Joko is winning this map single-handedly, and he will get it done. It is a masterful 2v4. Went wrong in the red room, but it went all right in the end for Monty.
Oh, well played, man. What a recovery. I mean, wild round with that duel in red room, like we were saying. I mean, the fact that NBQ was allowed to get 3 kills was crazy. But Jocko, look, we were very critical of him, but I think for a good reason. He's had his best map in quite a long time, I think. Especially playing on Monty and, of course, on the Mercenaries project as well. That might be one of his best. I'll have to double check that when we go into map 2, see how that rates in his sort of recent performances. But I do think that's up there. And that 4K to end the game just shows you when he's switched on, that's what he can play like. That's what we want to see from him. We're being critical because we know he can be better, and I'm sure he does too.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's absolutely beautiful from him. It's just a well-worked CT side from Monty that they're able to be in that position. And, you know, I think Eclot really kind of struggled to get into that. Like their T side, they just really kind of ran out with ideas. But I don't think it was them kind of misplaying a lot. I think it was just Monty were really prepared for what they were going to throw at them. You could see that, you know, every detail was kind of thought about on that CT side. Monty knew that they could catch them off with those kind of quick rotations, and it was just a punishing map to watch. And Eclot, they need to hope that they can kind of book up their ideas for train. You know, they were coming to life a little bit in those kind of last couple of rounds, so maybe we can see that from the start on train, because if they get another slow start on map 2, it could be a big problem.
I mean, listen, Eclot have been fine on Ancient recently, but that's probably one of the reasons why you don't pick into Monty's Ancient. Like, it's a bit deceiving how solid they can be on that map from day to day. It's very hit and miss, don't get me wrong, but it's very, very good map for them. And now train, as we said, maybe a bit surprised it wasn't Mirage, but we do get a train pick for Monty. They've been solid there too, at least from the eye test. Maybe not the results looking amazing, but I'm expecting a good train from Monty. We'll see if they deliver that after the break. Train between Monty and Eclot. It was a dominant map one for Monty on Ancient, and now we see if they can close this one out 2-0. I've seen a little bit of Monty on Train recently. It's a bit deceiving with their recent results, how good they can be on the map sometimes. But Eclot will be hoping that it's an off day for them here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It didn't look like an off day on Ancient. Maybe the change of scenery will switch things up a little bit. Very fast from Monty out towards B, and what an opener from Bimus. Dieter trying to breathe a little bit of life back into that B site. It's going to be lost, unfortunately, to the control of the T's, but still hit on Forzy. This retake could be set up nicely, but Bimus already just trying to play around smokes and be a little bit tricky. Actually, it was on back to be looked at, so good thing he actually didn't push on through there, as Eclot was searching for a kill to get them back into the round, and that might be it.
But Owl will be able to get one onto a Ryu as well. And Gizmy, he set up Afro for something here. Okay, there was a kit available on Forzy. Can he even try and charge toward that plant to get it through? He tries. But Afro's already got a good timing, and Gizmy would have been ramp, of course, to close it out anyway. The bomb was planted on the side of the bomb train, so it was probably the only chance he would have had to hold it straight away. But Afro would have caught him in the back, whatever happened. So, no way in. Another good start for Monty on T side. Dynamo Eclot going to probably choose here to go for an eco, I would say. But no, they buy very late. They want to keep close in this one and get the MP9s going straight away.
Yeah, I don't really blame them here. If they can kind of put Monty on the back foot, they can really kind of kickstart their CT side. It's where they usually have the majority of their success on this map. But Bimas is really just kind of turned up in these first couple of rounds. An opener in the last. Make that a double opener in this one. Two players falling. And a third as well. Gizmy trying to explore his options out towards B. And Afro now just going to try and walk down MBQ. This is looking really good for Monty, because Eclot have only netted a single kill. After that Ivy push completely swatted away by Bimus. Or is going to try and scavenge what he can, but I mean, there's definitely no chances at the round here, I would think. He might be actually better off just maybe trying to take down Bimus on this little bit of an A-lurk, finding that AK and saving for the next. But I mean, the MP9, not a bad second prize.
Spotted out as well. And held by Bimus. So, very good start to map 2 for Monty. 4 spy removed with 4 players alive as well. That's going to up their money very quickly. I think maybe like, I'm not going to predict exactly like what they are feeling right now with their current setup and their map pool and stuff, right? Because I don't really know. But just my feeling is that maybe going into Train rather than going into Mirage, like we've been saying, is because they can start T-side and dictate the pace early. Like Mirage, maybe it's a little bit harder to do that. Much more even map, I feel. Train obviously is a little bit CT, since they moved the T-spawns back a bit. But Monty have got a good start on the map, so maybe that's what they're banking on here to really prove they are the better team coming into today. Play good team Counter-Strike, even in some of the Manic rounds, if they make the right moves. That nade's going to be awkward for Daito, and he dies before it even comes toward him anyway. As Eco is getting removed pretty comfortably. Forzie's on a big flank, but then you got a USP, and he's the last one remaining. I think it's, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if Monty can keep themselves going here, because I think they've kind of made every single right move in the game so far, overall.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. I think, yeah, you're probably onto something there, especially with the way that they've, I mean, the way that they played on Ancient, now it's probably looking like a good pick, because you're full of confidence that you just absolutely steamrolled them on their own map pick. This is a map that, you've recently played them on as well. It was actually the last time that Eclot have actually played Train was up against Monty, and they managed to beat them 13-9. So maybe Monty have just kind of learned from that demo and want to try and maybe catch them off, realize, all right, we got caught out from a few things that we shouldn't have, and we can improve on that and maybe be much better this time out. So far, so good, but first going round is going to be the real first test, and Gizmy goes swinging into a double peak lower. Upper player spotted as well, so you know there's only 2 players over towards A. It's valuable information, but unfortunately, Monty aren't really in a position to react off it, so instead, they'll try and get Bimus lurking towards the back line, but those B rotates could be there at any second to try and reinforce, and they have been. This is a sticky and horrible situation for Monty to be in, but they realize exactly what kind of situation they're in, and they decide to back away.
Yeah, I have a problem to solve here. I'm going to walk the bomb back toward main. Afro here just staying scoped in, so he isn't herd scoping, and you know that scope is very quiet, of course, in CS2. He's going to keep creeping forward. He's got that blip possibility with Jocko, and there is a peek from Daito. Goodness me, that was dangerous. And Afro probably will be thinking to himself, damn, I had that line, and I've been out-peaked by an M4, which didn't even get a double headshot. That's crazy. Daito will be delighted with getting that kill. Jocko is trying to battle back, but he only gets one. And Ryu, stuck in the corner, should get removed by Squad now, and there we go. So, that's a settler for Eclot.
And it's coming at a really good time as well, right? I mean, first going round is exactly where you want it, just to kind of get yourself a foothold in this first half, because it was so long. With 8-1 was the first time that Eclot got around on Ancient. Like, the game is nearly over at that stage, so really important just for Eclot's mental to stop them early, and it was a nice play up towards B that really kind of kick-started all of that. Monty are deciding that they're going to send more bodies over towards the B bomb site this time out, and it's going to be a rush. They're just going to go straight down lower, but 2 players instantly shut down. The op is trying to post up on an angle here, but nobody's giving them a peek whatsoever. Eventually the peek will come true. Problem is 3 players have already died for the cause, but Afro begins to pluck 2 players out of this bomb site, and what was looking absolutely horrible now looks completely doable. Nobody has moved off A. It is still just Kriaz solo towards upper, and Ryu, if he catches a time and walks through this smoke here, Kriaz 100% is going to be a dead man. Nades out is a perfect opportunity, and all of a sudden, this round completely flips on its head.
That's crazy. Firstly, MBQ peaked lower there, completely dry. And I think, honestly, Eclot there have been rightfully punished by some big errors. So I understand Kriaz is feeling a bit nervous there playing upper, but I feel like he should maybe realise in that situation that he's had 2 teammates taken down next to him. Maybe you're unaccounted for. Maybe they don't know you're there. Throwing the nade, sure, it's unlucky timing to get walked on from heaven at that particular moment. But once he throws that nade, then they realise they can just walk on him like that. He's not going to be prepared at all for the upper push. It's a free kill. And as I said, I think the one that's most egregious is NBQ giving up his life toward Afro on lower. That was way too easy for Afro. Maybe he thought he'd walked away and he was trying to get a flank, but it's a bit of a gamble to take when you've still got those other 2 teammates on A, like we've said. Rotations dealt with very easily, and totally flipped on its head there. Monty, they're gifted the opportunities, and then we'll take them every single day of the week.
2v5, right? 2v4 when MBQ decides to make a push. That's inexcusable. I can't. I just can't. Like, you know, you're waiting. You have the advantage. You've won the round. Do not give up your life for nothing. And you rightly punished, as you were saying. Just taken out of the round, and that is really just kind of, you know, setback now. Because look at the money situation right now for the CTs. They've already lost their rifle over towards A. They've got Forzy with a scout that is hoping that he can at least soften up a couple of these players for the pistols to do their work, but these pistols are getting nothing done. Forzy's going to be taken out. It's Monty back to winning ways, and Eclot, for that overcommitment, have now lost 2 rounds off the back of it. They've given Monty 5 rounds on T side of train, and after being so all over the place on Ancient and being dominated, after getting yourself into the first half of map 2 to throw it away like that, it's just silly.
Hey, seem a little bit discombobulated, a little bit nervous, unsure. I know what it is. Eclot just, these changes are not Wasn't convinced by them, and they haven't really changed my mind too much, honestly. Maybe it was just overperforming with the players they had before. That's why they're at a much higher rank in the VRS, but now they've plummeted to like 80th or so. Lacking Mikey, as we've been mentioning. Obviously having to keep the core, so they have any sort of VRS rank whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, talking about losing Mikey, we don't know the inner workings of the team. We don't know what's gone on there, but I think it was a shame that he got benched. What could have been, maybe, for this team. No, by no means out of the game yet, that's for sure. Not counting that whatsoever, but Monty are fully in control in the driving seat. Very, very solid at the moment. As you say, you know, 5 rounds on T-side train, there's a chance it could be a lot more. 5 is already acceptable.
Oh, for sure. But what I will say is Eclot have won 2 out of 2 of the gun rounds. Right? You know, they've won 2 out of 2, and the only reason that they lost one of them was because of that misplay. Like, they dominated both of them that Monty had purchased heavily into. So that's at least something to go off. You know that it's not, you know, your opponent outplaying you. It is you actually making the misplay. And you should be a whole lot closer. But you need to now win this round. It puts you in a situation that if you don't win this one, then all of a sudden you're thinking, all right, this map actually and the series might as well just be thrown out the window. Spread out. Close up in towards IV. Or is he going to rattle off a shot with that AWP? Spread out is not going to overcommit into the angle against the Opera, but it's a Gizmy double all of a sudden. Now to put pressure on this player over towards Hell, and he's revealed himself. Big problem right now. Will at least be good for 1, but you need a little bit more here. MBQ maybe undiscovered towards the bomb site as he just sits lying in wait, and he's terrified about the angles that he's going to be peaked from, especially when 2 come swinging out of pop. Kriaz now has to rotate a long way over, but Bimus is already posted on this angle, and unless he's cleared, Kriaz is a dead man. And even if he was, Bimus was lightning quick. Monty now with a 6-1 lead on the T side of train. Dynamo Eclot's money just absolutely in the bin once again. Oh, I hate to say it, Trav, I've been less than impressed so far from Eclot today.
No, I agree, man. I'm a little bit disappointed. Monty have come in hot, and look, they've looked great. I think we shouldn't take it away from Monty. They've really, you know, pushed home their advantage every single round that I've kind of seen so far in this game. I'm quite impressed as a whole. But yeah, at the moment, Eclot just aren't really contending at all. Winning one of these low buy rounds would be some way at getting some control of their money back again. He's waiting to see if they push in toward the server room. Is that what they call it now? I don't even know what that room is. It's not showers anymore. What do they even have in that room these days?
Oh, I would say server room, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like a radio system, maybe. I don't know.
Thank you for looking at it, Gizmy. I appreciate you turning around and giving us a chance to gauge what it is.
I seen wires plugged in. I was like, they kind of look like it's something to do with audio. Maybe it's a PA system of some sort. I don't know. But yeah, it's I don't hate the push that they've gone for there to try and take down Gizmy. He was low. That was, you know, confirmed information that one of the pistols or the SMG landed a dink, so they try and get the kill. But forcing the issue was really the only way that I see Eclot kind of getting into this round. But still, I mean, you've got 2 players down towards B. You're going to be very close as the rifles make their way down lower. If they do, Gizmy's already low, so this could go good for D or with the Deagle if he hits the right shot.
Oh, here we go. Finally, something's working out for them. And at Afro, it's very hard to clutch when you've got 1, a player behind you, and 2, players facing you from the front on headshot angles when you're trying to hold with the AWP. So there we go. Eclot do get something going. They do get their second round. That will obviously help out their economy a lot. As we said, they've won it with 3 players alive. They get a free AWP off the ground. That could change their fortunes. But Monty know they have a chance to hit right back. It might only be a flash in the pan for Eclot. They want to keep it that way. They've still got money available to them, even losing a round like that. A little bit of residual cash on Jocko and Afro and Gizmy as well for maybe some sort of purchase in the following round, even if they lose this one. So, Eclot, this is their lifeline. Win a couple of rounds in a row here. Could be 6-6, could be game on.
no pressure whatsoever towards Team A right now, which is just going to allow Monty to kind of waltz out freely. 2 players in towards connector, one of the elevated angle, and that's just a perfect hold right now from the CTs. Bimus bomb dropped, and Afro already tagged down to half HP, but this is where Afro usually does his best work, in these unwinnable situations. This time, though, he's going to have to do it without the help of Ryu. That miraculous 2v5 recovery we've seen already. Bomb dropped, and it's pretty much in no man's land, and there's just so many angles on the same bomb site that you have to go clear. It is an absolute nightmare, and even though he was half expecting Spardow to be there, unfortunately doesn't fire a bullet, doesn't take him down. So that means that Eclot are going to be able to build off that little half bite that they won previously. That means they will get at least 3 CT rounds, and Monty's economy now thrown into question for one of the very first times of the game.
Yeah, as I said, like, they only really had Jocko with money, right? So if he's going to buy a hero AK, he can afford that. That's all good. Eclot do have this chance now. They've finally got an opening in the game. Can't afford to lose to a round like this. And it still is dangerous when you've got the Jocko AK. We saw what he did with it at the end of map 1. It was a flash of what we know Jocko is capable of. Very hit and miss lately. And I hate to say it, mostly miss. But he's got ability. Good angle here for Kriaz. Got Jocko and gives me coming his way. Angle is held, and actually it is Jiggle peeked out. So they're going to go for a push now, but there's 2 where that came from. They try and remove that rifle, thinking it could be alone, but it was not alone. There was a bit of a pinch coming in from upper B as well, right? So it was a good setup for Eclot.
Yeah, there was never really going to be a way in there, was there? Bomb goes trickling down into pop, and the round is done from there. Afro, the last player to fall. So Eclot have actually, now I've changed my tune a little bit. They have actually impressed me in the last couple of rounds with how they've been playing. They've, you know, reacted off that mistake. But, you know, it is kind of a worry, well, not even a worry, it would be kind of a wonder, like where Eclot would actually be on the CT side if they didn't lose that 2v5. How dominant would this first half actually have been from them? Because they've been playing some alright Counter-Strike on the CT side. Monty haven't really gotten over the pass in the last couple of rounds, and this is going to be a different change of approach once again from Monty side. They're going to try and test out Ivy. You've got Forzy now posted up, needs to be very ready on this angle. Pop flash ready from Afro. Gonna blind the upper completely. Never seen it coming. Has to try and back away. And now Forzy has lost his support. Bimus again trying to just find the openings and entries, which he will do. Dior, oh, look at the gap he's found. This is absolutely perfect. He's just trying to line up a couple, maybe more than just one. Bimus is going to go looking for him at least, and Dior cannot get it done. He was in a dangerous spot, needed to be dealt with, and it's the captain to do it.
Yeah, it's well played from Gizmy there to get that trade back. I mean, you saw there, it was a bit whiffy, a little bit up and down. Just sort of just stood there and sprayed him down, be thinking it was an easier kill than it probably was. Almost got punished for it. Could have changed around a little bit. But as it is, NBQ just waiting upper, and with no say here. Clear out A properly. Eventually going to get the bomb planted on the back of Afro. That'll be 7 on T. An impressive 7 on T as well. The first time in the game, Eclot have had something to talk about. Some good CT rounds, some good positioning, some good setups, actually, even against that low buy round. Just well dealt and well read. But yeah, it's there's a chance that it could still just all slip away. 8-4 half is very possible for Monty, and on T-side train, that is... I'll take that every single day of the week.
Yeah, and the game that I was talking about, although it is different rosters that we kind of seen from both sides at the last time these two kind of faced off, you know, it was Monty actually only picking up 2 rounds on their T side of train. So, you know, to already have 7 at this stage with the possibility of 8, like every day of the week you are going to take that. Their CT side looked really impressive. You know, when they faced off last time, they managed to pick up 7 rounds to actually make it, you know, somewhat doable, somewhat recoverable. But, you know, a 10-2 half is just so difficult to kind of get back into. You've seen, of course, that on the the first map of Ancient as well. And on Train, I would arguably say it's even worse, but Monty somehow made it work, at least for a moment, and they are just making Eclot work for every single round at this stage, it would seem. Damage done, an opening kill found, and still more players trying to spill out towards this A bomb site. But the trades are coming in here, at least for the CTs. Spardown now just trying to batten down the hatches on the site, deploy as much util as he can to keep himself afloat in this round. But eventually he's just going to be flushed out of that situation. MBQ picking one off. Trades again are just perfect for Monty. The spacing is absolutely excellent. And Forzy, you know where the opera was. He reroutes through connector. Joko might give up his life for free here. Can he get away? Yes, he will. There's all the information that he was after, but it nearly cost him the round.
Yeah, it's crazy. They were just so nervous about him being on a flank from Pop or something. They didn't want to plant. So they were trying to maybe force the issue and plant on the opposite bomb site. But Afro has gone down, and now Joko's gone down as well. So the 5-7 manages to remove him. Forzy rushes Jocko down, and Gizmi was only 9 HP during all of this anyway. So Forzy's going to switch to the rifle. So far playing the clutch to perfection. Monty overthinking it to begin with, but still got the plant down on A, and it still could be one they've lost, though. There'll be a stick of the defuse, though, in the smoke, and maybe in that sort of situation, they just didn't know how low Gizmi truly was, because if you did know, you're playing for the duel there, rather than a risk of a stick, that's for sure.
I think they were aware. I think, you know, that's why you could see him kind of searching out with that pistol, because I think Gizmi landed, or the dink was landed by Spardown, maybe.
Okay.
So I think they did have the information on it. He swaps over to the AK. Problem was, again, I mean, in a post-plant situation, when you don't see anything, there's so many smokes up on that bomb site. Like, there's so many different angles that Gizmi could be playing, and there's simply just not enough time after the bomb goes down for you to clear every single one of them. So I think it was just a situation where let's just stick the bomb and hope for the best. Unfortunately, the best was not the outcome that Eclot were after, and this has definitely been far from their best on the CT side of Train. And this is been a tough one. It's been a tough series so far to watch. Definitely, if you're an Eclot fan, you were expecting a lot more coming into this. You were hoping that maybe they could guarantee a spot in the playoffs, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen unless we see a monster of a T side coming up from them.
Yeah, it's very true. It is very true. It's those sort of rounds at the end of the half as well, which can go awry, can turn a game a little bit. There's a big difference between a 7-5 and an 8-4.
For sure.
Yeah, it's frustrating that they weren't able to complete it. Jocko, as we saw, you know, when he only just got away, when he went into con with the bomb, I was like, oh goodness, what's he doing here? And Forzy's there waiting for you. It could have gone a completely different way, that final round. But unfortunately, Eclot, it's not their way, and already they're trying to make it a bit of a pacey pistol. Ryu is stuck on E-Box. He's got so much support from that early position. It's going to be an absolute wipeout. If there's one thing you can rely on, it's Ryu getting kills with dualies. It seems like every single pistol he's able to do that. And Monty will just swarm Forzy, and it's 9-4.
A-play just very much expected, dealt with, nobody pathing towards the E-box, so it made it kind of easy. Once the swing out comes, nobody spotted, everybody trying to get up sandwich towards back red, take the fights. But Monty, again, you can see, you know, the quick rotations that we saw in Ancient, they had everybody there to deal with that. And now pistols out, Eclot decided not to go for the investment. No bomb plant means that they won't risk it, but it really just puts a lot of emphasis, doesn't it, on the first gun round that we are going to see in the next. If they are unsuccessful there, their endeavors on Train might just be ended. They have to play out a 2-2 game in order to get themselves into the playoffs.
Right.
You never know. I mean, we've been around the game long enough, Trav, that we've seen these rounds completely capitulate. So I'm not going to hold my breath.
No, it does happen. It does happen. But in a game like this, it feels extra unlikely, doesn't it? Afro doesn't have a helmet. What if he's the one to go down first, crazily, to like a P250 tap from D2 at range? Or a Glock running at him.
It would
Suddenly
be
there's
just
a
your luck, like, you
suddenly
know.
there's an M4 on the T side and get a bit crazy. Playing long range though, the P250 will have to hit a crazy shot from there.
I mean, they're going to the correct bomb site, so if Joko isn't careful, there maybe is a chance, but I mean, time is so low. You've already seen some pieces of information dump your util, are actually going to reroute now through pop, and this is going to be surely heard and held for by Ryu. 12 seconds to try and make your way out. It's just an absolute massacre making your way towards this bomb site. Everybody falls. It's an easy round for Monty, as to be expected. So the lack of helmet doesn't cost Afro this time, and panic averted for the moment. But it is definitely DEFCON 5 for Dynamo Eclot. It is really just do or die in this gun round. 5 AKs, plenty of util. They need to get something done here.
Joko with that bounce flash off the wood. It's funny, isn't it? I mean, that sort of one wooden panel on the floor that was clearly added for a reason. It's one of the most important ones over on B. If you want to go for any sort of aggression, pop a flash to the top, pop a flash off the board, bank it off, or even push with a nade as well. So you can just take a duel straight up and toward that broken ball position. But okay, we'll just feign it in this round. Playing obviously quite a tough role in this team on train. And the main B anchor playing up close with the rotator and Ryu there to help out with the flash. And he will have a look up, but he'll see nothing. The Q is still waiting there. And Afro actually will get found pretty randomly, it feels like, through the corner of the wall by Kriaz. So finally an opening in a gun round here for Eclot to work with again.
Still low. Forgives me, you're hearing the steps make their way out, or might be baited in completely by that smoke, and that's one way to get your advantage back. I mean, you find that kill, and Eclot, they still haven't, you know, made their way out onto a bomb site. They don't really have the main control right now. Forzy's going to walk in, but Gizmy's still up close, just trying to put bullets through that smoke to maybe find something more. And you've got 20 seconds if you're Eclot to try and get out, and there's simply no way in. It's a really strong hold from Monty, who just never kind of gave up their aggressive positions in towards T main. And Eclot just didn't get any control. It was plain and simple on that round. The T's just did not get any pieces of the puzzle around the map to be able to react off it, and a desperation play out towards main just doesn't work. Even with the opening kill they found, shut down 11-4, and it is a scrappy buy, a hero rifle. It's only a Galil as well on Forzy to try and get something done. This is just Eclot fighting for their lives.
This is so much easier than I thought it would be today, man, coming into this game. They're just trying to force their way through a smoke now. I mean, they could just get the rounds over in 15 seconds. Like, they just gifted Joko a quad kill. I know it's a low investment round, but usually teams at this level have thought put into their low investment rounds. They look to go for damage. They look to put a couple of bits of utility over to try and get some progress over the map. That was a pure just run down B and hope for the best, and it does not work out for them, as it shouldn't, really. Monty 12-4 wants to win this game as more comfortably than I think they ever thought they would. Maybe I'm Monty's good luck charm, because I swear they've played so well in the games that I've covered them, and obviously you can see the recent results. It's not all plain sailing for them across the scene. So, tough day at the office for Eclot, but Monty just looking incredibly solid on the two maps that we thought they would look solid on, to be fair.
Yeah, we said it in the pregame, didn't we? You know, Monty would have been delighted with both of the maps that were going to be played here. You know, just Eclot picking into an Ancient, that just went swimmingly, and this one is going as good as maybe they would have wanted as well. But Eclot have just looked not up to scratch, unfortunately, just being plucked out of this round one by one, and eventually the last two do fall. Monty dominant and steamrolling their way into the playoffs. That might be one of the most impressive performances I've seen from them this year. They made it look quite easy. Of course, there's some weird circumstances with both of these teams, Trav. You know, they're both kind of testing out a couple of new options each. But Monty, I mean, they just looked a head and shoulders above Eclot today.
That is possibly the quickest and easiest BO3 I've covered in CS2 in actually quite a long time. I mean, that was domination at a completely crazy level. I know Eclot are like changing things with their personnel, trying to bring Kriaz back. They're trying this, Spidal, the Lithuanian player. But, like, sure, I didn't expect it to be anything as easy as this. Monty have looked incredibly solid across the entire board. They've had, it's not like one player has popped off and has carried both maps. It's just a great team performance. They're all over like a rash the whole game. And, yeah, good signs. Good signs from Monty that they're able to win a game like this so easily. As I said, I think, Jocko is starting to warm up a little bit. Sure, in an easy game like this, he's going to look a little bit better. But that quad kill at the end of Ancient was very impressive. If Jocko does look like the early 3D Max form that we saw from him before he tailed off quite considerably, and Beamisk will stay consistent, this could be one of the better, Monty mixed projects we've seen in a little while.
Yeah, I think so. I think, when we're talking about Joko, we've seen it a little bit on Ancient. He was finding his form. He was having a couple of important rounds. He doesn't need to be the star in this team. That's the beauty of it, though. He doesn't need to be, the big player. And Bimas, we seen then, glimmers of him on train. The openings that he was able to find on the T side, the space that he was able to create and occupy. And honestly, I'm really excited to see this Monty team moving forward. I think they could be a real threat in playoffs, but I think their performance today was definitely just underlined by a poor Eclot performance. I think they just didn't have many ideas whatsoever. We could see there they really struggled on their T side. So if this Eclot team is going to work, I think they just need more practice days or more officials definitely in the server just to get a feel of what's going to work, because unfortunately, and I do hate to say it today, it definitely didn't work.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, people will look at the scoreline if they haven't watched the game. I would say, did Monty play great or did Eclot play bad? And unfortunately, I think it's both. I think it really is both. So, yeah, we're going to have a quick look at the schedule now to see, of course, what we've got coming up for the rest of the day. That was a very quick opening game. But we've got Partisan versus Amcal and Cybershoke versus Z10 to come later on this afternoon. But thank you, Monty. Very, very quick game. Means I can have my lunch a lot earlier than I thought I'd be able to. So, God bless. Appreciate that. But for us, of course, it's a very quick BO3. So we're going to hop off, hand the baton over to some of our casting colleagues. And we'll be a little bit... we will, of course, be back on some CCT broadcasts in the future. But for now, we'll say a bit of an extended break. Maybe like an hour and a half, maybe more, until that next game. And we'll be back for that. But, yeah, enjoy the rest of the day. And see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our afternoon games here in the CCT Series 3 Europe, and it's new faces, me and Doug, to take you through the action. And Brandon, we've got some pretty good games coming up. Bit of 2-1 action on our screens.
Yeah, it should be good, right? The fact that we're no longer in 1 and 2 as we were yesterday, can just see which teams go through to playoffs. And to be fair, there's some surprising ones here. We can take a look at the schedule just to show everyone what we've got coming up, because for Partisan and Amcal, that's really exciting to me. Cybershoke been kicking on a little bit, and it's my first time getting to watch Madden with Zero Tenacity. So I'm really interested to see what that looks like, because that feels like a weird move, but a cool one at the same time. Good for Madden. To be honest, good for Zero Tenacity, because they needed something to change.
Yeah, actually, it just feels like the perfect choice, really. Madden's available. He's had a lot of experience playing in the Tier 1 circuit, and we know he can be a really solid player. So I'm really actually keen to see him with that squad. And Partisan, we got to cover them during the 0-1 game where they dominated Heroic Academy, and then they went on to beat FabBet in the 1-1. So they're doing pretty good after that initial loss in the 0-0 category. Amcal are in an interesting position though, as they got I'm not sure what they're going on with their permanent 5th at the moment. It looks like there's kind of some ins and outs. Balance has been playing the last couple. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. A lot of new players on teams in these final games.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a little deep dive into that Partisan roster, because again we can just speak about change, because we've immediately got Depression coming in, Orpin over Kindo. Obviously Emmy stepped out from in-game leading responsibilities, and it wouldn't surprise me if Kindo was doing that role now, to be honest, if he's now rifling, and then Depression picks up the AWP. But Depression looked really good. I was really impressed with what he got out of him. I thought Collins, Dragon were looking very consistent, and Kindo was solid on the rifle. If you need a secondary AWP, you can rely on your old primary one. So I was really skeptical when I first saw the move, but on the small sample size of one game that I saw against an academy team, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers from Depression since you joined Partisan, and we were fortunate enough to watch his best map, which was a plus 16, 25 for 9 on that nuke map. He was everywhere and doing everything. For the most part, though, when it comes to the tougher competition, it seems to be kind of middle of the road, it would appear. So I think this will be a big test for him here against FabBet. It was kind of an average, roughly 1.0 rating across 3 maps. So he's been doing his job, but hasn't been kind of blowing minds. But I guess that's kind of similar to where Kindo was, when he was AWPing as well. Just a consistent player, not necessarily the star. You're more looking to Dragon for the big stats, the big carries.
Yeah, which is surprising, because I want to put Vladin in that conversation, but he's been a bit quiet recently. Well, we'll take a look at Amcal, because you're right. This team's interesting. It picked up Stinix a little while ago, which I think is a really fantastic addition. I feel like Stinix was a really underutilized player in Tier 2. I've got a lot of trust in him. You know a bit about AW. I think AW is one of the most promising riflers in the scene, and I feel like he's just got to realize that potential, and he'll be unbelievably good. It was him and Height initially, and then it was him and Melody carrying quite a lot for Amcal. Disbalance in this team, I think, adds that necessary level of experience alongside Stinix. I think this roster's a lot more balanced now, and it'll be interesting to see how the core get on with these two players. So I'm eagerly awaiting to watch them. This is, again, just, I think, a day of firsts for me, because I really wanted to watch this Amcal team, and now I get the opportunity to. I really wanted to see what Madden looked like in Zero Tenacity. We get to do that in the next game. It's a fun one, and I think I'm biased towards Amcal because I rate AW so much.
Was there a pun intended with the team being more balanced?
No, but that's very good.
Yeah, he hasn't disbalanced the roster. Although, I wasn't sure. He's played, 3 maps with them, I think, the last 2 games they played. A long-term change or what, but
I don't know, but I like it.
Yeah, he's been good, and the experience I think is the main thing, right? Because I think this is a very young roster, I think, across the board, and having a player like Balance who does bring that experience. He's been around the block quite a bit now. It's definitely going to elevate them, especially against a team like Partisan, who have plenty of experience across their roster, right? It's like the polar opposites in many ways, although obviously Depression, young guy coming in.
The thing for Amcal right now is you've actually got your riflers sort of expressly explicitly needing to step up, because you've got to remember, I just balance standing in or not, who he's replacing? Melodoi. Where is he? At the playoffs of the major right now. So you don't have that carry, and you're going to have to rely on the riflers being a lot more consistent. Started to get out of Spade 8 towards the start of the year. Kalash goes missing quite often in maps, which is why I really like the Stinix pickup, because I think between Stinix and AW, they've got the potential to carry games. It's just whether I just balance is going to be that reliable AWPer, and to be fair to him, he normally is.
Yeah, Cynics has been great in their last couple of games as well. They absolutely dominated Fisher College, but against Ruby, which was a 3-mapper, he was putting up some great numbers across that and has been really good throughout CCT. But I still kind of lean towards Partisan here, just because we had such a great game versus Heroic Academy, and I just love this combination of players. And the Depression pickup, it's just been really cool seeing him back in the fold. And yeah, I think he is, even though Midas Balance had a good few maps. He's been out of the picture for so long. Like, we haven't seen him for almost 6 months. Like, it was back in like January or February, I think.
Same could be said for Depression, though.
I suppose. But Depression's had a lot more officials, I think, in the last 2 or 3 weeks. Whereas Midas Balance has played like 2 games. So it's a very small sample size.
It is. We can look at Veto, so we can see where this one is going to end up. And Amcal Pit Mirage, pretty evident they were probably going to go in that direction. It was either going to be that or, to be honest, Inferno, but they decided to go for Mirage. Partisan elects to pick into this Ancient, which has been a strugglesome point for Amcal, which surprises me because, firstly, they used to be really good on this map. Secondly, Stinix is unbelievable on this map, so the fact they've got a 33% win rate is, which was really surprising for me. And then they let Inferno go through as the decider. Veto, in my opinion, still favors Amcal. It's just whether Partisan can rock up on Ancient.
Yeah, a lot of single-digit losses for Amcal on this on Ancient lately. So it's been a tough one. Had a 13-1 versus Fisher College, but I don't know if that was just a complete blowout. So I don't know if I really want to put too much stock in that. It has been a struggle for the most part. Inferno are a great decider for both teams. So this does kind of feel like it could be all 3 maps. I've seen Partisan play some good Mirage before, but it's definitely not been super consistent. A lot of games where they haven't been able to close it out. And yeah, I think they've had some very, very close maps, but not able to get over the line. So we'll see where this will take place, how it's going to play out. But we're not quite ready to hop into the game from the sounds of it. So we'll take a little moment, and when we come back, we'll be jumping in to Partisan versus Amcal. Don't go too far.
Here we go then. Partisan versus Amcal. First map of Mirage, which is Amcal's pick. And we hyped it up in pre-game that we're excited just to kind of watch both of these rosters and see where they're at. And for one of them making it through to the playoffs with a 3-1 record, that'd be a really good sort of early judgment on the roster. Honeymoon period, maybe. But it'd be great to see them in playoffs.
Yeah, new ops on both sides.
Ooh.
Dragon, little headbutt. Nice. Looking for a headshot. Not quite finding the mark, but a lot of information. 3 players cross, spotted out from window as well. And it looks like short is the play, but Dragon actually stays active. That smoke that he disrupted gave him room behind it. He's traded immediately. This does change the T approach for now. Bomb has to go back, but it looks like B still is the intended destination.
It's so awkward for Vladimir because he's so isolated. Depression needs to help him out. But because you just lost your connector player, you're trying to spot for short, but you're also struggling as to what's happened. Fortunately, no one has been able to cross into ladder in time. But with this connector play being made, if Collins gets caught here, if Svede gets a really good time in, then the whole round is still in jeopardy.
Yeah, you can see they really wanted to commit to short. Now they're like, all right, we're just going to pause, see if the CT aggression comes through. There's nothing that plays out. Here comes that con play, but Collins wins it. This means it has to be into B. Vladin disengages, wants to play that player advantage. He was gushed as well, so he doesn't want to give up his life. That 4v3 in play. Bomb goes down. Not a kit, so they're just going to have to move as a unit. Looks like Indo wants to go through middle. Will be a play to fight him in in towards ladder, sorry.
Whoa.
And I don't know how Gindo wins that, but he does. And Vlad in middle of HP gets his the wide swing. Vladin's taken both. Doesn't matter, he's good. They just move as a pack. And yeah, the ladder fight causes some chaos. Site players try and respond with their fights, and nothing goes for Amcal.
Nothing happens for Amcal, sure, and you can look at all these fights and think, okay, that's SE, which it was. But the whole reason Partisan win that round directly is because Vladin doesn't commit and anchors the bomb site. He just moves out. He moves all the way back towards Market Door. He plays his life. He guarantees the rotations can come in with him. And they all just move as a unit. Sure, Kindo goes in towards short and wins that crazy fight. But it doesn't matter. The point is, you got all these player advantages for Partisan. Amcal aren't able to get an entry kill on the bomb site. And from there, they've got no afterplant space in. So it's fantastic from Vladin. Because him staying alive just causes all of that.
We're going to get that forced investment through. Let's see if Skalil can get some work. Spade 8 will remove Collins. Didn't look like that was favorable. Surely this trade comes and yeah, Dragon secures it. Now it is going to be the push through. Vladin 1-for-1. It's only this short support from Dragon to try and hold on to this bomb site. Needs to stay alive. It doesn't happen. Headshot will confirm it.
I'd say.
It's tricky. You have this short position.
You do, but you don't have a kit. Unless there's one dropped on site, you're under player disadvantage. And they've already set up in really good post plants. And you haven't really got any utility to smash this out. And now you've been spotted. You can grab an M4 and you can just leave. Like, Kindo should just be leaving here. You give Amcal the round, but you are saving 2 M4s, so at least the investment isn't going to be brutal.
Yeah, you'll get those 2 rifles into the next, and yeah, still a Mac-10 and Scout on the T side. Yeah, Vladin goes for a much more upfront approach on B. We saw in the pistol round how he played kind of the retake setup, falls back. In this round, because he's selling apartments, he just has no get out of jail free card, and as soon as 3 plays appear in his screen, sure, he gets 1, but once he goes down, he relied on that kill from short, which doesn't come through. That goes the other way, and it all falls apart.
They basically ran back it exactly the round they wanted to do in the pistol. That makes it happen in the second. That's going to be making them feel a little bit happier. They get this round over the line, then they break the money for Partisan early. And yeah, again, we're getting a very similar start to things for Amcal. No one really acknowledging Ramp or Palace existing. They're just still creating this conditioning over towards middle, over towards underpass. They are really directly fighting for this control. But they're also really anticipating that Partisan are going to be aggro and make a reaction.
Four in a super active position. Lack of any contact on A actually really favors Partisan here. If this is going to be another B finish, you got double SMGs in apps itself. While the rifles are in charge of the L destinations, Dragon goes forward. I don't know how many bodies he saw, but that's surely a chunk of info. Not the nade he hoped for. Maybe off the back of that, it might be a reroute, and Collins gets caught. At least that isn't the rifle, but now the rifle does go down. Spade 8 removes Kindo. And suddenly, it starts to fall apart for Partisan. They're getting picked apart one by one.
Such a shame, actually. When you look at this, Veto should have Dragon right now. It's such a shame when you look at this because like you understand the MP9 player getting caught in connector. That's fine, but on his screen he's seen 2 players. And we've seen already the good fundamentals out of Vladin, just to remain passive, not giving away his life, that leads to Partisan winning. Then Kindo running through the smoke to try and trade out that player, which is a Mac-10 on short. It makes no sense to me whatsoever, because if you're allowing that control up short, they've already smoked into connector, or you smoked into connector regardless. Just start rotating. Just start rotating to B, because the minute you give up that kill on con, everyone that is already gambling over towards that B bomb site is completely useless, and you've basically lost the round because you pushed by yourself.
This round shouldn't be very exciting. Amcal have broke the bank, so we've got USP stack on B. Because, yeah, of course, that's where they've gone every single round. Much surprised Amcal don't go for an A hit here, knowing that you've broke the bank. They'll get a read on this pretty shortly, you'd imagine. Worst thing they can do is just full hit in here and then, you know, lose a play or two on the entry, give a rifle over. With thorough utility, thorough clears, there's no problem at all, in fact. Go straight into the stack and they bowl it over.
Look at all the mollies that we used as well. I love that they used the mollies to clear out the deep corners, which meant that the players entering could clear out all the shallow ones. So there's a molly that goes into van, as you'd expect. There's a molly that goes bench. There's a molly that goes back site by empty pillar. And that means that no one can fight the player walking just directly out the balcony, except for the defender that is on balcony. And now you've done all this conditioning over towards B. For 4 rounds, you're just rushing A. This is so fast out of Amcal. AW flies out of Palace, and of course Kindo's not expecting that.
That's obscene. The M4 as well, just charging in, and then a follow through onto Depression. Collins is here, and he's getting hounded. This is insane speed from Amcal.
There's no util. There's no util until they get on site.
And they've not been to A at all, like at all. So you're not expecting a fast play by contact like that. But a couple of good kills in the retake. Flash is low.
Oh, I thought Kalash was going to go all the way around the world to top middle. He doesn't. They can't go for this anyway. They got no kit.
There are 3 dead corpses that they'll walk past. Maybe one as a kit. Just gonna throw the smoke and try and cause damage, perhaps. I don't know if the damage matters. You keeping these M4s, I think, is much more important. So
true.
With the tag, get out of there.
So true, bestie. So true.
So true.
That's such an outrageous turn of pace. Like, that's actually just so amazing.
Do that one of your prems, guys. Just call the A rush with no util. It will not work. Because you are not as coordinated as Amcal.
Let's talk about the coordination as well. You might be thinking, okay, well, AW swung out Palace. What's important is how far he's gone out of Palace there. It's so important when you're the first player. So yes, fundamentals, and you're entering, specifically out Palace or Mirage, you go as wide as you can, because not only do you drag the crosshairs, but it means your teammates can get out. If you're one of those people in Face It that is rushing A through Palace, we go, guys, let's go Palace Waterfall, and then you stop in the doorway, I hate you. Just swing wide. Or don't play Mirage.
Everyone wants the glory, but everyone's afraid of the fight. All right, well, an opening hill Partisan. It's been few and far between. It's an aggressive posturing, and it's a double up from Dragon in towards Palace. That's the AWP too that he removed on that first peak. Balance had the spawn to go for it. Flash will get one back. Oh. He knows Collins is here too. You want to give up A after you've just gotten these 2 great kills over at B, and Kalash has collapsed them. Oh, the short fight is disgusting. How did it all go so horribly wrong? Well, I'll tell you, Kalash just ran straight in and took every fight.
He headbutts the Palace smoke, and he just jumps out. The player, I think it was Kindo at a ramp, has to go close with the 5-7. And he just one-taps both of them. That is ridiculous. I love how this team looks, because it used to be, genuinely, even before Melodoi and there was height, you had one rifler getting decent amount of kills, and you had the AWPer just like 30 kills, 25 kills every game. And it was one of those things where it was really hard to judge where the floor was of this team, because you just had a hyper carry every game. And now we're not getting that, especially in this map with Balance being a little bit quiet. To be fair to him, I think he's had the AWP in like 2 rounds. One of the rounds he was on A holding jungle, he gets peeked from stairs. This round he just gets owned by Dragon. But it's like all the riflers are just contributors. Stinix has taken to this roster like a duck to water. I hope I don't eat my words in like an hour and a half, but this is one of the reasons why I'm just so big on Amcal. Like, they're so good. I don't know. It looks cool.
Yeah, definitely liking what I'm seeing. Super aggressive and not afraid of the fights. And Partisan are also not afraid of the fights, but I think that's maybe a bit of their downfall at the moment. You can see Collins there wanting to keep fighting. We can see that they're kind of committing to a lot of engagements where they're untradeable, or if they go down, the site's lost. I think especially in that situation where they got 2 kills on B and you lose 1 on A immediately, I think Collins has to find a different avenue to get away from. So you're not anticipating the clash double.
That's a 3v5 though.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. Alright, Depression's got an AWP. Starting on A. After that double up in towards the apartments, Partisan are anticipating that Amcal don't want to go there again. And they'd be right on the money. That isn't happening. Instead, you've got 1 player top mid, 1 player under in Spade 8. And the rest of Amcal are looking just to sneak through. And you've seen the trajectory of that molly. You know that Spade 8 is in underpass. He just jumps up on the bench. He really wants to eradicate this short player. But he can't do it. So instead, he's going to break open this smoke. They're going to swing together, but it's not going to work out. Spade 8 will at least get a trade. And now all eyes on A.
The Dragon, though, pushes forward. Depression has found his kill onto Cynic. So this is now looking great for Partisan second. Kalash looking to repeat his success from rounds prior. Out from the Palace, gets that first kill, but it's costly, down to low HP. Dragon will disengage. So Depression will disengage. Balance starts to scale forward. Looking for the fight, it's a leg shot onto Vlading. Couldn't quite connect the shots. The duelies come out, and that's when Collins swings. And he'll take down both, just about. So Partisan will get that second round.
You know what? Balance, I respect it, but at the same time, bro. What are you doing? He's legged him, he thinks he can kill him. Vladin's the only guy on Partisan that is actually refusing to take fights. So he backs out. He steps forward into the jungle angle. Feels unnecessary. Really cool flash that Kalash threw, by the way. Like, bounced off the corner of the CT ticket on the left side and just full blinds anyone. Depression hoping for an angle, but now he gets full blind, and pace seems to be the name of the game now for Amcal. And Balance hits a shot, a break on the smoke won't earn anything for Collins, and now he's just confused. Where have I gotten off to? He's just on the other side of the window.
Well, Respoke will at least allow him to get out, but look at the positions of the T's. They wanted to converge on this B bomb site. Vladin is again very forward positioned. And with Depression spotted, firing off, you know there's 2 players here at B. It's going to be the A play. AW is taking jungle control. Collins is holding for a forward push. The timing, it's terrible, but he'll go back and win the fight. Flames at his feet, and players looking at him from every direction. If it wasn't Cynics, it was going to be Fade 8.
Oh, look at this.
A little reposition, but Depression reads it, and he'll get the shot. You know Kalash is hanging out. Sorry, Cynics. Kalash has gone through middle with the bomb. He's caught a cheeky timing up short.
I think Kindo saw him, I think.
Yeah, Vladin's moved back. And we'll swing. Timing is decent for Kalash. Flames go forward. He doesn't have that reinforcement for a while, but winning that fight is everything. That's going to allow the time, allow the space. Depression doesn't want to give this room over. He moves into the bomb site. A risky maneuver, but Kalash has no idea. Depression is playing close around empty and starts to skirt forward, still not revealing himself. Oh, Kalash is going to get caught out, but spotted. Still, bomb denied. And look at the time, 10 seconds. There's just no way here. You need to find this kill onto Depression, and then you need the bomb down. First kill comes in, but the time isn't there to plant. So Depression getting close, getting that timing, secures the round.
Yeah, well played from Depression. So 25 seconds left, and Kindo looking connected. There's no way that he can go back to A there. So he just tucks in the corner, is able just to hide. I love his pathing. He actually does cross over on the left-hand side. Just to, in case the player starts walking to bench. He's then got that opportunity. He just plays it perfectly. Why on earth would you expect the AWPer to do that? But shout out Kindo. Because Kindo's actually the one that spots him in the first place. Sure, Vlad didn't win the fight, but they were a lot more aware of it, and Depression could have been on that way to make that rotate. And now Partisan are just owning Amcal.
Yeah, okay, shoes on the other foot. As soon as you started praising Amcal.
Yeah, of course.
But good to see Depression these last couple of rounds getting very active. He's a really fun AWP to watch, like the way he aggressively positions himself around. He's not afraid of going for those sort of plays like we saw in the previous, if it will secure the round. This one wins out the fight on Idis Balance at ramp. Leaves to the same 2 from the last round to pick up. Oh, hello, headshot. And that gives it a 2-on-4. Still very difficult, but if Kindo goes looking and gets caught, doesn't. That was the kill that could have put things back into Amcal's favor. Instead, it's Kalash who should be walking into a crosshair any moment, especially as he's spotted. You hate scaling mid like that when you're playing 4x3, let me tell you.
Yeah, why do they have to say anything?
Yeah, you
5-1.
ruined it.
Now they're going to be 5-5. Good bounce back from Partisan, though. And it's a solid team effort. They've been really good at getting these opening kills. Just, it feels like Dragon and Collins are saying, right, this round I'm going to proactively fight here. Okay, no worries, bro. I'll just play a little bit more passive. And then one of them gets a double kill. The only rounds that Amcal have been winning come from sheer acceleration, just into a bomb site or through middle. If they get the opening kill, they're more often than not winning the round. But if they don't get the opening kill and their plan fails, they're a little bit stuck on what to do next.
Depression still looking for that opening frag. There's just pistols in this one. There is that Kalash AK Hero 1 brought through. He's invested a little heavier, maybe feeling himself, and for good reason after what we've seen so far from him. A bit of success at B. So I think that's where they set their eyes, at least try and find Vladin, who, again, loves to change up the way he's approaching the apartments, but is definitely not afraid of being up close and personal. That smoke timing is brilliant, and the spam almost removes the AK. I see that passed over, and it will be. Vladin's in a perfect position just to spray away and collect kills. They want to continue. He's done so much damage.
Svedate's just ran through jungle and has killed the AWP. And has now made Vladin's life impossible.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Sveda has just won the entire round for Amcal. Look at the bodies on the floor when you look at Kindo's POV. That's where Sveda came from. Hit a timing connector, then went through it, dinks, Depression in the murder hole. And Depression's trying to run away, and Sveda has gone through the murder hole whilst the AWP is scoped on him and has killed him anyway. And that forced Vladin into apps because then he's worried about Sveda backstabbing him and then he just dies to a Tech 9. That is brutal. Poor Vladin.
Yeah, Vladin does everything that he can. He's in the position to win the round. All he needs is one of his teammates to win that fight and remove Fade 8. Can't do it. And losing that AK, yeah, you need to hold on to this one because Collins has nothing in next. In fact, you would have liked both of those rifles, but... Alright, that's one stolen back. I think maybe part of the sloppiness there is that all this information's coming in from Vladin that there's like multiple players in apartments on the outside of this smoke, that they're about to burst through. The AWP's rotated over. And this Tech 9's given the opportunities to find these cheeky fights.
I think that's a round they definitely didn't expect to win, and then suddenly it gets gifted to them. They'll take that all day long, Amcal. Especially because Sveda is the in-game leader of this team, and he just says, right, guys, don't die to Vladin, and I'll have to craft a way to win this. In-game leader as the lurk on a Tech 9 round is bonkers, but hey, it worked. And now you're a risk, Partisan, because if you lose this, you've got no money now. It could be 8-4.
Idis Balance finds the opener. Searching for his chance to get one, has been bested a few times by Depression, but this time we'll remove Vladin early. That's over at B. And again, it's Biden getting aggressive in the apartments. You now know that he's just going to do this every round. And when you got the spawn with the AWP, why not try and challenge?
Feels like one of the... Sorry, I was going to say, it feels like one of the first times Amcal have actually found an opening kill in these rounds.
Going back to A. The AWP and Kinto are in good positions. And in fact, a third player rotates. So Partisan are gambling over this side. And they're going to have all the bodies here.
Oh, this is really cool. Depression's committed, but it just sets up Kindo. I doubt there's going to be a flashbang over the top. There, in fact, there might just be a flash for Kindo. Kindo around the corner, but AW plays anti, sees it in time. And had they have just held this setup where it's Depression forward facing on the orb and then baiting players in, it could work out a lot better, as it does here for Collins. But he gets team flashed. He gets team flashed by Dragon, and now this is a complete disaster.
Got flash low and bomb. Oh, the spam.
Oh, it hit him.
It actually hit him. But he still gets it down. One more bullet would have done it. Fresh will at least get that kill back, but that was a low HP player. Now you know the AWP's coming there. So, on the other side, I Disbalance holds the walkout. Dragon moves forward. Cynics in towards the Palace. That's going to be the key player here. And if you remove Dragon, this round becomes a whole lot easier. Not planted for I Disbalance, so that is a slight problem. The
No
clock's
kit.
ticking. There's no kit. There's no time. Yeah, they realize they have to bail. Need to save these weapons because they are on the brink. For Amcal, that secures 7.
Oh, at least they get the AWP, but oh man, that is... 2 little micro decisions that influence a whole round. The first one is Depression breaking that setup with Kindo and flashing him forward into ramp. AW just sees it in time. Anti-flash, bang, easy kill. 2 targets. Then you've got Depression baiting for Collins. Collins gets a double. You think fantastic. And then Dragon full blinds him in the heat of the moment and allows Amcal to get that 7th. Had they just held that setup, I think they would have just been able to wipe the floor with Amcal. That's really upsetting if you're a Partisan fan.
Dragon's looking for the spike in middle, but reveals where he's spamming. Still actually does the chunk of the damage. Veto not able to do that back to him. W close by, flash forward to try and deal with him. It's perfect. Collins gets the kill through the shoulder of his teammate, but secures it nonetheless. You've got Depression on the line at B. Biden is short this time. In the position. Amcal will be expecting someone aggressive. Will they be expecting the AWP? Have 4 players to deal with. The jump over. Depression hits the flick. That is nasty. And he's not done. Locks down a second. He's not going to be shying away for any more fights. We're going to see if he can catch the head. Crouch up. It's a tuck in with the bomb.
Wall bang him.
I Disbalance caught. 7-5 half from the looks of it. Yep, Collins will secure. So Partisan flawless on the final round.
That was lovely. Oh, that flick was so sick. I'm actually just speechless. That's such a really nice little pluck out the sky. The fact that his movement is just so good in this round, Depression, because he takes so many different angles whilst being safe the majority of the time. And he repositions to take even more fights. It just works perfectly. Really impressive. And again, I suppose that is one of the good micro decisions that came out of that previous round, is the fact that they decided, hey, look, we can't go for this. We've got to save. We'll keep the AWP. And then the saved AWP wins this entire round for Partisan. So they will at least get their 5th. But now Amcal and their aggressive riflers move on to the defense.
That's what I like about Depression, just because he's fun to watch. Like the way that he does move around, like he's he doesn't stop moving in a lot of times, and he'll always regress onto the angle and go for little jump ups and all sorts of fun micro maneuvers. It's exciting to watch. You know, I wouldn't compare him to Monty, but it's that same style of like he's like emulating. You know, like the really hyper movement based AWPing. And I think against a player like I Disbalance, I think he's definitely coming out ahead in that head-to-head for the most part. But I don't think I look at Amcal and expect the AWP to be the lead fragger. It is, as you've said, much more about these riflers. As we've seen some great rounds from them, and everyone contributing really across the board of the rifle core.
It definitely feels like one of those games that Depression can take over, based on what we've been saying. It's just whether he's actually given enough opportunities in rounds to be able to influence them. Because if Amcal just going to be really aggressive and just taking all these fights, and Depression hasn't got a chance to get set up in any angles without losing teammates, then that's where it's really going to struggle. It's going to be one of these Palace ramp bursts. Svede just on the close corner. Stinix here as well. Everyone is playing anti-flash. This could get a little bit dangerous here for Amcal.
Veto tucked in. Spotted. No way. That's how you get that kill. And then Vladin just capitalizes. I mean, what can you say? There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. Sorry, you don't want to throw this Partisan and she's scale 4, trying to give the fights over. Let's given them a chance to get into this as we recover from that insane entry. With this disengaged from Partisan, with the clock ticking, unless the kills come instantly, which they are not. It's Depression going down after 1, Collins securing, and an outrageous way to take the pistol.
So some of the other casters have been swearing a little bit on the broadcast. I'm going to use my one time here. What the fuck was that? Like, honestly, he's mid-air. Svede has let the guy go. Depression has re-cleared him and has just whacked him out of Palace. Oh my god. That is insane. Fair play. Very good. Now 4A. Well, we couldn't get him on A with 3, guys. We're going to have 4. It's a fun little double setup, though. Look at him. Yeah. Look at him all twitching and moving over CS2. It's so creepy and cringe. Look at their little feetsies go.
It's actually scary. The bomb's here. It's only 2 players. Oh, what a shot. But now the swing. If you remove the bomb, you remove Depression, this round gets hairy. Sure, there is this lurk. Okay, and that's going to be the big thing. You got to play in the backlines already, almost in spawn, but that's being accounted for. Clash is looking backwards, must have heard it, and hits the shot. A 1 dig on the Dragon. Rifle barely gets to fire.
Oh no, Vlad, if you throw your flashbang, they know exactly where both of them are, because Collins has just mollied in towards sight. So if Vladin drops his utility, that's all the info, and Kalash has walked back short. And now you know that Vladin's in at ramp. He can't even get the first kill. Stinix moves back. They just double swing on him. What a recovery.
What a round from Kalash. That's another one that, sure, you get this ramp fight that goes your favor. The bomb's given over. The Partisan was still set to win that round despite that happening because it was even trades. And then you had 2 insane lurk timings. Both of those lurk timings get spotted out by Kalash. He gets that kill in CT. An insane 1 dig. What is he doing in short?
Oh, like, I don't know, but I love it.
If I'm Partisan, I'm like, what just happened? Like, how did Kalash get there? Like, I mean, kudos to him. An insane reposition wins the round. All right, you sold me on the Amcal propaganda, I think.
Yes, come on. Imagine Depression on this team. That'd be cool.
True. Yeah, his playstyle would actually kind of suit it. But I like him on Partisan. Let's not break that up. He's been doing great. Oh, that's crushing. A couple of rounds that Partisan have lost that they're going to be shaking their heads about. Now we're set up for a B hit. Straight through.
Oh, good luck. You're going into Kalash. You're going to need it.
Well, he doesn't have much to stop them getting in, but he has the support. He's removed. Tech 9 does the job. Bomb being planted. Puff retake and no tougher. Kino just swings. Kino just swings.
How are you not ready for that? Your player has died. Your player's died on sight. That's silly, Amcal. But, well, I mean, a really good call out of Partisan. Kindo just kills all of them. As Hayes would say, fair dinkum.
Why would he say that?
I don't know. He
That's
says
not
it
his-
sometimes.
That's
I know
not
it's
his people.
I know it's your people's,
What's
but
he doing?
I don't know. I've heard him say it before.
Oh, I'm gonna have words with him.
Yeah, fair. What does that mean?
Fair dinkum. It's
Yeah,
like
because there's a game that's come out on Steam that's called like Dinkum something.
all right. Yeah, fair dinkum is like true blue.
True Blue.
Yeah, like fair dinkum.
Twilight.
What?
I don't know, it sounds like
It's
a
fair
Twilight
dinkum is
movie.
like, well, it's used in lots of contexts. Like fair dinkum. I'm not explaining it well. So
Oh,
it's very context based. It's like, oh yeah, fair enough. Or like
Oh,
that's
yeah.
or something's fair dinkum. It's like, it's true. It's like really good. It's like, oh, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. There's lots of different contexts that can be used.
Oh
in.
no!
Oh no.
Is this round fair dinkum?
Well, let's
Yeah.
see what happens. It's not gone good. Oh no. Yeah, 2 rifles, pistols. This was not even a force in. You were just trying to set up what you had.
Kalash is
USP
in
gets one of the
spawn.
kills.
Kalash is in spawn.
All right. Yeah, that is a problem.
You
He's
can
just
still
going to hold them.
You can still win this. Like there's 2 guys without armor here. Yeah, one of them's in the back lines, but there's every chance Partisan can still recover this round. Where's the bomb? It's on depression.
Yeah, and both the rifles, half HP.
You're going to be clearing every single angle here. Like, Sandwich is going to be checked, and he's only got the USP. But that's a great trade out of Stinix. Now the bomb's on the floor. Stinix just kills Gladden. Fair enough.
What
Fair
around
dinkum.
Cynics? He gets quad. That's crazy. That is crazy. It'd be like if you were hyping up Cynics, you know, in the pregame and everything, and then I've seen this performance, I'd be like, yeah,
Yeah.
you're spot on. Fair income.
Ah.
I mean, it's still not quite
Ah.
right. It's hard to apply that phrase to CS, I'll be real with you. I don't know how Hayes is doing it or why he's doing it.
I think it just uses it in the context of, like, fair enough.
Yeah, it's not really. It's more like something's true.
I feel like I've, like, kind of gaslit him a bit now because I've only heard him say it twice, ever.
Okay, all right. Anyway, enough of that.
Okay.
Let's do the force buy back in for Partisan.
This is brutal. This is game defining, map defining. Oh, on Amcal's map pick because they win this, they go up to 11-7. It's basically over.
Yeah, it's not pretty that you're working with 1 AK and 4 pistols, but they did break through with a similar purchase without the rifle. Nine's got it done. They managed to get full mid control. This has just been conceded to them. They have all of this space. They're poking their heads in short. I think Amcal setup's pretty decent to deal with conceding this control, though.
It should be that there's just isolated kills. Like this Stinix one, isolated, because Fade8 needs to make sure that he's obviously watching window. That gives that little bit of time lag. iDisbalance has to look at both ramp and think about going in towards connector. I'm actually kind of worried about this setup on A. It feels a little bit wonky, but with AW finding that kill, hopefully it can hold now.
Yeah, and a little off angle from Cynics gets his, and it's all looking fine. It's just the rifle left, and sure, he gets the kill, but low HP. iDisbalance barely needs to see him. Just fire off the USP in the right general direction. It'll do the job. And that is the breakthrough.
Oh, that's cute. They got little Furious stickers. They're supporting their boy.
That is cute.
I know Vladin got the kills right at the very end there, but that's the context of what I was speaking about. Like if Partisan were able to get those kills earlier, and suddenly that setup breaks like that, then they would have been able to potentially win the round. So I know I was being pessimistic, but with good warranty on it.
It's taking full mid control. The deep smoke. Just hang out. We're going to have a little explosion on B. Flash is playing a hyper-passive angle, but his support's kind of far away and short.
Yeah, B player's worst nightmare here, where you've been doing nothing for all the rounds, and now they challenge you on pistols, and you've got to get a multi-kill. And he does! Good result. AW now tries to slide in, but they will get the bomb plant, at least. This is a pretty good result, all things considered, for Partisan, and it feels like Dragon's not done with the round yet, but he might be right now. Balance hits some lovely shots, starts to catch up his kills to his deaths, and Amcal will go up to 11.
There we go. Balance gets a moment to have a little multi that looks pretty flashy. I don't know about that position for Kalash when you don't have a short player active. Like, I think it's fine when you got a player that can spot window on the drop and draw the attention. But if you're the only one there, it's very scary. It would against rifles, I guess. If it's against pistols, sure. Whereas the Glocks, you know, that's probably what's coming in. Bomb plant something, a couple of kills. Depression's got the AWP on the T side. Feels like he has to be a difference maker. Partisan fast play towards A early. Getting the AWP up to look for something. And, well, information's gathered by Spade 8. How many bodies he saw. I don't think he liked the idea of re-peeking.
Probably for the best. They are going to hit this A bomb site, though. Balance has rotated over. Might just be a little bit of a fake out. Cynics is on top of the ladder, so he avoids the Vladen spam. And to be fair to Amcal, their setup hasn't really been lodged massively. The only thing you have to worry about is B apartments, but Partisan are currently not looking at that. It means this is a good timing for Kalash to have a little peek in towards short. The biggest thing that Amcal are lacking right now, however, is info.
Maybe gonna be looking for the mid crunch to get it. The flames will tell them that someone's towards the top. Lash is, yeah, kind of peering over. I think he's boosted up, right? So, yeah, he's got a nice line. Has to drop off as they start to scale. They look to punish him in that position. AW, yeah, under. Goes 1 for 1. Now they can start to move quickly. AW looking for more from this position, but Flames behind him. And 2 players watching as he goes back. And with Kalash fallen, you know B is open. Partisan will stay alive, get their 8th. Balance and Cynics need a save.
So... Okay, Spade. So Spade makes a pretty outrageous play here in this round. I don't know if you saw he died, but he died in under. He was in connector. So he's walked through all the smokes, crunched on towards middle on the timing of the smokes going up for Partisan in towards con and window, and he somehow made it in towards underpass, but he's completely isolated himself. It's not the fault of the round completely collapsing, but it's one of those where you think, okay, well, the issue is you lose one of these players and immediately everything is all in vain. Nice shot out of Dragon. Balance will hold on to his AWP. That's the only saving grace for Amcal in this, but at least they got money to keep reinvesting.
Terrorists win.
Especially holding the AWP. That's critical. And nice from Partisan. They show a lot of faces in ramp. Amcal have no information. By the time they go looking, Partisan already have such forward positions in mid. And especially Kalash getting caught is the death warrant. And we're definitely not done yet. If Partisan win this one, we come within single digits because, yeah, Amcal will not have the funds. Moves from AW to get up close in the short quick, but there's no fight for him early. Very default spread from Partisan.
I was going to say, I think they might go A now. They were thinking about it last round. They did the utility and then rotated away. This might be the time for them after they get a little bit of mid control, just to fall straight back in towards this A setup, but this also could be the round that Stenix maintains and gets a little bit more active. The all provide disbalance is completely away from Ticket this time. J again for Amcal, they've got no idea what's really going on. In fact, Spade 8 moves away as well. So as Balance rotates over to help out in Ticket, Stenix currently is all alone.
He will arrive in time at least. I think he still has a smoke. I think he's going to drop it out at good timing. Yeah, Van's about now onto ramps. That's going to be frustrating for Partisan. Delays them to that 30-second mark.
Oh.
Break on the smoke. I just Balance had a chance to find a kill. Gets information, at least a flash through for his teammate. Veto goes looking and gets one, but trade is immediate. You know, a second player is in there. And now they start to scale out. Cynics needs to come up clutch, and he's found two. Swings on out, and he's not done yet. Cynics has been phenomenal on Mirage. Hits his 19th frag, a 3-piece in it, and Amcal run away with it.
Yeah, that's brutal. But to be honest, Balance being really proactive there, breaking the connector smoke, immediately flashing Spadate through, means that Stinix has all of this availability, even when he gets mollied, to go and start fighting. That's really brilliant. Out of Balance and Spadate coordinating that together to give Stinix the room, and you give him that slight little bit of room, and he just completely destroys them. 12-8. AXEC didn't work with the split, but it might with the full rush. But that means getting by Stinix and Balance, who have both found opening kills.
Puts you in such a difficult position now, doesn't it? Oh, and Balance, he's been really warming up into this. Flames will do the job to force Fade 8 out, but now Balance still in the line. Smoke dribbled forward. And Depression gets one. We're into a 2-on-2. He's doubled down. Removes Balance and AW. With Stinix on 6 HP, Collins disengages. They've got so much time to work with.
I feel like you gotta know this is the play though from an Amcal POV, because Stinix is low. They know that Stinix is always under Palace, so Kalash needed to rotate away. At least they are grouped together. But yeah, Depression takes all of the space.
Can catch this bomb though.
If he goes under, he can. Always going under.
Going under. He's going to be on a fantastic timing. He might not actually catch Collins. Oh, he might actually. Oh, this is going to be it. No, here's the running. He doesn't want to make the footsteps. Needs to play on that position that he has to confirm the round. And it's going to have to be him because Depression... Oh, he's really going to do it like that. A knife kill. So Kalash needs to come up clutch. But that kill now gives him all of the information. Knows that one was the bomb planter. And Collins gets it. Partisan, how did they pull that one through?
Really clever 2v2. And the fact that Depression goes all the way through market and blocks off the rotate from both jungle and CT is everything. I thought Kalash was going to deny the bomb, but the minute Kalash starts reaching the top of the stairs, that's the moment that Collins starts running around the corner. So good work, to be honest, from both of them. Because that is a 5v2, 5v3 that they're able to completely turn around. Now the money is gone for Amcal, but you're on first stage loss bonus, so you feel like you got to force into it anyway. They've been very good at winning these rounds of sort of MP9s. In fact, they're going to save. They're going to get Balance on the AWP in the next round. AW, I don't know what he's going to be on next round, but he's getting a hero M4 into this.
Okay. Sure thing. Depression. Keeping Partisan in this. He gets 2 from Con is everything. Little knife kill. Cherry on top. What I like about him. Everyone would go for the knife there. Okay, AW's heard the short play quickly. Oh, okay. He was looking like he was going to get a multi there, and the player boosted up. So maybe a chance here. Balance. Not cleared. Not cleared. First kills here. Is looking for 2. Can't make it a double. But now the rifle slides in, tapping away, and we're into a 2-on-2.
One's low.
One is low, but the AWP isn't. It's Depression. Wants to find this kill. He has, and it's the 1v1 against the AWP. Doesn't matter that he's got no armor, but it's against Depression, who again closes out a big round for Partisan. Comes down to the 1v1. So brilliant try, considering there was just that one rifle. Partisan prevail. Bring us within 2.
I'll tell you what I'm really impressed with the most is just how confident Depression is in these 1vx moments where he has to be this impact player. He's got to be the guy that makes a lot of the decisions to win or lose the round for Partisan, and he makes the correct decision every single time. What a fantastic resurgence to his career. Let's see if he can get Partisan to OT.
good start from Vladin and continues trading out, keeping the advantage there. The bomb is all by itself, but they're nowhere near it. This could be a kill back. No, Dragon catches eye disbalance. Oh dear, this does feel like OT is leaving. Flash cannot go around this. Vladin's holding. Maybe he can catch timing here. No, with Dragon's position. Doesn't work out. That is Vladin going down. Drop from Kalash. Picks up the rifle. Nix is so aware. Oh, but not quite clean enough. We'll get the job done. Actually, that was nowhere near as costly as I felt it was going to be. You've seen the drop down.
Oh my God.
Cynics is doing everything. 24 kills deep. And it leaves it to Kindo in the 1v2. Now, he does have good timing here. No one towards A. Cynics has started to move up. A tap on the bomb. Not hurt. But now the smoke lands, and when that does bloom, they will know this is the A play. Clash starts to run over. The two can group, and Kindo still hasn't planted the bomb. He's so worried about Cynics' position. Has to go for the commit now. Broke's still up for a little bit. Gives him room to work with. Two CTs just group as a unit. They know he can't have crossed over. They haven't seen anyone go to default. He can only be CT. There isn't a kid on either. But when you have this exact information, you've spotted him out. It's just about securing this kill. A flashbang in his face. Kindo needs both frags and he can't get the first. So despite Partisan's best efforts, they almost force us to OT, or at least to the full 24. It's Amcal that will convert off a ridiculous Stinix round.
Yeah, ridiculous game by Stinix as well. In that round, though, that's actually really scary right at the very end, because they do give Kindo 1v1s. Like, if Kalash falls there, Stinix doesn't get the job done, like, you could even make the conversation, they should just be double swinging him there. There's a lot of micro mistakes out of Amcal, and the reason why I keep highlighting them is it just feels like a lot of their aim is bailing them out. Like, in that round, Stinix has just bailed them out, but it's been happening quite a lot over this map, and it makes them very fun to watch, but it also means they need to just work a little bit on their structure.
I can almost apply the same logic to Depression, right? With the way that he plays. Like, he won them single-handedly, like a couple of rounds there that kept them in the game and kept it pushing forward. And it's super fun to watch. But yeah, it can be explosive, but it can also kind of implode. But yeah, great map from Depression. Shame Partisan couldn't force it through because it really felt like they were on the road to doing it. But Amcal convert their map pick. Comes down to the wire. Ancient's up next, Brandon. This one is been a struggle for Amcal. Do you think we go 2 or are we going all 3?
The way Stinix has been playing, and this is one of his best maps in my opinion. If he can keep that up, then it's going to be scary. Also, AWPing on this map is a little bit tricky, especially on CT side, so maybe Depression doesn't have the same impact, but he starts on T. So potentially Partisan can make it work. If Vladin can arrive a little bit more, then we definitely got a conversation here. But all the riflers are in flow state for Amcal. 13-10, I think, is a little bit of a unwarranted scoreline. I feel like they could have closed it a little bit sooner. We'll have to see how it pans out. Ancient Partisan's map pick up after the break.
And we're back. Map 2 between Partisan and Amcal. It was Amcal converting that map. It got a little closer than maybe they'd hoped for, but felt like they were inevitably going to close, especially with Cynics popping off as he did. And we see the T side, and we see a bit of pace. Kalash wants to charge up, and with the util will be enabled too, but Kindo sitting in the flames is naturally the one getting the frags. It's the USPs coming through from Depression and Vladin that have put this rush to a halt. Disbalance and AW have to try and find their way back in. And the bomb is being planted. AW's by himself, but AW's found too. And now the bomb can leave, maybe, just about. They've managed to find a way potentially out of this.
Is Kindo going to peek red, or is he just going to go all the way around? He's low. Like, he's so incredibly low. Going in towards Temple is a good angle of approach here, because I don't think they're going to be ready for him, although they are holding, and it works out perfectly. AW is swinging and killing everyone. How on earth has this happened then? A 2v5 has now been put into a disadvantageous position for Collins. He needs to grab this kill on IDIS balance on low HP, but now he's feeling the pressure. Now he's starting to sweat just a little bit. Kills aren't isolated yet. He's trying his very best, but he can't make it happen. AW and IDIS balance have just completed the impossible.
Oh my god. Insanity from AW. There was no way Amcal should have won that. IDIS balance is all by himself on the bomb site. He even fakes a plant, and I thought he was going to get swarmed, was going to lose the bomb, it was going to be over. But AW being spotted kept two bodies interested in him, and he wins both fights. Outrageous. And then IDIS balance just gets away. It's crazy. No right to win it, and they did.
That is classic AW.
Yeah, this is starting kind of how Mirage played out, and that's got me excited.
It's just wacky. It's two teams that are obviously going through roster shifts right now. It's a bit more permanent for Partisan, but it's still new. And the same here for Amcal. Whether IDIS balance is on a trial, whether he's just standing in, regardless, it's still a new familiar feeling. Or unfamiliar, I should say. The danger right now for Amcal is they've dropped both these smokes to Wrap B, and everyone's on A for Partisan. Can you get out of here?
It should be fine anyway. You just got the weaponry advantage. You can overwhelm, and yeah, you lose one. Might have lost two to a teammate. Oh, yeah. Wait for him to get out of the way. So, yeah, all fine. You lose one player. It's whatever. Depression just buys the AWP. Just instant. The second he spawns, he's hit the AWP key. I think that wasn't even open the buy menu. He's just hit whatever binding, and it's his.
Well, that's the statement of intent for Partisan. Okay, let's get Depression on the AWP. Because in the mid to late round situations, he was playing very good with the sniper on Mirage, and it's going to be uncontested here. Only one MAC-10 in the mix for Kalash. Stinix is holding for Vladin, and Vladin might give him the opportunity to fight. Will Stinix clear this direct corner? It feels like with this path in, he absolutely will. Looks forward. But Vladin gets the best of him. Is there a trade? Yes, instantaneously from IDIS balance.
Good trade. Two players in A main, that's unusual. Makes you kind of think this might be leaning over this direction. Russian is present, tucked in currently, holding in towards Donut. Now he'll move his attention towards A main as Fade 8 puts pressure on. Now dropping the smokes down. Now, you're not going to expect this AWP. It's not fired off yet. I don't know if he'll get a chance to. He's going to get blocked off, flames at his feet. He has no armor, so he can't be too active. And he fires a shot. So now they know that AWP's in play, and they can be prepared for it.
Oh, no way.
Oh.
That's the smoke spam that gets the kill. They fake plant, get off it. You feel like IDIS balance is just going to be like absolutely leathered, but instead it goes the other way. Svede's got a kill on Dragon in Donut, and now you've got to get out of your Partisan. And what's really interesting here is that Amcal made that look like it was going to be a fake A play due to the timing of the utility. So you got two players in A main. No one can then account for anything. Depression isn't even going to say this AWP. But then 5 seconds later, you're seeing the smoke just slowly float over. There's one flashbang that has been thrown at the mouth of A main to get off the temple angle. It's like, okay, this feels a little bit fishy. Doesn't really feel like they're going to commit in towards A, and then instantly they all go together. And I think the call on that's really cool, because I think it was deliberately set up to look like a fake. That's why the rotations were so far away. And then they just get smoked off, blocked off. Molly goes into default. The pressure can't do anything. And now, look at this. They've all bought in a little bit. The pressure says, no, I want the AWP again. And he's bought nothing.
Yeah, he wants the armor this time. I didn't hate the buy on it last time.
Oh, not live.
No damage, right?
Yeah, no damage.
Yeah, so...
Also, in the CS2, though, it's been trending actually a little bit differently, where some teams, even though damage has been done, they're actually just a lot more courteous of the issues, because I guess CS2, there's a lot more game crashes, you're a lot more susceptible to it, the technical difficulties. So a lot more teams actually are very kind. Good boy.
Oh, no! Say his name, like, but not the letters, and just keep repeating it in, like, a moaning voice.
Or like a seal.
Is that the noise? I don't want to know. Alright, so we're gonna get the reset. Adam will hopefully get back in, and we can continue the fun and excitement being brought to you. Seal. That's good stuff, Amcal. About as good as it can get. They're sitting 4 up on the T side. I mentioned their kind of struggles on this map as of late.
Yeah.
A lot of those games have been very one-sided against them as well. Like we're talking a 4-13 loss, a 5-13, 4-13, 1-13 versus Paravision. And this is only in the last month. Like they've had some real rough losses very recently. So it has been a polarizing map for them.
They're really not very good at CT Ancient. So they need as many rounds as they can on this T side, to be honest with you. It's like 35% win rate on CT, something like that. Which obviously obviously the single digit losses will do that to you, but it's still very brutal.
They have played this map. What? How many times is that? 15 times. They won 8 pistols. 9 now. So not a great pistol conversion, or almost only a quarter of pistol rounds. They did 13-1 Fisher College.
Yeah, but I mean,
here.
Fisher College is a team that plays in NA, and they had to play in EU because of VRS. So
there's 5 maps of actually, yeah, they're playing a lot here in season 3. A couple of wins, a couple of losses. Wins versus Copenhagen Wolves as well.
Right, not sure how long this is going to be, gang. So what we are going to do is take a little bit of a breather, I think. We're going to throw this one to a break, put some music on for you. When we come back, we're going to continue Ancient between Amcal and Partisan.
classic Brandon. You call the little timeout and into the ads, and we're back. So we're no break much longer. We're back in. And again, it's not the most exciting, but there is something compelling here. We do have that armor and pistols, MP9. Maybe something the Partisan can get excited about.
It'd be nice if they could get excited about Ancient a little bit. There's definitely a punish pick onto Amcal, and Stinix has punished Vladden yet again in A main. They're going to keep doing this, aren't they? They're going to keep applying pressure into A main is conditioning now. Partisan are going to continuously start like 2 players over on A deady, and that means that Amcal can then start to exploit middle. They can then start to exploit heaven. That's normally where I see Stinix do a lot of his good legwork, to be honest. Out middle fighting Donut as a lurk, or him even being charged and sent forward by Amcal to get good space in cave. He's just lurking. They're taking this one slow, so I want to guarantee the round. It's going to be a resident sleeper.
He does it. Partisan, keep 3 players live with armor. It gives you a bit extra into the next. So I don't think we'll see too much exciting even at the end of this round. This is the first round in this series where it's just going to be a slow, boring round.
Could have stayed on break.
Everyone take a moment just to relax.
Yeah.
Close your eyes.
Okay.
Now, I want you to picture a soft meadow. You're lying in the grass, the cool breeze blows upon your skin, birds chirp in the distance. You're at peace.
4 birds.
And then you're hearing gunfire as we do get a little bit of action in heaven. And they pick up a gun. They're looking, yeah, they get an AK.
do.
You can take that.
Not bad. No, Vladden. Oh no. So you mean to tell me that we went into break, came out of break to watch that round that had no action in it whatsoever, and now we're on break again? Oh, Vladden. I hope his issues are okay. Because if he's getting, like, it's probably like AC error if this is happening in like back-to-back rounds pretty frequently. That's a shame. I hope it can be fixed, because that's really annoying to deal with, especially when you're already a map down in the series. You now start 4-0. It's going to be a bit tricky here to manage the mental. But if anyone can do it, to be fair, it's probably Vladden. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm not stressed. But given that we're not immediately seeing him reconnect and count down, we'll try it again. Brandon, shall we? Little siesta. We'll be back, hopefully not too long.
Yeah, good job. Nice try. Didn't work, mate. Couldn't get it going. Good news is I've been on this broadcast a while now, so I'll give it a go. Ready? I'm going to send it to the break now. Guys, we'll be back in a minute.
Back for real this time? It looks like it. Clock hits to 0 seconds. We get into the round, and we get into the action.
Yeah, first full gun round. Second time we've seen depression on the AWP, by the way, in 5 rounds, which is amazing econ, to be fair to him, considering that the Partisan have not won a round here. Fight for middle. Flashbang's really good by that man on the AWP. Collins gets a much-needed opener for Partisan.
Yeah, great start to affairs, and also an upgrade in the weapon. To the AK, the SMG. Smoke for the best. Oh, almost punished. I just found misses the shot. Gives Dragon that second to hit the heady.
Oh, what do you do now? Yeah, I mean, you've got the potential for Kalash just to walk up B, but now that hasn't happened. Smoking at Cave is redundant because Collins is already flanking. So that means that it's going to be this A play. Kalash has got rid of the AWPer in depression, but Kindo trades immediately. 3 players now just anchoring this B bomb site. Need to get on the move because Amcal are coming out A.
Yeah, they got in the space at least. So bomb plant, I think that can be secured. Oh, the swing forward. They didn't know Vladin was that close. That was the way in. Sure, Kindo's low, and you've got to play a locked in. This is flank coming from A main, so for Cynics, it's impossible, it feels. Yeah, another nice HE. But it doesn't matter. Here comes that flank. Dragon secures the round, and Partisan only lose 1. So a great first round to get on the board.
Yeah, needed that, didn't they? Really good response here out of Partisan. Direct fighting towards middle, on a little bit of a delay with Depression's deep flash. Bombing it over mid, and Amcal just completely catch it. They're isolated. Balance can't make the most of the smoke being misled. Be interested to see if Amcal want to continue to fight middle. Looks like they do.
A lot of utility exchange both ways. I think on a second volley will be coming out. They want to try and win this engagement. It's got 1 for 1. 2 CTs in towards Cave. But that smoke is keeping them at bay for now. Big disperse of the smoke on Donut as well. And Vladin needs to do that because he's completely alone. It's this fight in Cave, which is just not going to work out. Kindo will take down 2.
Oh, Vladin's won the round for them. Vladin has walked through on that contact. He's walked his own donut smoke, and Astenix is stuck. And you know Stenix was in caves. He's the guy that got the kill.
He doesn't have many options on what he can do. More timing on ramp. Collins falls back, and Stenix has gotten ahead of it, but now spotted, and Depression should be ready to lock it in, and he will be. Again, the fight in mid kind of goes 1 for 1, but it's instead for Partisan. This double up in Cave that's just not anticipated at all. That forward fight into Jaguar, as soon as the smoke fades, 2 players on the other side, Kindo gets a double.
Fight goes 1 fight in mid, sure, but I think when you see that amount of utility, you got to deviate away from that if you're Amcal, or you need your players to leave the cave fight and actually come and help here in heaven, because suddenly there's so much space being gained. Again, just for the virtue of Vladin living there in middle, it's everything. And they just keep wanting to charge it and take this mid fight. Amcal are just giving Partisan all these rounds now.
That's been spotted. AW, you are not going to get up too much there. There was a small chance. So it's just a light bite. I don't mind going middle here with the lesser weaponry. Making it seem like you are going to continue to fight this, because I suspect that they won't with the guns into the next, or at least not out the gate. Okay. Oh. Oh, your play was to the right. I'm surprised he didn't drop the molly to deal with him. Let's clean up just the 1 casualty. Partisan building into this, and yeah, they build up a great bank over how clean a couple of these rounds have been.
Yeah, no AWP for Balance either. feel like the A plays have been pretty good here for Amcal. I feel like they've really been struggling just to get into B. There was a round a couple ago where Kalash just walks up on the B bomb site and is able to find a nice headshot. Maybe they try that approach. Maybe Kalash says, look, I think I can have a pretty advanced timing here. If we drop the mid utility, a couple of us just run up contact on B ramp. That could be the way, because they're really heavy fighting cave.
Let's see what their call is. They take the tactical to discuss it. Not always super common, because they have such an extended tech pause, but not liking the way those last few rounds have played out. They let Partisan bring this within one. Know that a strong T side is necessary for Amcal. Their CTs have not been good halves. They are getting that fight in mid again. Partisan will relent some control as the smoke lands on Donut. 3 T smokes sent out early to get all of this space.
Look at the reaction, though. This time it's not through cave, it's through ramp, and they've now got all of B doors. A-split coming in. Vladin has missed this timing on Donut. So Dragon's under pressure, and Partisan still don't really know.
Yes, timing should be good. Dragon gets caught and can't find the impact. I mean, Depression's now moved in on the line, so Dragon can kind of focus, and he'll get the information, but he's going to get sideswiped in a second. The pounce from Donut so quick. Depression gets a quick kill, sprayed blindly, brings him low, but he'll get back. It's going to allow this bomb over. Oh, Vladin wants to fight further. Breaks the smoke, forces forward, but AW, this lurk timing is outrageous. He wasn't spotted. He'll go back to Kindo, though, and maybe that's a mistake. No, confirms the kill. Now he can join up with his teammate, and they'll need a double down from Donut. Fade8 decides to fight forward, and he fights forward with style. It's onto Depression, into the 1v1, and the flick onto the head. That is a stylish way to close.
Unbelievable. What a shot from Depression. I thought AW had hit the timing. I think AW thought he hit the timing as well, but that is sharp. Out of Depression, Fade8 makes it difficult for Partisan. But it's that 3k on the AWP. That's why he's been prioritizing it so much. Damn.
So many rounds he's just single-handedly won.
Yeah.
He's been such a good pickup for this team. Oh, missed mid-smoke. Not gonna matter too much. No, it is, because there's a player playing behind it. Dragon will utilize the one-way, but punished for it. So, bit of redemption for Amcal, and an opening kill that's untraded.
Yeah, I thought Stinix was going to do this. This is immediately just going to go towards Red Room. And now Balance is caught off Kindo, which makes Collins a little bit anxious, and it means that Vladin now has to come and pick up Red Room. Stinix holding. Oh, but not securing. It's a lot of damage onto Vladin. Look at Fade8. Fade8 is sprinting out A, saying to both of these players, hello, I'm here. But actually, Amcal want B.
Yo, now you know there's only one player here. You know there's a sole defender. You just gotta fight your way in. Oh, you gotta clear Collins. You gotta make sure you do your due diligence, and they will. Vladin smoked off. The deep smoke lands. The flank from the orb. Oh, sorry, from Vladin. Yeah, from the orb.
Yeah.
Will be unanticipated. But spotted out. Balance will see him. Now it doesn't need to extend. That was the chance for Depression to get this going. Not going to shy away. Maybe now they don't have any sort of connection, they might just leave.
Good decision. Really, really cool movement here from Stinix. Even though he doesn't get the kill, he just takes all the space off at red, and Fade8 goes, okay, well, you were in red. If I run out A main, then suddenly we can say to Partisan, by the way, this is an A split. We're going through middle. You don't have any mid control. You don't have cave control because we smoked that off. It has to be A. And then you see Vladin in red. Depression gets the kill on Donut. As you say, there's one player guaranteed on B, and they do clear out the angle. So nice little mid round there from Amcal. Stops the bleeding because this was 4-0.
Yeah, and they almost let Partisan get back into that. Comes down to the 3-on-3. Partisan still in a great position. But it's ahead of this, and the swing comes through. Hello, behind you. There he comes in. The two players on this side, and yeah, nades go forward.
This is so weird.
4 players in lane. They're still intending on going here, but there's 3 CTs defending.
It's clearing that cave now. And that might actually entice Partisan to do this. Walk down B ramp. How's your timing? Look for Stinix. Flashbang. Oh no. It's a disaster for Stinix. I thought he was going to have his gun out. But instead he gets overwhelmed, and the flashbang up high blinds everyone. Idis Balance can only go 1 for 1, and that leaves AW in a tricky spot. And yes, he's completed a 2v5 already in this map, but a 1v3, especially when the bomb's not in his possession, it feels a little bit out of reach.
This is a fun 1v1, potentially. Pressure holding the line, and we'll go down to him. Kindo's low. Gets into the corner, though, and that's the position to secure it. AW feeling the pressure, goes fast, doesn't do the due diligence of clearing that hard corner. Yeah, lovely little regress down the ramp after it kind of goes 1 for 1 the first time. Amcal just not ready for that timing, and the flash is being heard in towards Jaguar. You know that there's going to be space here to maybe catch someone off guard.
Look at this now. Hero AK on Stinix. Everyone else just on pistols. A chance for Partisan to claim the lead. Depression's going to be under a lot of pressure. Everyone's now creeping on his angle at A main. Shadow spotted. It's a wide swing, but he passes the test. And these flicks are outrageous from Depression. How does he keep getting away with it? How does he keep finding these multi-kills? 13 and 6. No chance for this bomb to go down.
Oh my god, Depression. Yeah. Yeah, this guy's fun. It's against just pistols, but hey, he'll just go for it one after another. 13 kills, 6 to 5 on the scoreboard, and that is scary. Amcal converting a minority of their CT rounds historically on Ancient. So you feel like they really needed to win out this half. I feel like they were on track for it. It was 4-0. Best they can hope for is 6. They're in a good position to maybe do so. 3 on 2. Both 2 are at B. And one's Depression.
They're going A. Good read. Yeah, Kalash is bringing the bomb all the way through spawn. Because that Amcal will just have a firm handshake with Partisan. But to be honest, this favors Partisan way more than Amcal, because as mentioned before we kind of got into all of those tech pauses and whatnot, CT side has not been good for Amcal, and that's even if they can get this round over the line, right? Because the bomb is taking so long to get here because they're still worried about Temple, they're worried about this boost up on A. The flank is really quick.
It's insanely quick. Collins is going to be in main basically as the bomb goes down. This is a wild approach for the AWP. Oh my god, he hits the quick shot. And the trade's not there, but AW baits well to secure that frag. So Collins, the
You can get
timing is
Stinix.
good. Alright, Stinix's butt sticking out. Smoke. Blocks off AW, who creeps forward with the AWP, and knife out jumping through the air. Collins. If he had his gun in his hand and he wasn't flying, he would have secured that round. But instead it is Amcal that convert. End up tied up at the half.
I guess the biggest question there is why on earth would you expect AW to walk the smoke when he's on low HP? Pressure on there to maybe just smoke off donut, stick the bomb, make it feel like you're faking it, but no, AW takes no chances. So it will be 6-6. Gets a little bit touch and go. Amcal are able to I say bounce back, but they were winning by a hefty margin to kickstart this second map. If they get the pistol, they'll be in a good spot. If Partisan start off really strong to a half, then I do worry about the longevity of this for Amcal.
I'm looking at that Inferno. Partisan going straight to A, and Amcal's position, if they get this info early, they could be fast on this.
Isn't it going to go through elbow?
Yeah, maybe. The bomb is sitting back. Oh, if he did go through, he's not going to. Can you imagine if he drops the bomb? The chaos that would cause? But he wants to be in donut to support. There's going to be 4 CTs on site. And there is going to be a flank through main late. Everything looks good here for Amcal, but they still need to collect the shot. Cynic starts. Kalash is just looking for the timing. Oh, this is perfection. But he goes up and over, and Depression clicks him out. But still, AW doubling down and keeping them at bay. Kindo's low. There's that flank. I don't think there's really much here for Partisan.
No, Sveidak kills him. Sveidak kills him, yeah. It looked like Idisbalance alt-tabbed. Because he was looking at Temple and then he just stopped moving for like 3 seconds. But like his mouse didn't move at all. He didn't move or movement-wise. So that could have been a little bit of a disaster. But no, it's all okay. AW doing the damage. Immediate pause for Partisan. They've got to think, okay. Are we going to force buy into this? Didn't get the bomb down. Want to prioritize the York for Depression. So I'd definitely think about the save. But instead they go all in.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Without the bomb plant and with only getting 1 frag. B-rush? What are you going to do with these Tech 9s? So you have to go for something fairly explosive. Take laying with 2. And he pounce on mid late. But now Amcal know that this is an investment. All the utility, they've heard a Tech 9 firing off, they know what's going on.
They do and they don't, because it is effectively still 2 players on B. Okay, Kalash moves in over at Donut. Dragon, you feel like he's got a timing, but he doesn't because Idisbalance is holding for him. But Idisbalance is now going searching. Maybe this could be the complete offset here. And meanwhile, Vladen is trying to be preoccupying the cave players, and Dragon does get caught off in Red Room. Bomb has been at least planted and taken over, and there's also a guy out long. Yeah, Collins gets rid of Idisbalance. This round's on.
Oh, especially with Depression hitting that shot. Looked like it was still going to fall apart because of the control, but it's on to Depression. How many rounds does this man have to bring through for them? Looking to add another, but the push through the smoke, it's well timed from Cynics. Denies Depression. Good damage from Partisan, but they full invested into that round. And it's Amcal that will come out on top.
Really good info here from Vladen. Just look, there's 2 in cave. And then immediately the scaling comes in from Partisan. You go around the corner at long. Idisbalance is caught off guard because someone's immediately fighting him in his vision in short. It felt like a really good opportunity there for Partisan. At least they did a lot of damage. And to be fair, with the bomb plant and with the way the CS2 economy is, they're going to force all in again. The only danger I don't like about this is that you are still delaying this AWP on Depression.
Yeah, we're deagling 2 rounds in a row. Oh, out mid. Dragon pops a HE, but will survive for a moment. Cynics gets a free fight. So an opening kill offered up. Partisan crawl in A. That's currently not covered at all. There's going to be a timing where one of these players looks back, and there it is. Cynics will take over, just to make sure no one crosses. I'm actually going to call a rotate. Think towards red. We're just getting given fights here.
There are A. Cynics is aware of this. Very competent donut player. Kindo swings, but can't get rid of Stinix. And then Idis Balance just chimes in. This could be flawless. Collins puts a tiny little blemish on it, but 4 alive. You absolutely take that all day long. And that was another force buy. This time, no bomb plant, no money. Partisan have obviously forced because they know that the money would have been on thin ice for Amcal in that previous round. They only had 2 alive, sure. But now you've got a Felico. And now you give Amcal the capacity to be 3 rounds of closing this whole series.
Yeah, I liked the force buy. I didn't like the execution of it. Especially in towards middle, like Dragon gets out, but like there's no support with him. He just gets removed like easily at half HP. And I guess for Depression, he's got the Deagle. Maybe he hopes to crawl for info and maybe recover the gun. But yeah, he gets caught as well. And then 3-on-5 against 5 rifles. It's so one-dimensional. There's this double donut setup, which its pivot secures the round. They get 4 of the kills just from that setup. So really nice from Amcal. Partisan, it's Tech 9s, and it's B.
And it's a spam for Kalash. He's full blind, but he's still able to get rid of Dragon. Partisan is still going to attempt to burst this AW in cave. Is there a boost here for these players? There is. Kalash over the top, spotted by Depression. AW's overwhelmed as well. Not like this.
Yeah, how these kills come through.
They're leaving. They're trying to go back towards A here, and they might catch Svade, but Svade at least gets rid of Vladden. 2v2, and now the race is off for A, and Idis Balance is going to be by himself.
He's going to beat them there. His timing is really good on this.
Oh, no.
It's a weird smoke, not what was intended. Oh, that's actually kind of throwing the whole spanner in the works for them. They feel super uncomfortable with that missed smoke.
Yeah.
Back?
And now Idis Balance can go, they aren't here. I really like this position out of Stinix. Stinix is obviously on an island, but he's holding Red Room. He's obviously looking at ramp 2. Oh, how does this timing look for Amcal and Partisan? Partisan are going to go through not to A, but to B. Stinix has got to look back. He's got to check right behind him.
Oh, he does, but it's not at the right timing. I think they saw him, maybe. Just as he was crossing back.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm surprised at the position he plays there. It feels very, very open to so many angles when they don't have the information. Depression's heard this as well. I just found, you think you're being sneaky? That last footstep was heard. He's going to get blindsided. Oh, that one should have been Amcal's every day, but Partisan will rip it away from them.
Yeah, Depression gets 4 kills within that.
You're winning with a PT50.
That was a Kalash getting a double opener. That was with a boost on the long smoke that is on a different angle to where it normally is. And it gets shut down. AW gets overwhelmed in cave. Svade is single. The whole point is that every single fight that Amcal took in that, by somewhat accident, but also sometimes on purpose, was all individual. All one-on-ones. Every single fight, Partisan had the advantage. It's ironic that that's the round they win and that's the round they don't force in.
A 2-round lead. AW's going to have a bit of a challenge, but has the support. In fact, he'll fall off. Spade 8 gets in close. MP9. Replenish that smoke. Double jag setup. Oh, boost. Oh!
Yeah.
Spotted. Spade 8. Ah!
Oh, no way!
Yeah. Okay, well, that was messy. Walks through.
Vladden walks through.
That's the bomb!
AW was looking for it. Oh, this is a nightmare. And that flashbang is no good. That flashbang is no good from Amcal. Yeah, they've got the bomb. And I suppose you can still hold on to it between Idis Balance and Stinix, but Stinix fluffs his lines. Depression has now got the timing on Kalash, but Idis Balance hits his. It's a 1v1 between the AWPers, and one of them's got a rifle.
Idis Balance comes back. The perfect timing. He spots him, and he converts the shots. Wins out that head-to-head with the weaponry advantage. A big round from Idis Balance. And Partisan let that one kind of fall through. Flatten walks through with the smoke, with no one in mid to support him, loses the bomb, and sure, that trade comes back off the bad flash, but there's still 2 CTs in mid.
Yeah.
That's a crazy move from Flatten.
It's two things there. It is that. It's also the fact that you've got 2 in cave. They already went for the boost, but it missed. And that was heard and calmed over. So that's why they replenished that smoke exactly the same as it was before, because they were like, right, go and do the boost again. Go and do this boost. And the player Deep Cave is holding directly for it. So that's a really nice little micro play from Amcal, and it forces that mistake. And then you got all the chaos in the smoke on top of it. But what a messy round. Partisan, that was your way back in. And maybe this could be your way back in, because of course they're just going to keep forcing. And now Stinix, everyone's just on MP9s.
Yeah, I like getting aggressive with the MP9 on A, though. So they've got that full main control. That's going to be a crucial fight there. Why are so many CTs at A? Oh, save. Round's done.
They won't save.
You have to.
They might now. Yeah. That's wild that they've got like 3A.
4, basically.
I suppose they got all this pressure on B. They've actually been surviving the B hits pretty consistently, so they went for more of a gamble read. It didn't work. Nice little pre-aim lineup on the second long cubby after you don't see any contact. Works wonders. And now if you're Sveda, you've got to live. You can't die to depression on his MP9. He's 21 and 11, by the way.
Yeah, I think you're gonna die to him. Well, Kindo gets it. It's not the one weapon you're mildly okay with losing, although, yeah, oh, this is ugly. And you have to force around this.
Yeah.
Boss bonus isn't there. Sinix can drop a FAMAS or an MP9.
Give him an XM.
An XM, sure.
They might even be inclined to double save. As weird as that is. No, they think better of it. 1400 plus 1900, they can maybe save this one and get like a Furia buy, and then buy again. But no, they instead decide to do the conventional thing. A UMP is the weapon of choice for Mr. AW.
Okay. Okay. A lot of players going B. It's a rush. They're straight up, straight up. There are 3 players here to hold it back. Idistance with the AWP gets the first, drops the bomb, and double down in Donut. Doesn't find a kill. Deep Smoke forces off this balance. AW finds another. He keeps going. The UMP has found 3. Or 2, sorry. But done enough damage to give Amcal the chance. 3 on 2 in the retake.
No kit, but at least they're here in time. And they've already got a speedy flank on. They've got cave.
And you know they don't have cave because that molly's gone deep.
And they've also flashed it. Vladen just jump spot CT. Okay. Now you start to narrow down the avenues. You got to get moving, though. Svade will get rid of Collins. Idis plants on the angle. Long hits the shot instantly. Defuse can be locked up, and Amcal get away with one. They force in, and it's the UMP of all weapons. We're back in 2017, giving Amcal a 3-round lead.
Yeah, insane from AW. He feels like he has to go for some sort of hero play because he's going to get flushed out. Like, there's going to be someone that comes to cave to remove him. So he just runs through. There's a smoke there that gives him some room, and he just charges out of it. 2 kills for him. And Idispan's getting 1 before he falls back is massive too. He's having a great map here after a slow Mirage, which is ironic given it's not necessarily the AWPers map, but it's the 2 AWPers doing the work. And speaking of, Depression does have hit out.
This classic control for Partisan. They're going back in towards this mid lane. And they're really anticipating that Amcal will be putting more people on B, but that hasn't happened. It's double donut, and it's I disbalance holding main. This is probably the worst time you could run into this A split.
Veto spots out one. Flames, bit of a problem for him, but smoke drops,
Oh,
so
look
he's
at
not too
Dragon.
stressed. Charging through, but I think they saw him, right? Oh, the timing. Well,
Oh,
Dragon
they
seen him. Yeah, unlucky I disbalance. Gun barrel spotted, and now it becomes very difficult for Amcal to force these players out of donut. Oh, and
Oh my
Collins
gosh.
dismantled them. Eventually taken down, but that's just to offer up a way out.
That's a psycho play. Like that was, you get out middle and you just walk, well, run through your red room smoke, and he just hits a timing. That is bonkers from Partisan, but they'll take it all day long, and that puts the money back in a really difficult situation now for Amcal. Still first stage loss bonus, holding on to this double AK feels way better than what it was previously, but Partisan have got them yet again right where they want them.
Yeah, at least I disbalance and AW will be able to buy in, especially these two AKs live. It'll be an okay buy. They did more with less. That's really cool. I think it's because there has been this double donut set up so much. Dragon's like, I'm just going to go for this play. And it's really unlucky because I disbalance does rotate to cover that, but he just gets there a moment too late. Either he gets hurt on the scope, which I think is what happened, or his barrel gets spotted. Either way.
He was sprinting like towards that mouth bit of Temple.
Yeah. That's okay. Spade 8 on the MP9. FAMAS for AW. Oops, not over at A, but Partisan are. They're just charging up B. Oh, nice shot from Kalash. We'll get traded. So that's something. Oh, Dragon. Oh my god, AW chopping util. Dragon just sprays wildly and he gets the kill.
Gotta
that
save.
Sucks for AW. But Spade 8 gets on back with the MP9. Vladen just tries to spam him out. Doesn't connect. And that kill back, suddenly it entices you into something. Why has he done that? But it doesn't matter.
Look at the HP.
So low. So low. And they disengage. They're worried. And there's space to go back. Stinix will get this information shortly. You gotta make moves.
I just can still get here, but it's going to be really difficult.
Oh, it's gonna land.
Dragon's lurking in mid. Oh my god, this is actually so perfect. I doubt you clear this at all. How's this timing look? Okay, he looks back. Balance will not clear this angle, you assume. He's going to immediately go in towards Donut. And that's a nice knife. Now you know that one's on an A. Stinix rotating in. Can still win this. Has still got enough HP to work with. And that he can smoke off Donut. So that gets rid of Dragon. But where on earth is Vladen? Tucked in behind the big box. And Dragon's doing so much to keep Stinix's attention that it works out perfectly. What a round from Partisan.
Insane luck there. All right, Partisan taking this. We're looking at 3. This is going to be 11-11. I thought that Amcal had done enough in that round. The rotate's just too late. And the pressure... sorry, I just found going through middle instead. That's kind of crazy with the orb. I really thought he'd go the other direction. Guess they don't know how low they are. Still he's get a kill.
I don't know why I can just see a way for this to go wrong. He can see the shadow first. There it is. There it is. That's the bomb dropped. This does get a little bit dicey, but Depression will trade. Kalash moves in. Depression still holds the angle. Kalash has seen this player in at ramp, and that's a nice headshot on Kindo. Now he can run down and grab this gun, and yet again, Partisan disengage. IDIS balance is low, but at least he's got the forward info. Partisan are going back to A.
Oh, Kalash. Starts to run over, and IDIS balance. Depression faking out. IDIS is looking for this commit so that he can swing through and deny the bomb. Oh, why has he done this?
To bait in for Kalash to go A main.
They're just going to go B.
What? But how do they know about Kalash? Kalash, oh, he can hear him. And Dragon catches him off. No way. This is ridiculous. And now these guys are both low. Oh, my God. These rounds are insane.
I mean, I can see why he wants to bait him, but it just feels unnecessary. I don't rate the play.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that was the justification for it, but I don't think it was correct.
I mean, it's a long shot round. The fact that they almost bring that through is crazy, considering there was no armor there, just some pistols.
Kindo's just up B.
But that's not where they're going. It's just on a stroll. Okay, it's being helpful. Flash gets that one. And all these smokes, and there's just one guy lurking. Start to get a bit of a whiff of something going on. Molly's good. Spade 8. Just throws a smoke forward. I think that should still allow a later lurk. Vlad in. Oh, he's going to be in the back lines. Kalash, does he clear this? Oh, the swing off the flashbang is brilliant. Baden doubles down. And despite that free kill over at B, oh, they might walk away with nothing. Oh, they will. They will. Knives out. Collins cuts him down. Partisan on to 12.
This actually feels so brutal. It actually feels like Amcal should have been closing this. This round's really great out of Partisan, like the flash time when he sees the shadow as well, and he just swings as that flashbang pops. But my goodness me, what a shame for Amcal. Let's see if they can force OT. It feels like they won't be able to, based on how these rounds have gone. Partisan are always finding a way to win, and the elbow smoke's missed.
Burst onto it anyway. Double cave, double donut, double trouble across the map. Smoke shop everywhere by the CTs at once, so one deep down ramp. That's interesting. Spraying wildly, very little being inflicted here. Maybe up the second one. That's when things gonna come through. On the reload, Kino gets punished. It's a kill out at ramp. Depression again. 25 kills. Not slowing down, doing everything for his team.
Oh, no
Flash
way.
almost does one better.
I was going to say, yeah, there's a player in red room.
And this tuck in. Should confirm? No, not quite. Phoenix is so low. Gotta be IDIS balance. On the ramp plate, Depression surely swings and confirms, so it's IDIS balance at all crosshairs turn back to him. Tries to pre-fire the shot and will. For the second, but not ready for Dragon to be close by. Partisan pull off the comeback and take Ancient.
Those last 5-6 rounds were just mental to watch. It feels like every single time Amcal have got a response, and then Partisan, it's just that extra element. It's just that one little extra piece that is enough. And knowing when to call it quits on a bomb site, I think was really important to Partisan's success. They didn't really overstay their welcome quite a lot, especially when some of the trades came through. They were like, okay, we can disengage, we can leave, we can believe in the fact that we know what the rotations are going to be. And quite frankly, you can almost see why Amcal's CT side doesn't work, because they run the same setup 80% of the time, like double donut, 2 in cave, never really pushing down B ramp, never really pushing to actually take cave. They're dropping this deep lurk smoke that just lets them spam, and you in essence just gives so much map control away by doing that. So I can see why, just by the way that they're playing, they are losing these games. So that was close.
Yeah, you can definitely see, like, it's only when they got like the MP9s or lesser weaponry that get kind of creative with their setups. Outside of that, it's maybe the AWP floats around, but it's fairly one-dimensional. But you still feel like they should have taken that map.
Oh, they should have, yeah.
It was theirs. When they got to 11-8, it felt like it was inevitable. So many rounds that are the finest of margins. But yeah, great showing from Partisan. Again, brilliant from Depression. I think he ended, 26 kills or something? Like, absurdity, almost a 2.0 KD. Another great map from him. Keeps Partisan alive in this 2-1 series with Inferno as the decider, and I expect it to be just as crazy as the last two. So don't go too far. Inferno coming up after this.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Map 3.
Yes.
Knife round concluded. And Partisan are the winners as they get the CT side start.
And look at this banana setup. There are 3 players here. And Amcal just don't care.
Hello?
But uh-oh, they've ran right past someone.
Hello?
Dragon is
Dragon!
here. And he's found 2. That works out well. You know about depression on the flank, though, and Kalash just rips his head off. Back to A you go,
They
Amcal.
blowed themselves.
Oh, never mind. Well, oh, Collins fakes out that he's run away as well. Oh, my goodness me. This is a complete mess. This is exactly what Ancient was.
That's exactly what every map has been. This has been a great series. Collins can win this. Oh, he's heard the cross. Oh, jump up, spotted. Now they know. And he will be dealt with as he tries to swing close. Dealt with by Cynics out wide. That looked for a second like it was going to be Partisans around as Dragon takes down 2. Not cleared at all. 3 players walk past him. But unfortunately, clash happened.
Kalash happened. He was holding that for so long. He's so patient. And unfortunately, didn't happen. Of course, there's going to be a force buy back. Can't really get away with it too much on the CT side. This needs to stick here for Partisan. Otherwise, Amcal will get off to a really good start again.
There's ever a map to be force buying on, though. It is this one. Both the teams has been a very solid map. Flash play to get info. There's been a couple of smokes deployed. You've had a flash. You're still in the dark, and now a 4th player moves to A. Indo will play out towards long. He stays alive, moves into sight. Oh, I don't think you're going to be 4 players playing so reserved. And Dragon's taking the initiative, removes Kalash, and has forward position. The long wrap comes through. Dragon dealt with. Still 3 players lying wait in sight. Vladin fires off the first shots, but it's all the bait in Kindo, and it doesn't matter. AW removes 2 before the 4th player reveals himself. And Depression's brought down low. Dancing with his deagle. Surely going to be dealt with any moment. They all have eyes on him, and he still takes 1 more down. Surely that's enough. W's low. Itis balance on full HP in towards pit. Perfect position to end this round. And timing could not be better. Collins swung on and Amcal deal with the force despite walking straight into it.
Yeah, they've done that 3 maps in a row now. They've walked into the stack and they've been able to win it every single time. The fact that Depression is alive for so long is pretty bonkers. But he makes it work. I remember casting Fnatic Rising on this map with Depression, and he had like 50 kills. It was just actually just ridiculous. He was pulling off clutch after clutch. I think that was We Play.
Yeah, sounds right.
He was unbelievably good on this map. I still don't know what his best map is. All of them look pretty good.
Yeah, every map right now.
AW wants money. He'll be giving it. 3, even 4 kills. Not quite. I disbalanced. That's not very nice. But they'll take it all day long.
He needs all money. On tap.
I don't know how the first kill was. The first bullet wasn't a headshot, to be honest.
Mopped up. Oh, he gets it. Nice. So, yeah, it's actually good that you lost that player, because now you got 4 AKs. Depression does have the AWP. Completely uncontested. We still have this Mac 10 in Itis Balance hands. But unfortunately, didn't have the spawn to make use of it early.
You gotta know that Depression's gonna be on the AWP. Kindo just gets removed. In Banana, Dragon Oh, is punished by Stinix as well. 2 quick kills. In fact, making a third. B has been completely ripped apart from Partisan's possession. And now for Depression and Vladen, the reality starts to sink in. But interestingly enough, Amcal are going back to A. They feel like they've done enough to cause rotates, and they haven't. They're both here on A.
Yeah, time to get a move on, and they will now. Depression can't beat them there. But it's already made this compelling between him and Vladen finding a killer piece. But if they just had one more. But I think you're just saving now. Crazy shot from Cynics. He's boosted up on that little angle to try and peek into long safely, but yeah, jiggles around, and there's a player already crawling on his position. Has to flick onto his head down. It's an uncomfortable one to do. I guess same could be said with the player encroaching upon him. That's some flash aim. 10 kills between AW and Stinix to get things started. And it's Amcal do what they did on Ancient and start 4-0 up.
Yeah, it feels good that the propaganda's still going. AW Stinix hype is real, is relevant. I really hope both these teams make it through to playoffs. I think they both deserve it. I think it'd be a fun one for Amcal and Partisan to make it through. Obviously, one of them won't make it through this first time of our skin. I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing out of Amcal. And Depression. No, notably Depression.
You think about recently he was added into this roster. I feel like whenever I looked at his stats and remember coming into this and I was like, yeah, I think we got lucky. We watched kind of his best map. But every map that we've watched of him has been outrageous. Like, he's just been fragging out, frag leading by huge margins. Maybe we've just been lucky.
I think his agent is Gade. That's a throwback.
Lot of flames. Go back and forth. But the CTs will look to re-establish top banana control. Bring a third player over as well. Depression holding a fine line. Oh,
He saw him.
doesn't go back. He saw him, but he's expecting that second swing. He's completely alone towards the site. Vladen is playing really passive towards long, or like not anywhere near to support him at very least. I suppose with this sort of position, you know, short's at the moment safe. Rotation comes to help out. Depression is hunting, doesn't see anything.
Oh, this is really weird for the CTs, because you feel like... Oh, okay. Well, now you know. I could still just be a lurker, though. That's the thing. You don't directly know how many players are here. You didn't see anyone whatsoever when you look down top middle. This feels weird.
Complete silence, but now some utility. And 2 pieces of smokes land. I'm
But
just trying to
nothing
counter
behind
it.
it. It's just pure silence. Okay, then we'll start committing now.
Yeah, in 25 seconds, you gotta start committing, and you're committing straight into the AWP of Depression. Well, pre-fire not gonna deter him, and he'll get a shot through the wall onto one, but removed. So now, it's Dragon and Vladen that have to hold on. 10 seconds left, and the kills will come through. Bomb allowed to plant with seconds to spare. AW goes down. It's all under Idis balance. You know he has to be on site. Can't have crossed. He's going to look forward. Try and take the fight on his own terms and can't win it. The Collins MP9 takes down 2 rifles to pull off the retake.
It's actually brutal for this balance because I know it's client side to a certain extent, but I think AW's ragdoll has already got in the way there. Or someone's body from Amcal. Further back, it's easier for Collins to see over the top, but up close like that's a really hard shot for Idis Balance to hit. And this is identical to Ancient, where we're going to get these crazy mid to late round situations. feel like AW's done enough when he gets those kills, but it feels like he needs to go that one step further. Sometimes that is the downfall of this player, just knowing when to overextend, knowing when to call it quits. The money is still in a laboured spot here for Partisan. The banana control is just relentless.
And Partisan been able to get towards the top half orb and not really extend further. Now they have the orb here. Shouldn't be too much to offset him, but he'll just drop the nade, fall back. Maybe that's a solo hold this side as they bring 4 to A. One will peel back.
He's gagging for a peek, isn't he? He just really wants someone to come into his scope. Kindo plays in a second. Oranges, there's that swing. Depression will claim his prize. One player's going to walk through. Oh my gosh. This has worked perfectly. AW's in the CT smoke.
Do they have any idea? Oh, there's no
it's
CT
faded.
smoke.
What?
But yeah, he's caught in the open, and now you cannot commit. There are 4 CTs here. And you have no backwards, no other play. That would have worked if there was a CT smoke.
Where did the CT smoke go?
I don't think there was one. The one that was thrown before was so long ago that it was well faded.
Oh.
Or it's like fading the second that play comes through. 'Cause that was the one that Depression was next to, right? Then he moved on to side. Yeah, that was ages ago.
Oh dear.
I like the idea.
Yeah, same. If there was a smoke.
Okay, well, 2 in a row for Partisan. At least with the saved guns, it's still decent for Amcal. Oof. Nice. Do some heavy work. Already lose 1.
Back to banana again. I mean, they were able to get... The thing is, they were able to get all the space. The execution was just a little bit sloppy. Depression isn't on B. That's the noticeable part about this for Amcal, is if they go into the bomb site now, they don't have to deal with this AWP, but that's a well-timed smoke out of Collins. They might just go through. AW loves going through these smokes.
Flash. And not ready for him. So hyper-focused on taking that fight. It's the same round. Same smoke, same flash play. There's no CT smoke off it. Just trying to explode through and punish a player that's not expecting it at CT, but because that forward position just doesn't work.
Clash is dead.
Maybe a chance for the bomb plant, but a boosted up player makes that very unlikely. 20 seconds. Yeah. Well, nope, gonna be saving again.
No, surely not.
Oh, what else can they do?
This is horrible.
CTs don't want to overextend either. But yeah, fizzling out of the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, it feels like they've run out of ideas. Reminds me an awful lot of what was looking like the fact that you've got good ideas, but then if that one idea doesn't work or one element of that idea doesn't work, it's a complete collapse.
Not a good start, as Spade 8 will fall to the op. Now the trade comes through from Cynics. So big kill to find. Dragon will try his hand with the sniper.
Look at the bomb, though. The bomb is just in spawn.
Yeah, you're just hoping these riflers can win the round for you.
Doesn't look like they can. We're still getting dinged. I disbalance. Oh, hits a massive timing on Collins. Is there anything to say about this round now? The bomb moves its way over. Brilliant flashbang. Self-inflicted by I disbalance. And AW comes back around the corner with a scavenged rifle. No way. That's a round Amcal win.
I disbalance walks through a smoke and the timing on it is absurd. You feel like the CT's favored in that situation every single time, but it's just he's kind of watching onto the smoke itself. Getting ready to tuck into that corner and face in a different direction. That's so frustrating if you're Partisan. If that's the way that round slips away. It was 2 saved AKs and a couple of Tech 9s.
Two AKs that have been saved in back-to-back rounds as well. And suddenly, because you've made these 2 saves and you've won the round, immediately your money's fine. Can buy into this if you're Partisan. Another one of these tech pauses that we could be upset about. But that's a really frustrating round to lose, especially after getting the opening kills, and especially after basically having like a lot of control on the map. You welcome Amcal in, and they take it with open arms. That's a really horrible one to lose.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Amcal, I think they've earned one of those with how many they let slip to Partisan. So, you know, goes both ways. It doesn't take the sting out anymore. But Partisan were on a good run of rounds before that one fell apart, and they were very well managing their finances, so not going to be a problem. See Depression continuing to be a menace. Highest rated player of the series so far, 1.43 rating. He's actually the only player on his team with a positive rating across 2 maps, despite them winning a map. He was just so good on Ancient.
Alright, will Amcal utilize this, or is it going to go back and forth again? It goes deep to signify that Depression isn't here, and he's just going to keep walking. How far does Depression go with this orb?
He might just chill out here and see what he gets. Ladin's causing chaos with a peek out, so you shouldn't be expecting an AWP on this line now. Oh, above you! Yeah, what a crazy way to die to an AWP.
Okay, we're going back and forth. The Depression can hold that line for so long because Vladin is in apps. It's a nice idea out of them. And now Dragon is holding base of Boiler.
He's been lost.
Oh, yeah. So now they're going to over-rotate. And to keep your eye on Idis Balance. Idis Balance on the balcony. Yeah. Dragon caught out. Wait, this is weird because you feel like it's going to be a lurk play. Idis Balance gets 2 kills. You still are paranoid that you think it's the B bomb site. And Spadate has caused so much chaos on this lurk.
He gets 1 kill on the lurk and it ruins the entire round. Idis Balance's timing is remarkable. It's not going back and forth. It should have. It should have.
Absolutely should have.
2 incredible opening picks for Partisan. 5 on 3. You feel you got everything how you wanted. 1 kill under Kindo over at B. And because he was solo there, it causes such a concern. He doesn't even have to commit through. He just walks away after dropping all that util.
And of course, if you think about it as well, for a Partisan POV, they've pushed second mids. They've got 2 kills. I just balance. Depression went out of apps round the corner. Only saw 1 player in that deep channel. Of course, you're gonna think it's B.
And Stan's kicking up a year. That's 2 rounds that he's pulled out for them with some cheeky kills on A. This time, Apps, time previous, out throughout Smoke Walk. There's the escalation of the first kill. Orb saved. Is in play. Kindo. For the first time, we get full control of Banana for the CTs.
He's not a happy bunny, so he wants to get a little bit aggressive. Actually, for the first time, Amcal putting no pressure on Banana whatsoever. So Kindo's going to fall back. That indicates to me that Amcal are going to go and take Banana late, especially with 2 people just waiting towards the T ramp. Again, it's one of these things where you see a long smoke now for top brackets. You didn't see anything in Banana. You took all that space. Mollies, flashbangs to gain and ascertain the control. And now if you're Kindo, you just got to jiggle the top of Banana. Because you've got no idea what's happening.
What am I do here? There's such little time. Okay, Kindo's forced back. They just look to burst. Depression goes to info at the same time, and he's going to see nothing. He notices the commit. There's a chance to get a freebie there. Has to be B. 3 players are here. Kindo from above gets that first kill. They have to force their way through. Somehow a boosted player secures 1. They might have just been spammed through the smoke, and Amcal are gonna save again.
That was... Yeah, the time was just way too short on that. It was the right idea. Here's the thing. The way that they approached that round, I think, was absolutely the right idea. I just think they did it, like, way too late. If they had started going into Banana within, like, 10, 15 seconds earlier, you still got capacity with Kalash's lurk to come back A. And that was the whole intent. If it didn't work out, you go back A because of Kalash. So... I don't know. That one's like a half telling off for Amcal, because I completely understand what the bigger picture is in that round. And I think because they got so caught up into what they were trying to do and it was a little bit more intricate, they completely lost track of the clock.
I've never ever seen a T-side team save so much. Like, we've played 10 rounds and 3 of them, they've had saves. It's actually kind of crazy when you think about it. Well, it's smart, I guess. Control of the economy. They get a redo. Deep CT smoke is dropped, and that slows down Amcal's approach again. Which for Partisan you're probably loving, because you know how much the time has been a problem. Waste 30 seconds early before Amcal will get all that control. How long does this 3-player setup stay in place on B?
It probably dissolves it in the next 5 seconds, and they've just dumped all their U2 and now another deep smoke on Banana. You can at least leave Depression solo. It's these slow paces of rounds, which look pretty on the surface of them, but that you're giving Partisan so much map control, and they've realized they can just take it all away from you. This flashbang's got to be so good out of AW.
Yes, thing needs to come at the right time.
Will they double it?
Depression's surely good for 1 here. If it comes while he's kind of looking open, he could be in trouble. Here's the flash. Timing shot doesn't hit. Jump over the bullet. But he has some support. Kindo moves in. He smoke. 25 seconds and you're smoked off but you trade out the orb. You have to burst through. You have to fight forward. And Kinder just sprays down. We're going to have another save.
No, you're not. They're going to try and go away, but Dragon... yes.
It doesn't matter. No, the skill's coming in short.
If they were able to get Dragon, yes, I think so.
There was a way out. But instead, it's Partisan getting again on another free round. 4 of their rounds have come with T-Players staying alive.
They just did exactly the same round as they did last round, but they did it on a slightly more advanced timing. And again, it would have worked if they had better coordination. And Kalash moves around long. Danger with that, again, is that he can catch out players rotating, sure, but if one player just sits in pit, sits in short, then it's completely fine. This time, Amcal are going for the Route 1 approach. They're just trying to brute force Banana. And look at bottom mid. Okay, maybe don't.
Yeah, Amcal finally going to get some map control early on so they can actually work with something. Not try to re-clear Banana at the 30-second mark. But now they're just going to commit to the one place they have control. Where are they? Depression?
Oh, Depression, leg split. I saw it. I don't think Spade did.
Oh,
wow.
Headshot comes through, but it's the Galil. So he has to fall back. Flashes every which direction. But not going to be effectual in terms of the payoff. Molly, not going to do the job. Got a player tucked in. Players playing behind the fountain. This CT smoke is causing problems. And Amcal trying to come up with solutions. 2 versus 3 into the 1-on-3. Kalash up over the top. Will not quite convert the first. So Partisan, a rock solid defense after a shaky start.
How many of those are, I mean, gifts given by Amcal? Because some of those rounds towards the end were so weird. It's so interesting to me how you've gone from really fast pacing, you're trying to create this condition out of Amcal, your acceleration's been really cool. You win that round on Tech 9s where you just sort of brute force it because Idis Balance has a crazy timing through the smoke at long. And they win that and they think, all right, cool, job's done. And they just sit back and they try and go for the complete inverse of what they've been doing all half long to earn them rounds. And it doesn't work and they think, okay, let's try it again. And it doesn't work and they think, okay, let's try it again. It was really bizarre to watch those last 3 rounds from Amcal.
Partisan will take it. 3-player setup on B for Amcal. It's just ready to drop a smoke. Might deter them away. Maybe you're hoping they commit through off the back of it. Make it think that it's just the one defender, but Flames have alerted them to AEW. That smoke is a bit awkward, but the shots are not clean with the dualies. And he has the support too. And they're slow in the back lines, but they know. Eyes are on it. And Depression, sure, he gets one. Maybe he has a way out. He's ready for this player in CT. Can he connect the shots? No, it's Idis Balance. And it's Amcal's pistol.
Just want to have a little look. Okay, so Partisan got both pistols on Mirage. Amcal got both on Ancient. And the team that got both pistols went on to lose the map, funnily enough. And Amcal just got both pistols on Inferno.
So you're saying is Partisan are going to take this series?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like.
They are forced into it. So they can hard reset the CTs here if they find success off it.
Oh, not again.
We love that back and forth, don't we? Brawl in Banana. Collins brought low early and just going to charge through to his demise. of damage on the Dragon as well, and the CT's disengaged. Don't want to overextend, but continue doing chip damage. It's in painful. 2 players. Oh, okay. 1 player brought down low. 1 player just brought down. Force buy not started how Partisan would have hoped. I don't think it will end how they like either.
What's the plan now? Try and fake A and get the bomb down on B? Don't think that's happening. Alice Balance is in a really nice setup here on A. By the time smoke as well into balcony. Oh, that's lovely. That's impossible to progress through if you're Kindo. They're just going to fake out a little bit longer. And now they're disengaged. They will be committing on towards this B bomb site. There's no block utility anymore. That incendiary was the last piece that Amcal had to stave off this pressure.
They've got better weapons. And they got this flashbang, which you imagine will be a significant contributor. Oh, Kindo was kind of lurking actively. He's removed. Cynics gets his. And jumping AW to finish the job. MP9's farm up. They can continue to farm because it now has to be the full eco from Partisan. Feels good if you're Amcal right now.
Yeah, it feels clean. Feels like they desperately needed this on their CT side. Especially with the overinvestment of MP9s. 4 of them is slightly outrageous. It's interesting that they... Obviously it's 3rd stage loss bonus, but they invest a little bit deep here. Partisan. I don't think that's going to get you any kills, mate. Dragons 1 will, though.
Okay. Don't want to give them away into this bomb side. They've still got some weapons that can do some damage. Tinix. Oh, okay. That's outrageous. And he even gets the 3rd. That's just an instant headshot and a Vladin jumping. I think I'm hearing some NS's in chat because...
Attack.
Oh, and attack, yeah. A lot of tippets happening. That's crazy. Throws the MP9 away. He's in the M4 now.
Karma for Mirage Palace. Yeah, Colin's working with a Mac 10. And Depression, it's not fair to say he's had a quieter game, but in comparison, it's been a bit quieter. And Vladim's been notably just missing this series.
Yeah, he's having a slow one. Oh!
Ouch.
That is a great nade.
Oh, they were able to fight this Amcal AW. Now notices them. That nade is going to do even more damage. How's that not done more?
They got ahead of it. Actually surprised. I felt like it was going to secure a kill, maybe.
I thought it was going to get both.
Would have been fun. Still unconfirmed, but it still softens them up. I don't want to go near B. Just want to rotate off. And the MP9 is one of the defenders here. Oh, this could get really scary for Amcal. They need to come up big with these defenders, and they've lost 1. Big kill from Vladin. Said he was quiet, and he gets a massive frag there. Kindo fights his way through. And despite all the damage, look at the HP on 3. It's not going to matter.
No, they're going to save. Weird moment for Amcal because yeah, they do so much damage in Banana. Then, yeah, exactly. There's complete silence, and Svodek goes, "Yeah, I'll come B." Maybe they were scared. Maybe they saw a few more players than they intended. But if you're going to get the 3rd rotate on Banana, like you could definitely do something with it. If you haven't heard anything, like you could definitely flash around the corner. There was utility enough to do it here. For Amcal, they just decide against it. Vladin hits a good timing. And as you say, 1 kill is impact, and it brings Partisan to within 2.
And they're going to keep all these players alive on the T side. So that's great. Replay save still good. We'll have the AWP on Itis balance, I'm sure, going into the next. Won't have to contend with one on the other side. So he'll have an opportunity to get quite active with that if he wishes to. Starting towards short. So not taking a fast, aggressive line.
Everyone's just chilling. This is just such normal Inferno things where everyone just throws a bit of util. And just stops. No one moves an inch. It looks like Banana's about to be retaken. They are going to find out pretty quickly that no one's here. How's this timing for Partisan? It looks like they're going to go pretty immediately.
All right, well, Itis balanced in the right place. You got very forward positioning from Kalash, but he does need some contact. He needs to hold onto this ground, though, because Itis balance requires that safety. Smoke will help. He'll get back onto the line before they cross. The flashbang comes through, misses the timing shot. Really feel like that was going to be spot on.
Oh, they're going
don't
B.
Scale.
This is cool. Yeah, I love that. So a flash in, you get the AWP back, and you know there's going to potentially be a rotate. They drop another Moto smoke, and you got a lurk out long. That has been seen. Because you got this lurk out long, that's probably going to keep the attention here. And now it's just one player. It is AW, and he is boosted. I doubt they clear the boost.
How many can he get, though? Needs a multi to make it worth it. And between him and his teammate who arrives at time, it's good. There's going to be 3 CTs here, even though there was only one defending. And AW continues.
Oh.
He's the only one here. And he's gotten almost all the kills. Veto bursts through to finish the job. Amcal come out cleanly.
I don't know how they come out cleanly. Because I really like the approach of Partisan. I think that's really cool. You flash the AWP off the angle, you double swing, you got all that space, you then re-smoke Moto, you go into B. It looked really cool. I really like the idea. Again, similarly to some of Amcal's T sides. But this one felt a lot more technical, and unfortunately, as soon as they threw the smoke that doesn't block the boost, I knew they wouldn't look at the boost. Which is the reality of the situation. They feel like they've got to speed up. They feel like they've got to make use of their timing. And because there's no one directly in the site, why on earth would they expect a boost?
Not finding success in that long lurk as well meant that the rotation from Cynics would come so quickly that he's able to spam through that smoke at the same time. They get 2 from there, which is crazy. Keep an eye on a smoke thrown out from spawn. Amcal looking to try and assert this early, perhaps. Counter smoke deployed by the T's.
Ah, Svedo, this is wild, mate.
He wants to get amongst it. He needs to calm down, as the T's will win out that space.
Now I'm looking at Kalash, because Kalash might push the smoke on Dragon. You've also got this flash in Banana. There's just so much going on all at once.
Yeah, flashes both ways too. Oh, and Spade 8 loses that duel to Collins. Cynics needs to hold on. He's the only one here, and they're just committing. Pressure wants to charge through, and he's fallen with the bomb. Cynics keeping them at bay. Kinto progresses forward just to pick up the C4. Doesn't actually want the fight. Just wants the way out. And he'll get it, because look at the A bomb site.
Yeah, but look at Long. AW in the corner. And he's going to
read
hold the
it.
Dragon. Yeah, of course. Oh, my
doesn't
goodness
matter.
me. What a shot out of Dragon. A 3-on-3. The spam won't even kill him. Oh, but that one will. And the bomb's not even been planted yet. Player advantage for Amcal. And they know
Nope.
where Vladin is.
And he's low. He's so low. Cynics should surely be able to confirm this, and he will. It's on to Kinto. 1v2. He's in towards Mini Pit. Flames will eliminate Big Pit from the equation. They have no idea where he's gotten off to. Now they do. He reveals his position, and the swing can come a swap to the rifle, and he can't control the spray. The Amcal, despite Partisan getting a really good timing, They are able to pull off that retake, and it's Cynics, of course, to close, who opened up with a 3k, so yeah, keep in mind, or 2k, this was Amcal in a 5-on-3 that Partisan try and pull back. You really felt like they were going to do it.
I'll tell you what, really good comms and really good game sense from AW. Because if they have fallen back at that point to go A, that means only one thing. Someone's got out the balcony, which means they're probably going to be scaling in towards longs, cut-off rotates. So even though he doesn't get the kill, it's really cool to see that he is holding for it directly, especially when he hears the players running up middle and then they don't go out mid. They go through apps. Okay, well, they have to have a safe passageway. That means they went through apartments. It's just nice little things to see from these youngsters. They're just fully aware of what's going on.
Oh, break. I really thought Spade 8 was going to get something there, but too many bodies to deal with. What is Kalash up to? Curious. And I just balance strikes. He'll fall back. Oh, Kalash. Got a freebie here. He knows that Vladden's right here.
Does he?
I don't think so. I mean, he knew, I think, that a player would be lurking.
Well, he's going to go boiler. Yeah, he's got no idea. He's still got really good timing. Yeah, awesome. Little collection. 4v2. Bomb can go down. Vladden's now just been revealed and legged. So Kalash can swing. He doesn't really know whether Vladden's dropped off. And in fact, it's going to be a swing from depression. Kalash will claim all of them. It didn't really work out in the way that I initially anticipated. But that 3k, because he walked through his own smoke, puts Amcal on series point.
Yeah, really cheeky, right? They allow them into sight, basically. Can see that control, let him walk through the smoke. Just to get the cheeky backstab. A rough run for Partisan to bear. Not the way you want that round to slip away. I guess the last place you're expecting someone to be, because Vladden's just walk through apartments. Five chances to close. Dropping the 1 on this first half. Oh, second half, sorry.
It's funny because on Ancient it was Partisan winning those crazy rounds, and now on Inferno Amcal, they're getting their balance in, I suppose. The fact they're able, okay, well, you got all of those on Ancient, we'll have some of ours on Inferno. It's coming at a really good moment for them. And this is probably one of the easier ones to convert for the series because it's only really limited utility. But this is really quick out of Partisan. They're just going to scale up. Pure contact.
Huge gap. Oh, I just balanced.
Idea.
You might just get shot on the side of the head. Or, okay, well now you know. Pure contact and Ice Balance misses his chance. So play extended by at least one more. I've been leading a lot of players to be early, and I think Partisan maybe had the read there just to let's try and contact.
Yeah, also they're only fighting mid aggro when they've got apartments control. They're never really like taking deep swings. We saw depression was holding the second mid creep. He was also holding deep in towards middle. Amcal have never gone and investigated in towards middle whatsoever, apart from when they've been on MP9s. So it's a nice little call here for Partisan. Now, can Amcal close?
Again, 3B. You want to get the control this time. Cynic's sitting up flashes. it's going to be this fight. No one's there. Very similar from Partisan. They've identified A has only 2 players early. They want to keep putting the pressure on. Timing looks good.
Yeah, now's the time to go because they just dropped that incendiary in Banana. You've now heard all these smokes. In fact, a double smoke. Comms are starting to be a little bit flustered. I disbalance around the corner, though. This time with the opener, Kalash. Same position, hoping for a different result.
Yeah, this time I'm ready for them. That's the difference. This lurk long could be a problem, but I think it might get spotted out. Here comes the hit, though, coming through. Kalash, good first kill. Collins trades. I disbalance now holding for that crossover. Depression goes up and over. They have removed the long flank. So 2-on-3 to keep Partisan alive.
Oh, look at Veto. Look at how quick this is for the apartments players, though. I think Collins is just dead here in a few seconds. Svede obviously worried about Pit. Depression has no idea this is happening with this Collins. The penny will start to drop in just a second, especially after Collins gets that kill. And that means he can look round for Svede. If Svede has just gone around the corner, I understand why he doesn't, but my god, that timing was so good, and he doesn't make the most of it.
So quickly up there, wasn't he? Player advantage. It's a little disjointed on it. Now, certainly a chance. If he finishes that kill on the Collins, like he almost gets it done, then it still would have been their round. But it's not. Partisan keep clicking. This time much more forward in Banana. Again, 3 from Amcal. They want the fight. They might be getting it this time, finally. Great util damage. It's going to be even more in both directions. Everything's getting dropped. Ah!
Oh,
You put all the effort in extinguishing the smoke. Straight to walk into a flame. I disbalance. One out long and can't get the second. Peeks back into it. And now Kalash is feeling so much pressure. Great molly. So he can't go forward. He has to stay on site. It's desperate, but he still gets one more kill. Still kicking, and now he has the support. AW spams one out. Collins has 20 HP.
You've seen him.
Jump peek, Dragon. Given the rune to move forward. He's got the bomb. Flash has been a nuisance. Dragon's just going to commit to the bomb plant here. He's allowed to get it down, but it's just Dragon. And look at the reposition from Kalash. He's into the apps. It's been spotted. But for Dragon, there's limited options on what he can do. Needs to find a way to fight his way out. That was a chance. Doesn't convert it. Kill comes through, but overwhelmed. And Amcal will finish the job. It's a victory on Inferno to secure the series 2-1.
And that means they're straight through to the playoffs now. So a good result for Amcal. That's the round they win in this, the scrappiest of the lot. And I'll tell you why. It's because finally, Partisan went banana. I Disbalance needs to chill out a little bit, though, because he's definitely over-peaking in a lot of these scenarios. He's getting the opening kill more often than not. And then it's always like, a re-swing. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, no. Unlucky Kalash. Go live by yourself and try and survive, which he did do a very good job, to be fair to him, but doesn't need to be put in that position probably as often as he is.
Yeah, maybe it's like, oh, well, Depression's doing it. Why don't I give it a shot and go through all these big opening picks, lots of fights. But yeah, I mean, Amcal could have closed that in 2. There was lots of chances. Partisan kept pushing. It was a messy series. Like, it was fun to watch. There was just so much back and forth, so many ridiculous rounds coming through, big moments, a great series that Amcal closed. I bought into the hype. This team is super exciting to watch, very fun. You can see how teams can definitely punish them, though. They're not invulnerable, but they will continue forward 3-1. That's a great position to find themselves in.
And for Partisan, look, you're in, what, the 2-2, so like you're fine. Like you still got another best of 3, and I feel like they will get through based on the other teams that are in the competition. We're running behind a little bit on schedule, so we're going to throw it to a short break. When we come back, we're going to talk things all Cybershoke taking on Zero Tenacity.
It's time for our final game of the day, Brandon. This is one I think I've been most excited to see. Although having watched the game we just did, that was maybe the game of the day. We'll see.
True.
But I think this one serves to be very exciting as well. Cybershoke versus Zero Tenacity. Another 2-1 game, Brandon. And two teams that, well, one's gone through a recent change. So we have Madden coming through. And then Cybershoke, who are in a really good form at the moment.
Yeah, let's speak a little bit about Cybershoke first. We'll bring up that roster, we'll have a chat through, because the notable thing to comment on here is how good Glowing has been. Glowing has been absolutely fantastic. Phenomen is normally the guy that we speak about. We say, look, he's got a lot of potential. He does, but he's been a little bit hot and cold recently, which is very unlike Phenomen. I think what's cool actually is you take a look at this team and you need a little bit more out of Notaneki and Lovikus, but we've finally started to get that because of the amount of experience that Glowing's been bringing to this roster. The fact that Glowing has been able to be so consistent is now given the space for these guys to finally find their footing. And it's actually a really similar situation to Amcal, where initially it was Phenomen just dropping like 30 kills at a time and just carrying games single-handedly for them, but now it feels a lot more balanced, which is really cool to see. And I hope that doesn't disrupt Phenomen's style of play, but what I do hope is that he can just start building and growing more into the structure, because it definitely is helping out the rifles.
Yeah, it's really cool to see Glowing thriving in this team. You know, he's one of my favorite players in tier 2. The fact that he's still got it, right, and he just delivers time and time again. Like the remarkable consistency from him, even at 31. You know, it's often a young person's game, but this guy is still star rifles no matter where he goes. So yeah, brilliant to see, and I'm excited to see them in the server. On the outside, we have Zero Tenacity. And this team we all know and love here in CCT, but the newest addition, the first change in 2-3 years, some ridiculous amount of time.
4 years.
4 years. Sorry, that long. Is Madden coming into the team? So that's exciting. He's had some decent numbers so far. It's a very limited sample size, but it looked pretty good, and it feels like the injection of fresh air that this team needed.
Absolutely. It really felt like Zero Tenacity was struggling. This season has been like awful, and I think they would be more than happy to agree with that. It's not been good whatsoever. And the fact that you take Simca out, you can bring in Madden, who's really experienced. It won't disrupt the flow of Zero Tenacity, but it will bring new ideas, it will bring a lot of reliability, and it will probably bring a hunger for Madden, who's been out the scene for so long. And he'll definitely be wanting to get back into regular competition. Obviously he was with Ents for a long period of time, was on Falcons for a little bit. Like all he wants to do is probably help this team get VRS invites, because this is all this team wants to do. They've always been close, but they've never been able to do it. Signing Madden makes this team go from maybe they get playoffs to maybe they win the whole tournament. Genuinely, I think that's how much of an upgrade this is.
Yeah, absolutely. The experience is so huge for Madden. We're talking about a player that spent, 3-4 years playing at the top of tier 1 competition, and with some really deep runs during that time. So I'm really excited to see that injection that he brings to this team, which was already, a heavy hitter when it comes to the tier 2 space. But you're right, it's that breakthrough moment. It's pushing the VRS a little bit higher, getting those invites. It's been missing. We've had 1-2 opportunities, I think, for them at the very top, but they've been few and far between. And I hope that this is now the opportunity for them to, push into the top. I'd love to see them get another chance on LAN. Yeah,
I'd like that too. We've got the Veto ready. We can have a little explore into what this is looking like, and Zero Tenacity picking into Nuke is a definite punish against Cybershoke, because Cybershoke's Nuke has been a little bit all over the place, like 18% win rate in 28 maps. Like,
oh my god, that's awful.
It's really not good. And for Cybershoke, they pick into Mirage, which is an okay map for Zero Tenacity. So I believe that this Veto is actually really good for Zero Tenacity, and Cybershoke need to win Mirage, otherwise it's over on Nuke.
Yeah, Mirage is, sure, it's not been stellar for Zero Tenacity, but they're still very capable players on this map. It's not going to be a walk in the park by any measure. But yeah, Nuke, that's surprising to me, because Glowing, from his previous rosters, I feel like Nuke was a really strong map for him, and it's kind of surprising.
He's good on it.
Okay, all right, yeah, because 9 Pandas were like Nuke specialists, so it's kind of surprising, but yeah, okay, I guess it's just a team struggle, and there's only so much one man can do.
Yeah, and I guess players that I'd like to also speak about that I think have got just an incredible range on this team for Cybershoke that should be doing more is Blixie, because Blixie in Aurora Youngblood, he went through this period, right? Like, it was a while ago, but you got to bear with me. I love my nostalgia. I love my little history lessons in Counter-Strike. Back end of 2024 / very, very early 2025, this kid was on fire. Like, genuinely was so good, was really fun to watch. He was really confident in the decisions he's made, and he's now going through this downturn of form, and you see his confidence has just dropped. And it sounds like a weird thing to say, but you can just see it on the server, the decision he's taking, the gunfights he was going for. Blixie of like 4 months ago would just be wide swinging, would just be ripping heads off, and Blixie today is not as confident, and it's a real shame, because he has got the capacity to be a very, very good rifler on his day. He just needs to not let all the stresses really get to him.
Yeah, it really does feel like, yeah, there's a lot of potential here with some of these young kids. It's a very interesting roster. It kind of reminds me of, you know, Idis Balance, Glowing kind of similarities, where you've got this one experienced player and then a lot of youngsters here on this team. Yeah, Blick is only 19. I'm sure he'll be able to bounce back and find that form again. Venomman, only 20, right? Very, very young guys. And yeah, I think that's also an extra thing that you imagine Glowing will be bringing to the server. And against Zero Tenacity, you're going to need all that experience, because they have plenty of it across the board. So yeah, we'll be jumping into the action very soon. Glowing and Nemano is our head-to-head. I don't think that's surprising. Top 2 rated players. Very similar stats, actually. Yeah, I guess that's remarkable. Anyway, let's get into the action, shall we? Let's kick this off with a bit of Mirage.
A bit of Mirage.
Bit of fun Mirage earlier.
I think this could be a stomp.
Which way?
To Zero Tenacity.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm very excited to see this Madden edition.
So I'm sure gonna go away. Brit Monster, there were stickers on this gun. Very funny.
It's cute. I've seen a lot worse.
Yeah, me
It's
too.
in and out the server. Oh, that's a misleading little dink. Jeffrey will fall back, not really gushed at all. An inverse gush. He lives on 91, loses 9. Brit Monster sees some on the cross. They managed to fully get control and get the bomb down. Has to be the retake. They've got the kit for it and plenty of util.
Yeah, they've got flashes on the mana. They got double nades as well. That nade does not hit the mark for Madden. Glowing just takes his head off. In comes the scaling in towards CT, and it's all coming up Cybershoke. Glowing is just completely destroying Zero Tenacity. 3 kills for Glowing. That's going to set the tone.
Yeah, surprised at how reserved that was from Zero Tenacity. Obviously, they're intending to play retake from the outset if it was going to be the A hit, but then when they start to go, it feels a little flustered, not quite coordinated. Madden doesn't kind of hard clear. Even when they have no real idea on the post plant outside of plays of scaled jungle. I would have thought Madden would have been the late element to that play just because you've got so many players at CT. Or spine. A lot of force spies today.
It's one again, one of these rounds where it's just so slow to kick off. There's not much action happening, where you just look at it and you think, if Cybershoke walk into B, that's going to be the trap. In the same breath as Zero Tenacity going to hold on towards B for this entire time. You can see that the scouts are already rotating away just to smoke off Palace and help, but also just block the murder hole. Feels like they're going to go mid to B. So this is the right call currently. And that is a really big smoke.
We got another one. Like, never know can drop another. This might cause them to go to A instead. Getting blocked like this, that you've seen 2 smokes dropped. Oh, Madden just walks in and gives them that opening pick. Yeah, I think you just scale up. Oh, with that tag, are they scared now? They are going to go to B, but
Yeah.
the stacks move. 20 seconds, Avon goes down, and that's it.
Yeah.
They tried to get ahead of the relocation. They just held their ground. Might have worked out.
Can he hold on to his scout? I mean, he's doing a lot of damage to these players, but they will just start hunting him down, and as he moves off the angle, Notaneki will swing. No casualties. Take that every day of the week if you're Cybershoke.
See Notaneki doing so well with this squad as well, just individually, his form.
He's got better.
Yeah, because I feel like
a
with
lot
Spirit
better.
Academy, it was never like particularly stand out.
But to be honest, even in the last 3 months, that's where he's really started getting better. A lot of these guys have Lovicus as well, a really notable mention. All since Glowing's come in.
Well, not quite the stomp just yet. Oh, nice shots. Very clean adjustment. And a nice 3-0 start. No casualties for the pistols.
Maybe I put too much faith in Madden. 3 rounds deep. Oh no, I got it all wrong. Yeah, Brim Monster has got the AWP. So that's good at least. Uncontested. Venom doesn't have his. But they've got Galils, they've got rifles, they probably just like A-exec here. And they're already dropping smokes over. It makes a lot of sense to go for an execute against the first full gun round. Depends how quick they do it.
Flames will slow them down, but yeah, Zero Tenacity postured mostly towards middle. There's going to be Glowing there trying to sell the idea of multiple bodies. He drops all the util, but now that hit starts to come through, has to be the fallback from Joffo, or maybe the fight forward. No, just a flash. He'll let them have this space. They're able to get full control. Much like the pistol round. Conceded over. Flames keeping them at bay in CT, but there are going to be flashbangs to allow this push to go forward. Another molly. Considering edging it. Here comes the flash. Swing comes in. It's brilliant flashbang, and they both go down. No one that's playing anti. Now they can continue to push forward. Notaneki offers one back and bails his ramp player out, but now it's just Glowing. It's the 1v4. You don't favor his chances, and he doesn't either. Not with 40 HP. He'll let him have it.
So much util going on in CT. They just edge ever so close. Cybershoke are never going to swing that position so they can get as close as they like before that flashbang pops out. I'm surprised that no one from Cybershoke is playing anti-flash in that situation, but they both just eat it. Really easy kills from there. You've got player and sandwich, player backside, player ramp. Really easy to isolate with the numbers. And a really strong retake here for Z10. Oh, that timing on that flashbang is brilliant. Brute Monster now mollied in the window, has to get out and just about manages it. So Cybershoke have got mid control.
Something. It's got support over here as well. The AWP lies in wait. They're not going to commit to B. Falling back. Reaggress over at A. They've got place in towards ramp, but this forward position in Palace is going to be really disruptive.
Oh, can he get a multi? Oh my gosh, I don't feel like Lovicus was going to clear that. Nemanja will take his head off. So you gotta still get past Nemanja in Palace, but he doesn't really need to peek. It will be this A commitment. Joffo and Madden need to swing forward together to give Nemanja time. But look at this out of Cybershoke. They're trying to fight in, and Madden's done a brilliant job at baiting in Joffo. They got no idea he's here, and he's able to grab 2 kills. Madden can then swing on Phenomen. Another retake looking to be a success story. Unless Glowing can come up with something amazing, but you still got to remember about Nemanja in Palace. What a brilliant little bait and switch.
Yeah, lovely from Joffo. He just tucks in. They already had Nemanja in towards Palace. He's going to be that future threat after he gets one. That kind of sets him up for success. Joffo knows he can just tuck. Madden baits him to perfection. Lovely way to get to 4-0 Tenacity. They weren't even ready for the Palace play. You commented on it. But, yeah, pre-clearing as Livicus, but Nemanja wins out that fight. The elevated position. So it doesn't matter that you had ramp control the whole time. Wasn't the avenue out they hoped.
You got one more investment here. And the money's broken. And Zero Tenacity can look to extend further into this game. The AWPs have been really absent so far. I know we're only 6 rounds in, but this is now the 2nd round. The Brute Monster's got his AWP. 2nd round, the Phenomen's got his as well. Feels like the rifles are being set up for success more right now for Cybershoke, and for Brute Monster, he's looking to take matters into his own hands. Did the Zywu peek, nade break, and he's even going to go hunting. This is audacious. Phenomen is holding.
Flash won't slow him down too much, and oh, misses the chance and punished for it. You need to get Glowing immediately. Yeah, I don't think this series is going to be the Battle of the AWPers, to be honest. This feels like a rifle back and forth in my books. And Glowing continues to find success. Top mid punishes after one. Madden will get that kill back. Now they can deal with these players that are taking their bomb site. Again, a success. Joffo, is he going to get flashed over? It looked like Madden was holding 4-1. It's a break instead. Doesn't quite go deep enough. He's looking for anything. A very late CT play. Yorp gets on the line. Fenman misses his chance. Avon now strikes 1 for 1. And with the leg shot coming through, you know where both these CTs are. Information goes both ways. Joffo just desperately looking for this head. He'll just hard clear it. But Blixie punishes him off it. It's onto Madden. AWP in hand, time not on his side. A tap on the bomb, a stick on the defuse. He's scoped in, but can't get off quick enough. It's Blixie with a 3k to close.
Yeah, really important trades out of Blixie. And a really, to be honest, lovely position out of Phenomen. Because after he gets legged, he ducks down. He also makes sure that he is towards the back end of default, so you can't see over the top of the bench of the bin. So he positions himself to a point where you have to cross that imaginary line where Blixie is holding. And even if Phenomen falls there, Blixie's going to get the trade, and that will notably give him space because you know the other players are an AWP. Great work from him. Cybershoke keep knocking on the door of this A bomb site. Finally, they get an afterplant to stick. And it feels like they just want to do it again. A feels very vulnerable, at least getting into it.
They'll find a new spot, not hard cleared. It's just a one-shot fired off. He will be eventually removed. Now the support's here from the CTs. No smoke towards jungle. It's just Angels, and it's favoring the Ts. They burst through, looking for the fights this time, but it's not over yet. Not going to be sending out CT, so bomb allowed to go down. I don't know if you want to go for this.
They will if Monster's able to get Blixie. But Blixie's just gone through the smoke, and as soon as this molly is dropped, he's going to reveal himself. So this should be an easy kill for Blixie, and it is. And now Avon absolutely cannot go for this, so out he goes. I said out he goes.
I'm trying. No, he's just hanging out. You want to drop the smoke to make it seem like he's not there. Just wants to save.
Terrorists win.
Tactical pause from Zero Tenacity. Need to address this A bomb site because it has been under pressure. Won't be this round that they look for answers. It's on USPs. Be a pathway to 6 for Cybershoke. Not too much to offer up.
Looking really good for Cybershoke. What I love is something that Amcal weren't doing in their best of 3 is they're not overcomplicating anything. They go, okay, well, A's been working pretty well. Let's just keep going A. Zero Tenacity have got to put a stop to us eventually. And the fact that the stop has only come in retake situations means that your afterplants weren't as good. So they've immediately tightened up their afterplants. They took a pause to talk about it. And they're playing a lot more structured now. Been really impressed with the whole squad because it feels like everyone is contributing in a really meaningful way here for Cybershoke. A reminder, they need their map pick because Nuke is historically never really gone well for them.
Avoiding this one M4. Dealing with the pistols, that's the objective. Madden. Hello, spotted. Is one. Madden is dealt with. Another big multi in towards the con for Lovicus. Go on, you'll get a third. Sure as day. Need some answers, and Monster feels like he needs to be the one to deliver them. Hasn't found his way onto the board yet with the AWP. Might be his chance to do so. Information and damage both ways. Oh, Avon walks back into the flames.
What?
Bailed out by his teammate. They just spread at the last second or what, but it's 80 HP for free.
I like this idea now because that you've asked the question on A so many times. You imagine that Zero Tenacity are going to do two things: it's either reinforce A or fight for mid less. They fought for mid less. So now Cybershoke have got all this space and they're going to set up and go to a different bomb site as well. So Madden is feeling a lot of pressure right now because, I mean, Lovicus just mollied him, but you've got the mid play coming in that you have no info on how many people are truly there, and now you've got the B exec. Glowing just removes him because Glowing is hitting every single entry. This is a perfect round from Cybershoke. Absolutely perfect.
Running rings around them, aren't they?
Well, when I said it was a stomp, I was right, but only half right.
Glowing's having a field day. 10 kills deep, and he's not slowing down anytime soon. Nothing saved either. All the more brutal. Are they going to run away with this? Tenacity can't bring much into this round. Dominant T side coming through for Cybershoke.
This buy is horrible. They didn't get to save anything. So the MVP weapon is Joffo on a scout, not even Brute Monster. Poor Brute Monster, he's had a really rough go of it this first half, hasn't he?
It's not been fun. Not been fun. How this push though? I don't know if it's going to matter, but with Joffo finding a kill with the scout, this flank might end up being disastrous. Oh!
Uh-oh, it's
not
disastrous.
He's got a freebie. Okay, they can't just leave. Oh, they found Brute Monster. Finally, he gets that impact. It's off the lurk kill. Couldn't get a double up. So Fenneman's found the kill and the way out. He's just going to run to B, and I think Glowing will park here and try and catch a rotation.
This is so horrible, though, if you're Fenneman. Because you have no idea on what these rotations are going to look like. The Mania has just seen Glowing. That's a really big kill. And it actually pulls the rotate back in. Oh my gosh, Madden, no way. Should have been his kill all day long. And instead, Glowing has now set Cybershoke up to win the entire round.
Yeah, that's a head in hands moment, unfortunately. Avon, I think, might get caught out by Glowing as he walks into short. No, timing's not there, so he has found this space. Spotted though. And now you know exactly where he is with 50 HP. The bomb half ticked. There's just no answer here for Avon. A lot closer than perhaps it maybe could have been for Cybershoke as they try and overcommit into A. And they get caught on that flank. But bailed out by Fenneman, getting away with the bomb, and then Glowing getting away with a double homicide.
He should never have been able to get away with that. The one on the Mania, sure, but Madden. Oh, Madden. He's had a break, guys. He's had a break. Can't be too hard on him, can we?
Yeah, given time, back in the server, fitting into this squad, which has not made a change in 4 years and now has to introduce a new player into the mix. Flash forward to get info. He dodges, falls back. Glowing continues his prowl. One attempt on an opening kill. Great damage towards top mid with the nades and a follow through. Glowing tries to duck as much as he can, but he can't duck the third nade. 3 HEs.
And they're still going to go away
by.
anyway. They're going to keep going back into this.
Surely a third for zero tenacity. This is so difficult for Cybershoke.
Oh.
Smoke drops. All fires off. Let's give it a break to see if they can find a way in. They've lost their other mid player, and they've got to push through the smoke to get in. Lixie has done so. Joffo's feeling the pressure. Removed. Can they deal with Brute Monster? He's edging around the corner. Oh, the break. He's broken, and that's given them the way in. A flashbang over the top, further one to CT. Madden gets a kill back. Not Neki trades, but Nemina on the lurk. This late flank surely locks it in. Oh, he will convert that kill, and then Avon comes over. So it looked for a second like maybe Cybershoke had found the way back in. But that long flank through spawn secures.
They really needed the Mania to come through on ramp. Because if that doesn't happen, I guarantee that Fennerman drops on Avon at stairs and gets the kill. It's a really important round. This can still end 9-3, mind you. And of course, Cybershoke have got money to burn. This time, it's a much faster play in towards middle. They might just accelerate mid to B. Here's Tenacity again. I've got no idea this is happening at a break on the smoke, but it's the Mania to get the kill.
Yeah, the swing timing there doesn't favor Loverkiss. He wants this fight, and well, he'll get it, but not the outcome he hoped for. Mania finding big impact from Connector. Oh, he wants some more. Brings going down to half. Zero Tenacity trying to claw back a semblance of a half as they look to get two more. Well, an extra one after the last. With glowing catching on the Mania. Okay, the trade comes through immediately.
But you know he's there, though. That's the thing. This is a good decision to go B, but I think Madden... Oh, they're not going B. Never mind. I feel like once you see that player in jungle, you're going to assume he might rotate to B, so you're going to go up con. Okay, this gets tricky.
I think the crossfire setup they have is good. Although Avon can go down for free here if he is hard cleared. Joffer is just jump peeking, and I don't know when he'll get the information on this. Not yet. Yeah, there's that hard clear coming through. Joffer fires off his flames. Flash in his face. The second one comes through. Oh, but it hits on Neki as well. It would have been perfect. And with Joffer getting that kill, it makes it all the more difficult to close. Venom has no time and plucked from short. So 4 for Zero Tenacity at the half.
Good work. The fact they're able to get 4 there, like it doesn't look like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, where this game was, where this game potentially could have been, to recover this and to get 4 rounds is actually completely fine for Zero Tenacity, because all it takes, it's MR12. You win the pistol, you're right back in this game. So a good job for them. I think Nemanja and Joffo have really steadied the ship. Madden's come alive in important moments. Sure, there was that 5-7-1, but in other rounds, he's earned them for Zero Tenacity. So I think they should be happy with the half, considering where it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Could have been better, but could have been worse. Yeah, at 8-4, the pistol round is determining of whether the comeback's going to be easy or a real long road. Okay, we've got a curious bait setup. What do you reckon to this?
I don't know until I see it, because it looks weird.
He wants to get spotted by Palace. And he does.
Yeah, you got the kill.
No, that was the kill. That was actually the lurk play that comes through.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
This is why. This is what it's all about. They know the T's want to scale, and back's turn, difficult to shoot. Joffer takes 3.
If you're doing that, if you are doing that bait and switch, why would you not have dualies?
Also, maybe just wait a little. I think he shoots a little too early there. Gives up the whole setup. It would have helped if his teammates got some frags too.
Yeah, true.
He still did get one. Like, don't want to pull the blame on him that.
If
I like the idea.
If he had dualies, though, he'd get loads.
That's true. That's true. Okay. That's the pistol.
I was ready for him just to hit that insta. I was so ready. The movement was so clean. I was like, all right, this guy's got the one dig. He doesn't. Madden starts powering up. But Zero Tenacity might walk into this A stack. But it's only USPs, right?
Yeah, it'll be fine. Madden's definitely a T player. I feel like he's
That's true.
got that kind of aggressive rifling style. It's to be fairly explosive. All right, they're just going to walk into B. They've pushed through Spawn. Anything I ask of you, Madden, right now is don't lose your AK. Don't give him a freebie. Bring the Mac 10 over. For Monster, come get some kills. Yeah, there we go.
Got him.
Yeah, suddenly looking a whole lot more manageable from where it was. 8-2 into 8-6. The first gun round. And it's going to be very straightforward. And they execute. Two players line wait. Snacky. And glowing out a ticket. Third will rotate. So they will have bodies here.
And Glowing's now playing it as if he's the only one here by just dropping these smokes and then dropping nades forward. Everyone is so blind here for Cybershoke, but there goes Notaneki. 2 kills. You feel like he's fallen enough, but Glowing just gets his head ripped off by Madden. He's now really fighting back. Lobicus will at least reply. It's a 3-on-2, and Zero Tenacity needs to get a kill.
Bombs down, double flames into jungle. Will lock off some rotate for now. Yeah, it's feeling suffocating with the positions you have. At least there's no flames to flush out Monster. Haven in the open, caught out by Venoman, and now onto Monster. Can't convert over. It's a double from Venoman. Cybershoke winning out that first gun round, taking us to 9-6. But for Zero Tenacity, it's 3 kills. It's the bomb down. Decent amount of damage, even if it's not the round.
What's Avon doing there? Just top Tetris, just wide swinging by himself. Monster was not fighting there. That's a weird one. Really weird one. I suppose you want a wide swing to get a kill to make it 2v2, but again, it just feels a little bit redundant. Unfortunate. Cybershoke have got the fun nickname of Cyberchoke amongst most casters in Tier 2. Because they do like getting a big lead and throwing it away. If there's a team that can punish you for doing that, it is Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I think if Zero Tenacity had won that gun round, I'd be like, all right, yeah. The choke is in motion. This is punishing winning this one.
Oh, Joffo's got a timing out ramp.
He's managed to creep right up, hasn't he?
Oh, he's made noise.
Oh, now they know.
1A. Wait. Okay, I was gonna say, surely you know. How's he not dead? That's remarkable. Oh my gosh, the molly.
Yeah, nice little bit of extra damage at the end. That last spread does like 30 damage, and you've just wide swung into 3 players. Your teammates want to make the same mistake. Madden has got another multi. Glowing's feeling the pressure, but there's support coming in from short. A massive double down, and Glowing gets his. Monster, I think he's going to be done for. B3. Glowing's holding his position. And a second player is here. 2 great shot. Just a little HP. Great flash. Looks back in. He's found the shot. And he has the chance. Oh my god, he knows exactly where this final player was. Accelerating towards B.
Oh, he doesn't. I don't think he knows about market.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Surely he's shot in the back. Oh, maybe not. No short play yet. Timing. He peeks back on the angle. There was the real chance for it. Monster was in the zone. But unfortunately, the clutch is denied.
Oh, what a really good effort from Brute Monster. The way he's able to isolate these kills. He drops a flash in front of Connector so we can re-walk back in on Glowing. And as soon as he's gone to B really fast, I'm like, oh, he's got a really good idea that Blixie's in con, and he did, but he just couldn't figure out whether he was going to go market or short. That's nearly a really big round. Remember, Brute Monster was like 1-10 to start this game, so he's come back in a really big way here. They will scoop the AWP back up for Cybershoke. They'll also take 30 seconds to have a light breather. As Tenacity know the economic damage they've obviously just done with that round. They say, hey, let's just invest in. Even on 2-stage.
Yeah, you win this round, it's worth 2. Actually, even more. 2 Mackies, Techie, Deagle. Nasty. Want to give A another go.
I don't think it will work.
It's working with the AK.
Yeah, I was going to say, Madden's the only guy with a gun. Unless they're faking A and Madden's going to get all the space. No, they're full committing here. And he's just been tagged down. -90 on a random spam. The bomb is going back to B. So Madden has got this space. Off goes the Mania.
Yeah, this is now funky fresh, isn't it? They really think it's this commit in.
The issue you've got, though, is that Madden is 1 HP.
But he's got the full control. Like, he's pushed all the way into market. He's taken such an initiative. And with that kill, it's going to keep them committed. They still think this is going to be the A hit. They're finding out now no one is here. And sure, you get Joffo, but I don't think it's going to matter at this stage.
You save, I think.
I can't believe it works.
That's such a weird round. The most bonkers thing about all of that is whoever was on B apps, if they had fired one more bullet, Madden's just dead, and then they have to commit in towards A. Don't lose that AWP now, Phenomen. It's more like it. That's a ridiculous round to win.
Terrorists win.
Well played, Madden. He lived.
I can't believe he just got the random shot as well. Well, thankfully, weaponry kept across. That's not as devastating as it could have been. A couple of MP9s. Going to be in short quick and looking for the fight. We'll get it. Free one onto Madden, who swings out. Tenacity, after feeling her way around, or on the back foot into this one. That's their heavy hitter.
It's a fun little setup. Oh. Works quite well. And the thing is, you hear the flames. I don't think you're going to expect Glow in there. No, he's nading over towards ramp. So I don't think you've got a clue, if you're Joffo, that there's 2 really close to you by Palace.
He faked the runaway and then he came back, so I wonder if this is going to... Oh, he's just going to walk out. And oh, that timing could not have been worse, but at least Notzaneki's there to secure that trade. Again, not expecting a second player.
Oh, boost up. Punished.
Counted for, but yeah.
Well, actually, the opposite. Not punished. I don't think you expect Notsaneki sandwich. You'd expect him ramp, you'd expect him palace. Sandwich feels like a winning position. But I've, I cursed one thing this round, so I might as well just curse another one. Unlosable.
Oh, don't say that.
They're never clearing him.
Does feel very good because of this position.
They're clearing him.
What's the
No,
timing
they're
on
not.
his swing? It's good. Can't quite get to, but put Monster onto half, and Fetterman slowly creeping through. Blixie's a long way away, so Fetterman gets a wide swung on here. That was the chance. That was the way in. He's not missing those. 2 with the AWP in this round, and 11 on the board for Cybershoke.
Yeah, I knew it was unlosable. All comes back to that really cool setup of not a necky and glowing. It's this double under Balk. 11-7. A reminder that the round 0 Tenacity one before, that was on double stage loss. And because they won it, they then went down to single stage. So actually, you're at a point now where Cybershoke win this round, they win the map.
Got a much more favourable buy, don't they? Trying to take mid control, free top mid to pushing through unders. Bowling skill's still going to be present in con. Doesn't want to concede this control. The man just embraced it up. Time around this looks quite good. There's no one here accounting for this right now.
Fenneman's holding it.
Oh, it's deep hold. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. That felt like your winning play, and I think especially when he saw no one there, he thought, okay, let's pause. I've got the space. Monster will find some more.
Okay, good call for Brute Monster. I thought he was going to accelerate and then just go straight into Lovicus. Blixie by himself, but Fenneman is now just keeps hitting these shots. Oh, Fenneman's just deleting them all. Brilliant response. That is a banger out of Joffo, but Fenneman isn't missing. Brute Monster finds Lovicus. That was in towards short, and now Notaneki and Fenneman are both isolated. And sure, Joffo's got the bomb on low HP, but Fenneman's only got the AWP. So Joffo's going to run away, and Brute Monster is going to try and hit this timing. Notaneki's going to swing on him. And that's a really free kill. That should be 12.
Monster. But maybe he'd been able to find that space to give away into this round, but realized Notaneki would come back with the hard clear. Joffo's got a little timing to get through short, but... Oh, no, he doesn't. Timing denied. Notaneki will convert it. Fight between him and Fenneman, who, again, two or three now rounds in a row where Fenneman has been quite active and had a lot of impact in the server after a very quiet first half. At Cybershoke now on to 12 and 5 chances to close out Mirage.
Yeah, it's good. It's really good to see because it was performing outstandingly. I mean, he's got a 1.08 rating. Like, it's not bad whatsoever. But considering it was him and Grix, where at the time Grix was like 1.4 or something absurd, and Fenneman was like 1.3. We're having this conversation piece, but Grix has remained consistent. Fenneman's just dropped off a little bit. But think about the team structures that they've both been in. Fast B play. Fenneman will find that opener. Blixie will at least get rid of Nemanja. And they do start to accelerate on him, but Blixie's just holding down B with stellar and ease. And Fenneman rounds off a nice close as we're heaping praise on him. 15-9 for that man. Cybershoke 13-9 in map 1. 13-70. It was even better than I thought it was.
Yeah, Blix didn't even miss it that last round.
Yeah, cool.
It's Blixie and you miss it. Yeah, Cybershoke. First half was a bit more strugglesome, but in the second half they were fully in control. After Zero Tenacity did, get some rounds going. They got the first 2, pistol round went their way. So like once the guns came out, Cybershoke were definitely a step ahead. And you got to give, as we were saying, a lot of props to Fenneman for ramping up towards the end there. He was potent, and even in that final round, got the lurk kill and arrived in time. So great stuff from him and great stuff from the whole squad. Notaneki as well. Got to heap praise on him.
Can they beat Nuke now? Are they able to win it? I'm not sure. It's probably going to be really difficult for them. But they looked pretty decent on Mirage. So we'll have to wait and see. Zero Tenacity feel like they've got Nuke in their back pocket. Do they? We'll have to find out after this.
unconscious. Everything was fake. I never thought I'd fall in love.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
And we're back. We're to hop into Nuke, Cybershoke, closed out Mirage. Now we're going to Zero. Tenacity's pick, and one that Cybershoke have been struggling a lot on, Brandon.
Yeah, massively. I'm ready to go to Dust too. I'm kidding. It depends how the rest of the gang do, because Glowing pulled his weight on Mirage, but so did Lovicus, so did Notaneki. Venomen right towards the end played well. Look at this setup. Quite a few dualies Get ready to go into ramp. Madden starts to swing, and oh dear, everyone has fallen. Nemanja gets 1 kill, and that's it.
Okay, you can see what the teams were putting together there. They had players over at ramp, 3 of them ready to go, but then they were going for a wrap around. A main smoke lands, they want to scale through to hell and then link up, flank through, and then either go heaven or to B, but both parts fail, which gives you no way out, unfortunately. It is both players outside, and then they just get collapsed upon at ramp. A quick, successful pistol for Cybershoke.
There we go. Drop that nade through the floor. Again, Zero Tenacity being really aggro outside. They got the bomb here in Squeaky, in Avon, but you're losing players outside quite quickly. Oh my gosh, Brute Monster. Fair enough. Fair enough. I rate the effort. It doesn't work.
I don't rate Avon's effort to get down the vent, but, you know, let's focus in on the attempted knife. That was fun. Cheeky way of trying to get some free cash.
Respect.
Also respect how quick that eco was.
True.
Straight back into the action. Still 2 MB9s for the CTs, but they did invest in 3 M4s in round 2, so still pretty strong weapons.
Again, outside. Seems to be the mode for Zero Tenacity. They're trying to fake out A to get the bomb through and cross without smokes, and now that's just been given over. Notaneki sees all the info. Blixie's already rotated down. He hasn't got a smoke to block them crossing. It's going to be a little bit awkward. Notaneki should be going down B to help him out.
Yeah, they're waiting for Blixie to get the info, I think. Yeah, there it is. So he'll get the info, he'll fall back. And he'll call for the support. Venom will just stay here and he'll catch that late rotation.
Why is there no rotate?
Where is the rotate?
Guys?
Someone gonna help out Blixie? Okay. Well, what can he do?
The man is just gonna kill him. Oh,
No?
never mind.
He will be blasted from below. But Notaneki removes 2 players at ramp. So again, it's this 2-3 split. And it's an advantage for Cybershoke. Bomb down, glowing, just being a nuisance, but smoked off. Oh, Joffo walks around, but it's only Joffo. They've lost Avon. And Glowing now comes through to support. There's a kit on Notaneki. If he can get over, and Glowing will be the one that gets the job done, plays off his teammate, scoops up the kit, secures the first gun round.
You know what? Fair enough. And what it looks like to me is that Cybershoke have got a really good understanding, and it feels like they've been anti-stratting in preparation for Zero Tenacity, because it is still the continued things where it feels like Blixie needs a rotate there, but he's ready for it, and the ramp play just falls flat on its face for Zero Tenacity. They're expecting that rotate to come in. I expected that rotate to come in. It didn't. And Notaneki dispatches of them quite quickly. The fact that Blixie gets a kill really helps. And then Glowing and Notaneki play off each other beautifully. 3-0. Bomb down, sure, but no meaningful impact in these rounds for Zero Tenacity. It's been a phenomenal start for Cybershoke.
They're going to have to invest in this. I thought they might have forced into it after Mirage with how that went, given only 1 player lived, but don't want to be too much on the back foot if that fell flat. And try out A. Blixie drops down. Got Levicus backside. We'll get 1 traded out. Fenomen only good for 1 as well. Glowing. He looks to extend through. Sorry, Fenomen's found 2. So he does well from up above, and now Glowing walks in below. Oh, Nemanja's going to walk through a smoke late, and Nemanja's the only one who's been spotted. He's been spotted. And I think Glowing is just going to say, let me play. Let me flank. I've got the timing. Oh, does he? Does he have the timing? He doesn't. Nemanja takes him down, and now he knows where Notaneki was. Smoke dropped. And of course, Nemanja just walks straight through it. This guy does not commit off a smoke. It will play you like a fiddle.
Oh, I love the way he's played this.
Yeah, wrong place, Notaneki. Has a kit. Smoke as well. be loud on the approach just to get here in time. How do you find the menu? He's tucked into hut at the moment. Doesn't reveal himself. Here's the drop down. Now he swings out and straight into Natsuneki. That smoke landing, I think that got him flustered. He hears the drop and he thinks, I can punish at this moment. Clutch denied though. Another 1v1 goes to Cybershoke.
Yeah, good idea of the round there from Nemanja. The fact he's able to backstab Glowing. And he drops the smoke to elicit the idea that he's vent diving. He just plants A, but Natsuneki plays him like a fiddle. Really well played by both parties, to be honest, in the 1v1. 4-0. Remember, that was just Tech 9s. That was a lot of damage inflicted on Cybershoke. But the important thing for Cybershoke is that they're able to actually get the round. 4-0. Hoping to get a little bit more. They are being pretty relentless right now. And Glowing starts secret. That's an important factor.
Again, it's a lot of outside pressure. A flash to maybe set out this peak from Glowing. I think they'll get info. Blixie
What?
spams out Chopper. I don't even know where that happened from. It's not in
From main, yeah.
Oh, that's just unlucky. It's as he's jumping around. He must have just shot his legs.
Yeah, Madden walked down the vent as that was all happening, so Glowing's now backstabbed. And Brook Monster's dealt with Phenomen. Uh-oh, this is a disaster. How has the Nemanja got that kill? Okay, he's from Credit Card. Natsuneki knows he's got him locked in. Lovicus is up in Silo. And what? Okay, that's the Nemanja round.
Enabled by Madden, but closed by Nemanja.
What on earth was that shot on Silo?
That's
How are
crazy.
you ever expecting that?
Yeah, because you're jiggling back to look at main. You're not looking at Silo. He's had to adjust, surely. That's a backbreaker. Have to force into it for Cybershoke. Come from 5 M4s. Scout now. Well, pistols. Nice nade. Monster takes the front of that.
Front Monster.
Yeah. In my head, I was like, takes the brush of that? That doesn't make sense. That's not the word.
That would have worked as well. Oh, Blix CV Madden. Oh, and Glowing. Hello. Oh, he's cuddling them. And it works out brilliantly. Last bullet, he hit the headshot on Glowing.
It's not a nice cuddle. Still comes back. But they're down secret in the walls. And I think they're just going to walk down to B through ramp at this stage.
Damn, that smoke. I didn't know that smoke broke the window.
Nice peek.
This is still weird. I
And the
they can
bomb's
go
going ramp.
Yeah, they can go ramp. That's fine, but you might be enticed to save because you can go and get the AWP from back red now, and you can go and get a rifle from somewhere else.
I've not seen that famous before.
That's a new one.
Yeah, it looks really cool with the gloves. Oh, okay. I only saw him.
Did he? Oh,
He peeked back into it. It felt like he did.
Ridiculous peak. Natsuneki, let's go, says Phenomen. We can hold on to the AWP. If you want to go get the AK, there's one in Squeaky. But Natsuneki is going to keep his fam ass. The AK doesn't go with his combo.
Terrorists win.
The Phenomen that's got the heroic spray. Someone does. I saw one down.
You ain't going there, little bro.
No, but you know, it's like supporting your countrymen. Yeah.
And Clash Grix.
And Grix. So the rumor says. Alright, Phenomen. Saved AWP. Joffo knows not to peek that. Especially with that bomb.
How fast Phenomen going? Oh my gosh. Through the doorway. into the lobby, round the corner. Oh, the timing is okay to get Brook Monster. And now Glowing, maybe set up for success in ramp. Knifes out, AK scooped up and collected. Glowing can only find one.
That armor, there was two coming for him. So he picked up an AWP. Oh, that's probably a good thing because you lost the other. Oh, nope. Down the vent, pick it up, and out you go. Save again, but a weird one. 2 AWPs on the CD side of Nuke is unusual. Suppose one anchors ramp. I mean, you're not going to save it.
That's true. It makes them rebuy an AWP. It doesn't deny them off it, but it makes them rebuy. No, definitely a weird one. What does the T side look like for Cybershoke? I mean, the stats aren't going to be pretty, are they? Let's have a little look. It's 39%. That's really bad. And they only win 38% of their rounds ever on T side. Oh dear. They need some more CT rounds.
Well, this one's going to be a funky one because you got this double up. I don't think Serious Tenacity will think there's 2 AWPs. One went down in a vent. And yeah, that's right. So it is going to be the AWP setup for one, just anchor. And maybe get the fight. Careful with your peek here. Don't get too antsy. Probably very wide angle just for that rifle swing.
Oh, it's going to be a boost. That's like hitting this. Yeah, what a shot.
Something from Brook Monster. That's not Neki with the AWP, so now you probably do know Venom's around with his.
Glowing's got a really good rotate down here, but if they go hell, which it looks like they're going hell, Cybershoke are in danger.
Here's the thing. This is why 4x3 sucks, especially if you're anchoring A. Like, there's just so many things you don't see. What's Glowing at? Was here? Oh, he's there.
He's not got that kill, really?
Well,
oh, time to save. And the Mania might even deny Glowing. There is no possible way you know the Mania is here. But Lovicus carves out a little path for him.
I'm gonna bring you back in.
No. I'd be angry if it made them go back in. It shouldn't do. Now they're saving. They're saving his secret.
Nice way to get the opener. A little boost up. I don't know what went on with Glowing. He was in control, and it felt like that was a great spot. Somehow he ends up behind them in single.
Without getting the kill.
Without getting the kill. Strange. But with 4-4, Serious Tenacity get 4 in a row. Cybershoke continue to have investments into each round thanks to these saves, but the rounds are slipping away. They need to take away the lion's share on this CT side if the data is anything to go on.
Yeah, exactly. They need to pick fighting outside or fighting ramp / lobby control. They can't dabble their toes into either. Into both, sorry, because what they're doing right now is they're spreading themselves way too thin. It just means the rotations aren't here in time. And Zero Tenacity are doing a really good job of just pushing and pulling Cybershoke all over the map. So this map's all about teamwork and cohesion. Mirage is more about shooting people, which is why Cybershoke won.
Vanya on his shift walk antics around smokes. Romance has been caught early. It's a big kill to find, just spamming through the smoke. Going desperately looking for this fight on Cinemania. Teasing each other. Best position Cybershoke have been in the last few rounds.
This is a daring AWP angle, because if you miss your shot, you're dead. 'Cause you can't drop down the ramp because you're not jumped up on the little barrier.
He's got just fast moving. He can jump and crouch over.
That's one of the trades of all time.
Yeah, the flames.
And what is this smoke wall?
Oh.
Okay, and it's just fine somehow. Like you've dropped one smoke, it looks really weird, and then I'm not sure. Are you going to commit in towards A here? There's Nasty. It looks like it, and Nosaneki just stands in the flames, allows Blixie to grab a kill, and now Phenomen is thrown into this 1v1 versus the Mania.
How's this falling apart so quickly? It looks like Cybershoke in a great position. Venom has a really good timing on this push. Oh, but now it's awkward. Wait, Nemania's fallen back. I think Venom should know it's got to be a fairly close hole, but being held doesn't matter. The quick scope out of Venom shuts Neviner up immediately.
What a shot. That's what he can do. Like this is why we hold him in a high regard in tier 2, because he is very good. He's very competent. He's very capable of getting these clutches through. When he unscopes, I get a little bit nervy, but you have to go through heart unscoped at that point. He just flicks him like it's nothing. See you later, the Mania. Cybershoke back in the lead.
3 1v1s. Sure, 2 are 2-on-1s that they just converted in the 1v1. Still good.
Oh.
Got a whiff. Something's fishing up here. Not being given that fight. Instead, we'll look for it outside. For Monster, trying to bait in his teammate, but, well, oh, wow.
Oh,
Great trade from
silo
Joffo.
player. Damn. Glowing's in all of lobby. I like this from Nosaneki. He's just spamming. He's like, no, please. We have no idea you're out there. And you've already got the rotation out of Blixie. Got Nosaneki just staying alive. This feels pretty good if Blixie lives.
Yeah, Blixie's already letting them know, like puffing his chest up. They want them to go back because of that position they've got in lobby.
Can we quickly look at Madden, if we can? Because I'm not really too sure what's going on with him and Glowing. That feels like a really important fight right now.
Is he on roof?
Oh, okay, he's on roof.
Yeah, he's on
okay.
T-roof.
Oh, what a catch from Nosaneki.
Oh, he doesn't see the second, so he might still get punished here. Oh, but the reposition up top. Now he does.
Him now.
He's just moving around so rapidly, checking different angles. Madden does win that fight onto Glowing and put Monster. The punish onto Notaneki. Where does the bomb go? They're like next to each other in the smoke?
Yeah, he has to go. They have to go main here. Time in.
HP, bomb dropped. Novikis can win the whole round. No, Madden wins the fight. Blixie has a chance though. Time, ahead of the flames. Can't hit the shots. Madden gets away with murder. 3 kills to his name. Brings that round through from 0 Tenacity when it felt like it had fallen apart.
The only reason they win that round is because the molly misses in vent. It bounces off the lip. If that goes in the vent, you actually liken him to win that round because he would have beaten the time. He would have killed Madden. There would have been no time. The molly missing means that he gives away where he is. That is devastating. And look at what they're working with. Notaneki's got an M4, everyone else on MP9s. This should be 0 Tenacities to just convert. Although they have dealt with Madden.
Oh, AK even falls down. A nice little treat. Fast rotating, but outside is where the crawl is. They've not actually committed down. Good kill from Glowing. That causes some concern. Got no control, except for Nemanja. Look where he is. He's like basically, oh my god.
That's
Ivan
the bomb.
cannot lose the bomb. Glowing might recommit into this. Ivan's gonna lose the bomb here. Sure, Nemanja gets his kill. Oh my god. The bomb's dropped. Second player steps in, but the trades are there. And sure, Nemanja, lurking for the kill, finds it outside, but his teammates have all fallen. I'm surprised they kept going down secret because
Yeah.
Nemanja had this great hell timing.
That makes no sense. I'm surprised they even went into secret in the first place, as you say, because like, the Manny was in garage. The Manny was in garage. He just ran through, assumed no one was there. There was no one there. Lovicus just domes him. What a round. That's just MP9s out of Cybershoke. They're able to get that 6th round. If they can walk away with 7 here, they'll be feeling a lot happier than 6-6, let me tell you.
Seven five feels like a necessity for Cybershoke. Is there a chance you're going to feel hard done by with this half with the amount of clutches that fell apart?
They want a few rounds on Techno Ends and stuff.
Yeah, I suppose.
This is quick. Or is it? Adam really wanted to go down the vent there. But he gets denied by the nade breaking it open, and Blixie is holding for him. You can't do that every single round. You will get punished.
Okay, so he's gotten down there so many times. Manu again, you can always see his little silhouette. Pause. Shift walk. Pause. Ah. Okay, yeah, he will find that success, and Brookmonster gets his at the same time. And that's given them full ramp. Nemanja, you got to be ready for him there. You let him get away with a lot. He's dealt with. 2-on-2. These T's at ramp. When does Glowing push? Oh, it's now. This timing could be everything. If he catches them, is he going to look that way and see them? I don't know if he did. Well, you got to be calmed at this point.
They've got a really good understanding it's going to be this, though.
He's pushed the other direction.
Yeah, this is clever, because now we can group with Lovicus, and they can be together for the 2v2. And as Zero and Tenacity make their way out towards May, Lovicus now turns around. Time in. Oh, isn't going to favour him. Avon will catch him, but you're not going to be ready for Glowing so close.
Yeah, in towards Hut. Powerful position for him to be in. Can he deny this bomb? Oh, absolutely. Flames go forward, causing problems. The swing out. Glowing. Beautiful. Avon just wanted to try and scoop it up, maybe get behind. But Glowing just keeps swinging with that MP9, and Cybershoke, another clutch round for them. They win out the half.
You take that all day long. What a really nice little response there from Glowing. He throws the incendiary on the bomb, and normally, I mean, 90% of people, when they throw the incendiary in the bomb, they're just going to run away. They're going to be like, oh, okay, I'm going to play time. And he just instantly re-swings, and it's the combined added little increment of damage running through the molly. Just works out perfectly. Joffo thinks he can just run through the molly and grab the bomb plant, set it up into a 1v1. But Glowing says no. 7 rounds for Cybershoke. Can they make it 2-0?
Be an impressive feat to do it on Nuke of all maps. Pop A. Straight into Madden's dualies if you do. He's looking for this fight. He's ready for it. Here they come. He drops 4, doesn't get a thing. Singed. Removed. But Avon's still here, only for a moment. So full control comes through. They even find the kill onto Brookmonster. A push through the smoke for Nasaneki. Nemanja and Joffo in a very difficult retake. He's just looking for something to give his teammate that space to work with, but spotted out by Blixie below, a player at CT vent, a player close hut, and a player flanking from ramp. No chance. And Nemanja shot in the back. It's Cybershoke's pistol.
Say that all day long. A little quick burst. You highlight the importance of the pistol round here for Cybershoke. They get it. It has to be a force buy now in for Zero Tenacity. But I could have likened them to have saved. Because if you're not able to convert this, then suddenly Cybershoke just got up 10-5 on your pick. And that's really impossible to come back from. I know they're not the best at this, but you give them the momentum, they're going to ride with it.
Surely anticipating this force buy. Well, now you know, is the scout will tag Lovicus, has to pull back off it. Has kind of kept you at bay outside, so Cybershoke really lacking space at the moment.
Looks like they're just going to go in towards A again, and to be honest, that's a little bit scary. Maybe ramp you feel like feels safer, but look at Brookmonster. Brookmonster's already rotated over towards ramp. Joffo, oh. Joffo is here as well. Blixie's considering it, but Joffo and Brookmonster are now turning heads. There are kills back. Brookmonster is still alive. They are hunting him down. They really want to get him, but he's just no-scope headshot someone. Oh my word. You are kidding me, Brookmonster.
That was the only way he holds on to the site. It had to be a no-scope headshot.
You can't clutch this.
No, there's no time. Glowing saving. Oh. Insane from Brookmonster. Not only does he get 2 kills, he got a tag in the mix too.
Counter-terrorists win.
So big impact with that scout. I can't believe it's the no-scope headshot. That break on the smoke outside and the tag that he does hit onto Lovicus, that immediately completely scuppered Cybershoke. They had no outside presence at that point. Were forced into the ramp play.
I think they just completely changed their tactic as soon as they saw the scout. They were going to go quite quickly. Money still is not in the greatest state of affairs here. 4-0 Tenacity. Cybershoke looking to answer back. Man here in garage waiting patiently. You got this strong setup on A2. This feels damned for Cybershoke. They need to pop somewhere, but they've got like no util. This is... It's just pretty horrible.
I think I'm really hoping that Glowing would get some sort of entry at ramp or just find something there early. Not given anything. He's now setting up the molly and the flashbang to enable these players to get into A. Manu's going to start to move as that hit comes in, and they have managed to trade okay onto the side. All right.
Nice.
Not Taneki, 2 big kills. Bomb still needs to go down.
You gotta hold heaven
Oh,
here.
you gotta hold this. Glowing. They're coming. He's not holding.
Why?
He's not holding.
Why on earth would you not be holding that?
They just think it's going to be respected.
Counter-terrorists win.
Maybe. But it's not going to be respected. It's 0 Tenacity. They're one of the most disrespectful teams in CS when you're in an even numbers advantage. They're just going to push you. They're just going to take the fight. They're going to do it together. I really don't get that.
Really worried about the lobby push from ramp, but no, it's a reroute to heaven.
If you're right about the lobby push, then plant for main, and then you can still hold lobby, and then you're still technically holding main, but you can't leave heaven open when you're planting for heaven. Maybe this is why they've been losing rounds.
Oh, this will be 8-8. And Cybershoke, who After winning the pistol, we're in a great position to get a dominant scoreline. Not going to have to fight back from even. I'd love to get a few kills here with these pistols just to keep that zero tenacity bank balance in check, but not allowed. Monster on the CT side is a different beast.
Counter-terrorists win.
Penultimate pause now for Cybershoke. Fenomen can't afford an AWP because of all the expenditure that's been put into the previous rounds. What a shame, because look at how different this could have been. They just get past Brute Monster and his scout, and suddenly they are in the ascendancy. They can't be stopped, but instead they have to deal with Zero Tenacity, who have now equalized the scoreline. Has got a much bigger bankroll than you typically have. And you got to figure out a way to call around this squad when you've been barely getting map wins.
Oh, great nade. Last he was maybe going to go for the spam there. I've been able to find himself a freebie onto Madden. Oh, it's been a nade through the top window that dunked on him.
That's a lot of utility used by Zero Tenacity very early on here. They will just cross these outside smoke, Cybershoke. Oh, really?
The second one. If they're tracking you. Oh, they do cross over and they technically didn't get seen or heard.
There's no rotate. I've just got no info here at all, Zero Tenacity. I feel like Notneki needs to kill Madden because he's, in effect, the next closest rotate.
Madden can't really play too far forward. Glowing gets caught. So now they're just going to pounce. Notneki looking to catch off Madden. And he will. Now he can lock down this position. He's going to fake out the hit at A. We're just keeping bodies here. 2 bodies, in fact.
Wait, they were going to go back. Oh, they were going to go back.
That's crazy. They have full beat. Oh, this is now uncomfortable for them. If they just committed. Still okay, though, but they are at the player deficit. Bomb down. The rotations are already here. No post-plant utility. They need to take fights. Might be over towards ramp. Against the AWP, a one duel. Doppo still here. The swing out. Good adjustment, but just overwhelmed by the numbers. And Nemanja, another big round.
All right, here's the question. Why were they overwhelmed by the numbers? Is it because there was too many of them? No, it was because they decided to rotate all the way up vent for no reason. You're right. They had the whole site. No one knew they were there.
I think they thought they were known. And when that kill comes in on Madden, and there's not an immediate trade, he sees no one main, there's no one heaven. He just calls. Well, no, there's a player going up the ladder. He got shot from, I think, either top hut or like rafters on the left side.
Fine. Yeah.
And so he thought he had the full bomb site. They must have thought the rotations were heavy down towards B and ramp.
I suppose, especially after you see nothing, hear nothing, you boost up on both sides. But
fast A.
Oh dear.
Tech 9 has
Down the
found an
vent.
entry and is ahead of the smoke. Avin is about to get blindsided. Yeah, they had no idea. Not Taneki. Taking this into his own hands as he's charged through with 2. The bomb's down B.
Yeah, the bomb went down B, yeah. He's dead.
Oh, no. They got they succeeded too hard. This is just about getting a bomb plant now, and they went from a position where they could have won the round. Now a position where it's really difficult.
God, their nuke is so horrible to watch. Like, it's just Mistake
they
after
didn't
mistake.
realize. They suffered from success in this round.
Yeah, but if you get 2 kills on A, Blixie should not be committing the bomb down B. He should be just coming back up the vent, reuniting with his team.
I think it's just the timing of it all. He was already down, like, basically at the silo when that second kill comes onto Avin, and... yeah, then it's just too late. Awkward round. I mean, that was just Tech 9s, but awkward nonetheless, and Zero Tenacity onto 10 off the back of it.
See you on Dust 2. The only positive thing I can say about this for Cybershoke is that Notaneki's having a really good series, which is nice to see. That's it. This T side, probably the less said about it, the better.
Gonna play it over very quickly. So many bodies to deal with outside. Leg shot comes through, an attempted kill onto Madden, and Trey will be there. What are they doing?
Yeah, exactly. This is the point. They don't know themselves what they're doing. They have no end goal.
They're finding success in a lot of places.
Okay.
How did...
Yeah, sure. I mean, that works.
Okay, what happened?
What are they
to
doing?
Joffo?
They're winning the rounds. 10-9.
Yeah. There's a lot going on. Oh, well, Monster, goodbye. Crazy thing is, Cybershoke can still win if they win this round. Their Tenacity have single stage, so they'll be on eco into the follow through.
Oh, no way. Cybershoke getting the classic, well, if we don't know what we're doing, you have no idea what we're doing strat. They just need to keep it simple. They just need to, literally, if you put these diag smokes down, you're all crossing with the diag smokes, fine. But just go on them, just do something. We're instead going down secret, going up the vent, attacking him through hut. Maybe thinking about ramp. Oh, the bomb's just in the middle of back red. Oh, it's just going to chill here for 15 seconds. We'll figure it out later. Haha, smile. Like, it's so weird. Like, these rounds are just so unnecessarily complicated.
Well, they're going to walk into the AWP here, which won't fare well for them. Oh, trade's good.
Yeah,
Very
trade's
wide
really good.
angle. I can't believe it's holding such a wide angle with the AWP, to be honest.
And the good news is the glowing's back red with the bomb, so you don't have to even commit up towards B. Notaneki's dealt with Madden. This round feels like it's had the most structure in it so far for Cybershoke.
Oh, well, flash it in a man. Don't lose the bomb here.
They're going to lose the bomb there.
Alright, second try.
Have that in the man yet.
Oh, okay, they do remove him.
Just about. Avon now coming in with the MP9. Goes, oh, I was going to say straight into the York. No way.
Okay, they've got it.
It's fine. It's fine. Oh my god.
This is crazy Counter-Strike.
I'm losing the will to live. Like, this is actually just so ridiculous.
Cybershoke are going to win this.
I don't know who's choking harder. That's the thing.
They're stumbling their way
It's
to victory.
10-10. It's 10-10. And
Stumbling
Zero
their
Sasti
way.
have got no money.
All 1v1s in the first half.
My dog's just barking at a wall, and that makes more sense than this half. Madden's gonna get a kill now. Nearly.
Okay. Okay. What about Notaneki's having?
Yeah.
Frags? He's doing well.
Oh, I thought he was gonna get two. I thought he was gonna get 2 kills with the USP. Can Notaneki single-handedly carry Cybershoke to their first nuke win in, I want to say, a long time? I'm going to fact check that.
I think they were on like a 10 loss streak or something. They've had like
It's
1 or 2 wins
crazy.
in there.
Their very last game they won on Nuke.
He just blocks you in the back of the head. Oh,
Yeah,
aggressive. Freebie. All right. Everyone say goodbye.
Yeah, well, because I'll take that all day long. And now what's the go here? Again, they're just doing the same thing every round. And to be fair,
Oh,
Tenacity can't handle it. So a 5v3. Is there going to be any overcomplications to this? Well, yes, because they actually haven't crossed yet. And now they're going to try and cross when there's no smokes. Cybershoke, please, you are giving me a heart attack.
You have no idea how many complications there are, Brandon. When there's one complication, that's just the beginning. There's 3 more on their way.
That works.
They come back. Just group. You're in a 5-on-2. Just go together.
They are. They're just going for
Straight
garage first.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it should be a nice little 12-10. And Zero Tenacity need to keep these 2 rifles. If they lose them, it is dire straits into that final round. Essentially final round. Lovicus is holding in secret, so no one can save there. I think they're going to try and close the net. They've got so much money on some of their players that it's worth trying to remove these 2 rifles. They have such an impact.
It's times like this where I actually go and I read the Twitch chat. And I see all the fun comments that you guys have got about this game. Obviously, we're a little bit more in the future than you guys are. Some of you have said, bro, I really can't understand what's going on. Me neither. They don't know what they're doing, but they're winning the round anyway.
Everyone died.
Yeah, everyone's died. Bro, I think they just did a mega dose of mushrooms before this match, and they're just starting to kick in. Who knows? But the reality of the situation is that Zero Tenacity are losing their map pick to a team that doesn't win this map at all. Cybershoke could go 2 for 2 in just as many days here after beating Sashi yesterday, maybe against Zero Tenacity now. Zero Tenacity need to force overtime. 3 MP9s, 1 M4, a scout, and Blixie with the opener. It's happening.
You're just not with it. This is the future of Nuke.
I see. My mistake.
Is the stretch you'll be seeing at the major. It's like a fever dream. 5-on-4 against the worst weaponry outside the menus, M4. Cybershoke have everything they need to close this. Go towards the scout. Tag comes through. Good damage, really good damage. And the Lurk has found a kill as well. So keeping the advantage. Emmanuel reveals his M4. That's information on where he is. Now they start to scale. Another tag from the scout. Further damage coming through. They can't kill him. Finally they do. It's glowing that confirms it. 3 players limping. But so is Nemanja. Oh, but Madden arrives. MP9 gets a frag.
Oh, Nemanja's got
and
1 too.
Nemanja's found 1 too. It's all onto Madden. Touch the HP on both of them. Oh, this is so awkward. So uncomfortable. Nade. Straight into his face. He gets ahead of it. Bomb. Oh, it's a tap. It's a fake. And it's a swing. Glowing converts it. And believe it or not, Cybershoke have won out Nuke and closed the series 2-0.
No, I can't believe it, Lucy. But they have somehow done it. That was a very big disorientated mess from both teams. Cybershoke were able to win some of those 1v1s, and let's be honest, those 1v1s in the first half were the entire reason they were able to even have a conversation piece here, because if Zero Tenacity were able to go on, win those 3 rounds, it would have been 9-3 or 8-4, something in that vein, and they won the pistol. It's one of those where it's just like, okay. One of those.
It doesn't happen though. We get full 1v1s going their way. We get a massive map from Notaneki. So yeah, not a necky today, Zero Tenacity. It's going to be
Not a necky today.
not a necky for you, but not a necky. No choke for Cybershoke. They win. They go through into the playoffs with a 3-1 record. For Zero Tenacity, it's not over. They're into the 2-2 bracket. One more best of 3, one more chance to get through to playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. They got one more chance to do it. After that, they need to go and reset, because that was one of the nuke games of all time. What a day it's been for CCT. We've had a lot of ups, a lot of downs, but more importantly, we've got a lot of teams now through to the playoffs. That means that we've got the 2-2 games. Those will take place on your screens tomorrow. For now, have a good rest of your evening, guys. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow.